Alright, uterevu nyabali ku mukutu gwa Uganda ey'enkya olinanga muzzukulu wa Gabunga Moses Wamala mbaniriza nnyo yonna gye musinzira okubeera nga mugoberera omukutu guno ogwa Uganda ey'enkya. Ennaku z'omwezi ziri 5 mwezi gwa kutaano baguyita May omwaka 2026. Buterevu nnyo. Obudde bwe buti tuba tugobe bumala okutuusaako ebyo ebigenda mu maaso munda mu ggwanga Uganda. Mwabali emitala w'amayanja mbaniriza nnyo ate n'embebaza gyonna gye mutuusaako engalo nate olwaleero. Kale olwaleero waliwo bye tulina okubeera nga tubaleetera ebigenda buterevu nnyo wali mu Parliament. Olukiiko olukulu oba bw'oyinza okuyita ssetteeserezo w'eggwanga Uganda, ebiteeso byonna we birina okuyita, embalirira we temeratemerwa, abakulu abalina okubeera nga bayisa amateeka, balina okubeera nga bakola guno na guli ku nsonga ezikwatagana n'okubeera abakalabalaba oba oversight ku nsonga z'ensimbi y'omwe w'omusolo. Nate olwaleero tukomyewo ne sovereignty bill oba the protection of the sovereignty bill egenze maaso okubeera nga eyogeza bangi obwama, egaaniddwa bannansi bonna, egaaniddwa abasawo, egaaniddwa abasomesa, egaaniddwa bannamawulire, egaaniddwa abasumba, egaaniddwa buli omu bayinginiya bonna abazimbi, buli omu etteeka lino aligaanye. So nabwe ekityo lunaku luno olwaleero tukitegeddeko nti olukiiko lw'eggwanga olukulu Parliament lugenda kubeera nga ate luyisa ebbago lino yadde nga bannansi baaliganye basazeewo okubeera nga baligaana kitole naye nga bwe guzze gubeera ensangi zonna of course bannansi bazze nga bagaana ebintu ebitali bimu okuyisibwa nga bawakanyawo okuyisibwa kwabyo kaakati n'olwaleero amateeka nga age limit the UPDF Amendment Act etteeka nga erya the coffee bill eryali ligenda maaso okwamendinga etteeka eryali lifuga emmwanyi n'enzirukanya yaalyo mu ggwanga Uganda lyagenda maaso etteeka eryo lyagenda maaso okujungulula ekitongole ekya Uganda Coffee Development Authority mu kaseera kali akalimu vaawo mpitewo ak'okusattulula ebitongole ebitaali bimu nga abakulu baali batutegeeza nti baali baagala kendeeza ku nsimbi yali esaasaanyizibwa ate n'ebitongole birina obuvunaanyizibwa obufaanagana n'ebyo ebiriwo bigattibwe awamu kaakati bannayuganda bangi baawakanya ekya etteeka eryo erya Uganda Coffee Bill, yes, the Coffee Amendment Bill 2025 eyagenda maaso okubeera ng'eruubirirawo okusattulula ekitongole kya UCDA. Bannansi bangi kye baali balowooza nti mwana tukyaliko enkyukakyuka n'enjawulo gye kyali kitaddewo ku mmwanyi y'eggwanga yattu Uganda. Kaakati bye bimu ku ezo amateeka agabaddeko highly contested. Tujjukira the age limit, okukyusa akawaayiro namba 12B akassemateeka akaali akenkizo nnyo mu ssemateeka akaali kaluubirira okubeera nga kateekawo ekkomo ku myaka omukulembeze w'eggwanga gy'alina okwesimbako ku 75 okutuusa omuntu bw'afuga obulamu bwe wonna oba n'okubeera nga yeesimbawo ne bw'aba aweza emyaka 18 oba ne bw'aba asusizza 75. Ako nno kaleetera ne Parliament abantu bangi ogenda maaso okubeera nga ate yes bakubagana ababaka ba Parliament tujjukira embooko zaavaayo amagye ne gavaayo SFC ne balwanaganira mu Parliament era emmundu zaatuukira ddala mu Parliament mwanattu mubijjukira bulungi nnyo si byawala byawano mwaka gwa 2017 era gye byaggweeranga mwanattu etteeka eryo liyisiddwa yadde nga bannansi bonna baali basazeewo nti ennyingo eyo tekwatibwako mu kyayitibwa togikwatako yadde nga gwali gutyo mwanattu. Waliwo embiranye, waliwo okusika omuguwa, waliwo okulwanagana bangi abamu ne bamenyebwa n'emigongo mwe muli Nombako Ebeti Namboze bakireke gwolaba ku lutimberu mwe muli ababaka abalala ba Honorable Francis Zaake Butebi mwanattu kwali akayugumo kaali kayitirivu nnyo kaakati ze zimu ku ezo bills ezibadde contentious ennyo mu ggwanga Uganda ezirese n'abamu nga basigazza embale abamu basigazza ebiwundu n'eggwanga lisigazza embale n'ebiwundu ne ssemateeka nga naye kw'omutadde nga mwanattu ddala kituufu buli omu akkiriza nti yadde lyayita ne bannansi baaligaana era n'enkovu mu ssemateeka zikyalimu. Kaakati nate n'olwaleero amid widespread criticism and rejections of this bill, the sovereignty bill, n'olwaleero ate olukiiko lw'eggwanga olukulu lugenda kuddamu okutuula yadde nga bannansi bonna awatali kwesalamu bagenda mu maaso ne bagaana etteeka lino eriruubirira eririmu ebintu eby'enjawulo gamba nga munnansi yenna okufuna olukusa okufuna ensimbi okuva omuntu oba omuntu yenna ali ebweru liteekawo oba lifuula bannansi emmomboze lifuula buli omu foreigner nti kasita obeera ng'ofulumya eggwanga Uganda obeera foreigner oba tokyali munnauganda. Etteeka lino ligenda maaso okubeera nga ate liteekawo ebibonerezo ebikwakkulizo n'obukwakkulizo ebikakali ennyo kwabo abasindika ensimbi mu ggwanga Uganda okusingira ddala bazifuna nga tebafunye lukusa okuva eri minisita ow'ensonga z'omunda mu ggwanga Uganda. Yakwegamba etteeka lino mwanattu liswaliza ddala ate era kive kubali ekisookera ddala ekikulu lifuula bannansi emmomboze nti ne bw'ofulumako wane mu Kenya n'ogenda bugenzi eyo mwanattu oba ofuuse foreigner. Kale lyetteeka eryo ndowooza abasinga muzze muligoberera kaakati olunaku olwaleero ddala kituufu Parliament lyegenda okubeera nga ate mwanatu ekubaganyako ebirowoozo alipoota yakoleddwa era kyetutegeddeko kakati katini nnyo njagala nkulaga ate ku ebyo ebiriwo bye weetaaga okumanya era n'okutegeera ng'era bwe kizze kiba ku bills eziri contentious oba eziriko ovaawo mpitewo okusika omuguwa ab'ebyokwerinda bazze bagumba ku Parliament ensangi ebiseera ebitali bimu n'olwaleero bwe guli bwe twatuuka ku age limit bwe kyali ku coffee bill bwe kyali ate era n'olwaleero mulige tufuna goleka nti mwanattu era Parliament egenze maaso okubeera nga ate era olwaleero egenda maaso okubeera nga esalibwako ate amagye ne police nga bwe ngenda okubeera nga mbikulaga. So ensonga eno yateyawukanako era teyawukanira ddala n'amabago oba amateeka abakulu ge babadde baagala okuyisaawo mu ngeri ey'okukaka ey'okulemera ku bannayuganda okubakaka obukasi ekintu ate era n'olwaleero mwanattu era bwe kiri kaakati ogenda kubeera nga ate wekenneenya ate era weetegereza ensonga eno nga bwegenda okubeera ng'etambula kaakati okusinziira ku mukutu gwa Daily Monitor gwa tutegeezezza mu moments ali oba emabegako obudde katono nnyo emabegako nti heavy security has been deployed around Parliament with military and police sealing off key access routes and restricting entry for both MPs and staff. This comes ahead of a 2 p.m. plenary sitting where legislators are set to debate the controversial Protection of the Sovereignty Bill 2026, which will be tabled for its second and third readings. Olwaleero okusoma ebbago lino omulundi ogwokubiri n'ogwokusatu bwe ligenda era we lisuubirwa era tusuubira nti essaawa yonna olunaku olwaleero akaseera mpawe kaaga etteeka lino lyandiyita. Kaakati ekibuuzo ekikulu ekiriwo etteeka lino ligenda kubeera nga liyisibwa nga bwe lyali oba ligenda kubeera nga mubaamu ennongoosereza nga bwe baatugamba nti Attorney General alina ennongoosereza ze yabadde aleese ligenda kuyita nga bwe lyali oba kale kaakati okeberako ku mikutu emigatta abantu ndi ku X muganda wange Simon Kagwanjala atadde nti abaka b'NRM okuva ku bukiiko obubiri okuli ak'ensonga z'omunda mu ggwanga n'akakola ku by'obutebenkevu munda mu ggwanga saako n'akakiiko ka Parliament akekenneenya amateeka gonna gabagazze oba bills eziba zizze eza mu kakiiko ako ke kakola ku by'amateeka the Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. Kaakati baatudde obukiiko obwo emunyonyo era ababaka b'NRM abamu kyabavuddeko okwekanga nga ddala kituufu ate reports ze baali bakubaganyako ebirowoozo bagenda maaso ate okukizuula nga mwanattu ate ababaka abamu abataaliwo mu lutuulo olwo oba mu nsisinkano eyo ey'abo ababaka ate kyabajja enviiri ku mutwe okwesanga ababaka abamu abataliiwo oba ababaka abatajja ng'ate batadde dda emikono ku report oba okategedde oyinza okuba tukategedde kankunnyonnyole kale okusinziira ku sources eza Simon Kagwanjala naye nga nange nabifunyeeko zooleka nti ababaka bwe babadde batudde awamu nga bagenda okubeera nga bakubaganya ebirowoozo ku report oba alipoota gye bali bagenda okuwandiika kaakati amateeka gano gakolebwa bwe gati oba bills zikolebwa bwe ziti nti okutandikira ddala omuntu agireeta mover oba alireeta liri emabega agenda maaso okusaba leave of parliament bw'asaba leave of parliament emuweebwa n'atwala ebbanga okubeera nga wandiika akola byonna okubeera nga ateekateeka etteeka oba ebbago lireetebwa olubwamala akomawo mu parliament n'alyanjulira ababaka ba parliament bonna mu sseteeserezo kye tuyita plenary wali eri we bateeseza we bakubaganyiza ebirowoozo kati ekyo bwe kiggwa mwanattu akubiriza olukiiko lw'eggwanga olukulu ebbago alisindika mu kakiiko ako akavunaanyizibwa ku etteeka bwe etteeka bwe liba lizze nga likwatagana ku ssemateeka amateeka agenjala okukyusamu ligenda mu kakiiko aka Legal and Parliamentary Affairs akakola ku mateeka n'akakiiko akalala akavunaanyizibwa gamba nga the Business Committee gamba nga kati nga ku nsonga eno Internal and Defence Affairs Committee nti ensonga ekwatagana ku Sovereignty Bill ya nsonga ezigenda maaso mu ggwanga abakulu batugamba n'obwetengereze so zikwatira ddala ku nsonga z'eggwanga Uganda era zikwatira ddala ku nsonga za internal affairs ez'omunda mu ggwanga Uganda. Kakati oluvannyuma olw'okusindika ebbaga eryo mu kakiiko akagenda maaso okubeera nga kekenneenya obukiiko oba akakiiko ako kennyini jjukira ku age limit akakiiko akakola ku tteeka eryo kaali ka Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. Kakati mu kaseera ako weriweerezebwayo akakiiko kalina obuvunaanyizibwa n'obuyinza obw'okuyita abantu ab'enjawulo abakwatibwako ku nsonga mu lufuutifuuti stakeholders. Kakati ba stakeholders basobola okuyita bannayuganda bonna naye nga balondobyemu ne bagamba nti twagala bannaddiini, twagala abasomesa, twagala abasawo, twagala abantu bwe bati. Era akakiiko ako ne kagenda maaso ne kawuliriza ebirowoozo eby'abannansi abo bennyini balowooza butya oba balowooza ki ku tteeka. Akakiiko ako mwana ttera kalina n'obuyinza n'obuvunaanyizibwa okugenda wansi ddala okujja ku byalo n'okukola kutya okwebuuza ate era basobola n'okuteeka wide consultations ogenda ddala maaso ababaka bonna beebuuze ku bantu baabwe mu constituencies. Kaakati bwe kivaawo byonna byonna ebbanga nga liwedde okwebuuza kuwedde okunoonya ebirowoozo n'okutalaga eggwanga akakiiko kennyini kamala ne katuula okuyita mu babaka abatuula mu kakiiko ako ne bagenda mu retreat oba mu lusirika. Olusirika olwo ekikulu kyalwo kibeera kyakubeera nga bagenda maaso okukuŋŋaanya alipoota okwesigama ku birowoozo byonna n'ababaka bye baba kubaganyiziddwako ebirowoozo mu kakiiko ne bawandiika alipoota ey'awamu. Kaakati alipoota zisobola okubeera ebbiri kyowulira majority report ne minority report. Kaakati majority report yesembebwa ababaka bonna nti owaddala kituufu alipoota eyite oba alipoota nnungi oba tegwanidde abatakkaanya nayo bagenda maaso ne bawandiika alipoota ey'abatono giyite minority. Kaakati oluvannyuma lw'ekyo abakulu bamaliriza bwe babeera nga tebakkaanyiza bakkaanyiza alipoota zonna zireetebwa mu lukiiko lw'eggwanga olukulu ne zikubaganyizibwako ebirowoozo. Kaakati waneeno source oba enswera zaffe ez'okukisengeza tukakasizza nti mu kaseera ak'okwegeya akaseera ak'okubeera nga baretreatinga oba ogenda mu maaso ate nga beefumba oba beevuba akafubo. Kaakati ababaka ab'ekibiina ki National Resistance Movement enviiri z'abavudde ku mutwe bwe bakizudde nti ate munnange mwanattu ababaka be batalabawo abatazze kubeera nga beegeyaamu n'okukola alipoota ey'awamu ate kyazuuse nti bo babadde basayininze dda ku alipoota. Kitegeeza ki? Kiba kitegeeza nti alipoota eno yazze ng'olwedde yakoleddwa dda. Nejjukira alipoota erina kuwandiikibwa mu kaseera ako kennyini mwe bagenda mu maaso okwegeyezaamu oba mu lusirika lwabwe retreat. Okitegedde bulungi. Kaakati ekitegeeza ababaka ba Parliament abava ku ludda olwa National Resistance Movement abamu kyabavudde enviiri kyabajja enviiri ku mutwe okwekenneenya ng'ate mwanattu alipoota gye bazze okubeera nga bawandiika ate nga yazze dda. Okitegedde nti muzze kubaganya birowoozo butya ku alipoota bw'erina kuwandiikibwa ng'ate alipoota already weeri. Kaakati ne bagenda okukizuula ng'ate ababaka bannaabwe abatali mu lutuula oba mu nsisinkano eyo nga baatadde dda emikono nga bakkaanyiza dda nti mwanattu ebbago lino liyite. Bwe lityo nga bwe lyabadde mu bukyafu, mu bubi, mu kko n'effutwa eryabaddemu. Ne bagamba yiyi ate tuzze wano okubeera nga tuwandiika alipoota. Ate alipoota gye twakawandiika kati ate kisoboka kitya nga babaka bannaffe abataliiwo be basoose ogisaako emikono. Olwo n'enkalu ne zeeyongera. Kaakati twabadde tukyali ku ebyo. Nze ngenda kuwa step by step. Twabadde tukyali ku ebyo ate mwanattu olunaku olw'eggulo ennaku z'omwezi nga 4 May omwaka guno gwennyini gwe tulimu. Kaakati waliwo ekiwandiiko era ebbaluwa eyavudde mu office ya government chief whip naku z'omwezi zabadde 4 omwezi gwa 5 omwaka 2026 guno gwennyini gwe tulimu. nga ebbaluwa eno mwana tujje nkusomera nga eraga nti eri ababaka ba parliament bonna abakabondo k'ababaka ba parliament abava mu kibiina kya National Resistance Movement inti notice of a special sitting of the NRM parliamentary caucus inti waliwo ekiwandiiko ekyafulumiziddwa era bayitiddwa bukubirire mwanattu okubeera nga bategeezebwa inti waliwo olutuulo olw'enjawulo olw'akabondo k'ababaka ba parliament abava mu kibiina kya National Resistance Movement nga kalina kutuula olwaleero katudde olwaleero ennaku z'omwezi nga 5 omwezi ogw'okutaano omwaka 2026 ssaawa 3:30 mu conference hall mu ofiisi ya president nti ababaka ba parliament bonna abava mu kibiina kya National Resistance Movement abeegattira wamu mu kabondo kaabwe akaba NRM olwaleero batudde amakya ag'olwaleero ssaawa 3:30 ku makya ag'olwaleero mu kisenge awateeserezebwa mu ofiisi ya president era mu kiwandiiko kino kyagenze maaso okunnyonnyola n'okulambika nti ababaka ba parliament abo babadde bajjukizibwa nti olunaku olwaleero bajja kubeera n'olutuula olw'okubeera nga ate lugenda maaso okutuula mu parliament wali lujja tandika ssaawa 8. Kaakati ekiwandiiko kino kyayolese era ne kiraga nti buli mubaka wa parliament yabadde asabiddwa okubeera nga agenda maaso okubeera nga abaawo mu buntu okubeera nga bahandling business of the day. The business of the day today is to debate and pass the protection of the sovereignty bill that has received maximum rejection and intense criticism from the public and stakeholders. Kakati ekiwandiiko ekyo Oboa Dennis Hamson mubaka era ye government chief whip atera ye ssentebe w'akakiiko akababaka ba parliament abava oba akabondo k'ababaka ba parliament abava mu kibiina kya National Resistance Movement. Guno no bwe guzze gubeera buli mwaka buli wabaawo ensonga eriko vaawo mpitewo okusinga ddala nga ne bannayuganda bagiganye era kyekimu n'olwalira abakulu kye bakoze ssaawa 3 ez'okumakya ssaawa 3:30 ez'okumakya abakulu bagenze maaso okubeera nga ate beegeyaamu na butebe bagenda okubeera nga ate etteeka lino nga baliyisa n'ebirala byonna. Bino we bijjidde ng'emabegako abakulu era aba National Resistance Movement bagenda ne beegeyaamu olusirika lwabwe olw'ekyankwanzi. Okukomekereza olusirika omukulu yabawa buli omu yamugonnomolako obukadde 10,000 okubeera nga beekubako enfuufu. Naye era enswera zange ez'okukisenge zanjoleka nti obukadde 10,000 obwo bwali bulubiriddwamu okubeera nga abakulu bafuna ekyoja mu miro ekinaabayisa ate emimiro gikkakkane bulungi nnyo okubeera nga bayisa amateeka ag'enjawulo nga batandikira ku lino. Kakati olwaleero bw'olaba nga babaka omubaka gwe walonda mwanattu ng'agenze maaso okulonda bw'atyo ate mwanattu teweewuunya. Kakati ate njagala nkulage ebirala ebibaddewo olunaku luno nga tetunnajja waneeno olwaleero njagala okulaga wano kintu kitono nnyo ngenda kubeera nga nkikuwa okitegeere yes kino mukitegedde bulungi nnyo njagala nkulage ate butereevu nnyo wetutuukidde olwaleero ndowooza nkuwe tutandikire ku kyababaka abaasayininze ku tteeka we tuba tutandikira we mba nkutandikiza ababaka abaasayininze kwa lipoota eyo the majority report. Kakati njagala ate bikulage butereevu nnyo ndowooza obirabe. Kakati waliwo n'ababaka aba opposition betutegeddeko nti ate mwanattu bagenze maaso ne bassa omukono ku tteeka oba ku bbago lino ne basayininga kwa ripoota eya bonna esemba era ekkiriza nti mwanattu etteeka lino eno ligende maaso okubeera nga liyisibwa. Kaakati ababaka abaatadde omukono ku kiwandiiko amannya ge gano naye ngenda kuwa nga nkulaga emikono gyabwe bonna abaataddeko emikono. Kaakati ng'oggyeko Anna Adeke, Medard Lwega Segona, Sumani Basalirwa, Wilfred Nwagaba, Jonathan Odul, Abdallah Chwanuka, Gilbert Olanya, Sakone Betty Namboze Bakireke, abalala bonna bagenze maaso okubeera nga bakkiriza era basemba ebbago lino nga kwotadde n'abopposition. Abopposition boolaba ndowooza kuliko Anna Adeke, Medad Lubega Sseggona, Asumani Basalirwa, Wilfred Nwagabon wadde wa NRM naye bano ba Labour MPs naye yaliganye, Jonathan Odul, Abdallah Kiwanuka ne Gilbert Olanya, Betty Namboze Bakireke be bamu ku abo abaaganye okuteeka emikono ku kiwandiiko kino oba ku alipoota eya bonna esemba ebbago lino okubeera nga liyita. Kaakati njagala nsooke nga sinako mbaka Betty Namboze Bakireke kansooke nkuwe abaasayininze ku alipoota amannya nga kuwe butereevu nnyo olabe era otegeere ani yasayininze ani ataasayininze nga bwe mbakutegeezezza. Kaakati njagala tutandikire gye batandikira butereevu nnyo. Okay, kyangu nnyo kankuleetere amannya mu lujjudde okuvira ddala eri tumanye ababaka abaasayininze ku alipoota eno nabaani abataasayininzeeko oyagala okubamanya. Kaakati ngenda kubeera nga mbakuwa naye kansooke nkuwe Betty Namboze Bakireke oluvannyuma nja kuddizaako ate omukulu Imam Kasozi naye kansooke butereevu nnyo ne Betty Namboze Bakireke nga mukuwa akunnyonnyole engeri ate etteeka lino gye ligenda okukosaamu n'ebirala byonna. Kaakati njagala mukuwe omuwulirize bulungi nnyo ensonga ng'ate bw'azoogera.
Who we are as a parliament, we are going to be recorded. So if we don't use this opportunity of the sovereignty bill, if we don't use it, this opportunity to redefine who we are as a parliament, we are going to be recorded unfortunately as the worst parliament since independence. Every opportunity we have had to assert ourselves as a parliament, we have wasted it. Increasingly, we have given ourselves away into the executive. The executive has eaten deep into parliament in the last 5 years than ever before, and it is so unfortunate. This is what most probably the speaker called referred to as walloping the opposition. As she wallops the opposition, we have given away the independence of parliament and together with it our powers to check the executive, to come up with good laws and to be able to throw out bad legislation. So many bad things, policies have been introduced around this term. I've never seen a parliament. I've been here for 16 years. I was briefly in the 8th parliament, I was in the 9th parliament, I was in the 10th parliament, and now I've been in the 11th parliament. But never before have I seen a parliament that has completely forgotten that we are a different arm of government, that we are not part of the executive. And, to appear to be against the positions of the executive in this parliament, the 11th parliament, is to be considered like, you are looked at as an enemy of even the house itself. The more you try to raise issues that assert ourselves as another arm, a separate arm of government from the executive. Today you cannot draw the line between the executive and parliament. Even when we went into the campaigns, you saw our speaker campaigning vigorously for a candidate. That would never happen before. A speaker attending caucus meetings, a speaker referring to a president, like he said, I want to thank the president for allowing me to give Honorable Namboze money for treatment. You see that for everything to be done in the parliament, we first seek the approval of the president.
Nkale ye mubaka Namboze Betty Bakireke Namboze ng'ayogera ku bbago lino ng'agamba nti ebbago lino mwanattu ligenda kubeera nga ligenda maaso okubeera nga lifuula parliament eya omulundi ogw'okumu egenda okuswazibwa era egenda okufuuka ekivve era ekyeneenwa oba ekisekererwa mu zi parliament zonna ezaakabaawo omubaka Betty Namboze Bakireke kyabadde ayogerako nga kugamba nti olwaleero ekintu kino bwe kikolebwa era nebbago ino ne liyita kigenda kubeera nga kifudde Parliament eye-11 ekisekererwa era eyonoonese eddala eyeetunze eri Mwami Museveni ye Betty Namboze Bakireke. Kaakati z'ensonga ezikyakubaganyizibwako ebirowoozo munda mu ggwanga Uganda olwaleero. Kaakati mwanattu nja kusaba ogende buterevu nnyo mu comment section eya live stream eno ey'olwaleero. Ojja gendayo buterevu nnyo ate mwanattu okubaganya ebirowoozo. Ntaddeyo opinion poll nga tubuuza nti gwe owagira etteeka oba ebbago erya protection of the sovereignty bill. Kaakati ojja gendayo oseeko endowooza zo, osobola okulonda yes oba no. Already opinion poll gyeri mu comment section. Tugitaddeyo, osobola ogenda maaso mwanattu n'obeera nga ate naawe olonda, n'obeera nga ogenda ku record olonde kiki kyoteesa. Do you support? Are you in support or not? So go right ahead mu comment section buterevu nnyo, ate era naawe otuwe endowooza zo, osobola okulonda nabwe ekityo ne tutegeera wa woogwa olunaku luno olwaleero ku the protection of the sovereignty bill. Kaakati jjukira nti olukiiko lw'eggwanga luno oba Parliament ey'omulundi 11 ekisanja kyayo kinaatera okuggwako kisigazzaako busigazza nnaku wetwogerera olwaleero. Tubala nnaku ze zisigaddeyo abakulu bano okubeera ng'ate ekisanja kyabwe kikomekkerezebwa, naye ng'egye kigenda okukomekkereza oba okukomekkerezebwa kyandibanga kigenda ku record nga Parliament nti eye-11 bwe yali emaliriza emirimu gyayo mwanattu yagenda maaso neeyisa etteeka bannansi bonna lye baagaana. Kaakati jjukira nti wiiki ejja oba sabiiti ejja ababaka bagenda kubeera nga batandika okukuba ebirayiro. Waliwo abatazze, waliwo abaakomyewo, naye yo Parliament eye-11 eyoba ey'omulundi ogw'e-11 kigenda ku record nti bwe baali bamaliriza emirimu gyabwe baayisa ebbago eba eryali ligenda maaso ate okumalawo eddembe n'okulinnyirira eddembe ly'abannansi. Era olwayo kye tuzze okulaba ye history oba ebyafaayo ebigenda okubeera nga bikolebwa olunaku luno olwaleero nti Parliament ey'omulundi ogw'e-11 mwanattu yagenda maaso okubeera nga eyisa ebbago eryali ekkambwe ennyo eryakomya butereevu nnyo bannansi okubeera nga bafuna ensimbi okuva emitala w'amayanja. Kaakati nga bw'olaba mu ssetteeserezo wali ebula eddakiika ntono nnyo actually ziweddeyo eya Parliament erina kutandika ssaawa 8 zennyini, era wetwogerera kati mwanattu ababaka batandise okubeera nga basinga bayingirawo. Ndaba Sarah Opendi naye wuuyo naye ayingirawo ku ludda olwa National Resistance Movement. Wetwogera bassebo ne bannyabo bw'olaba okuyimirira okwo kitegeeza nti omukubiriza aba atuuse. Parliament ey'olwaleero egenda kubeera ng'ekubirizibwa Anita Among, Clerk to Parliament uya Adolf Mwesige mulaba butereevu nnyo n'abalala. Era wetwogera bassebo ne bannyabo kye tubadde tulindirira ddaaki ssaawa 8 zennyini ziizino, era tewayise eddakiika yonna abakulu bazze ate bagende maaso okubeera nga bateesa ku bbago lino olwaleero okusinziira ku genfuna galaga nti ebbago liyita lwaleero. Kale katugende butereevu nnyo ate tutandika n'essaala n'ebintu ebirala na bonna communication from the chair ate ne tuwulira order paper biki ebigenda okubeerako olwaleero. So kale babaka bonna abasinga obungi mwebali. Yes, leader of opposition mulengedde kaawo, nengedde ku omukulu Ssemuju Ibrahim Nganda uyo mulaba n'abalala bayitirivu nnyo. Kale katwolekera ate ekyatuleese olwaleero tulaba abakulu biki bye bagenda okukola. Oluvannyuma lw'okutuula abakulu ate nja kubeera nga mpuliriza butereevu nnyo ebigambo ebiva eri omukubiriza w'ekikolwa eggwanga olwaleero ye Right Honorable Anita Among. Tulabe ate Parliament ey'olwaleero ebyafaayo byegenda okubeera nga egendamu nga bwe mbikutegeeza. Yenze muzzukulu wa Gabunga Moses wamala kankutwale butereevu nnyo ate mu kuwuliriza plenary session.
Honorable members, can we have silence
Item 2.
and free sitting?
Item 2 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I want to welcome you to this afternoon sitting. As you recall, on Tuesday, 21st April 2026, I guided that the committees that had pending business should expedite and conclude with the reports, and I'm happy some of the committees have done it. And as we are leaving 11th Parliament, we should be able to leave 11th Parliament clean. Whereas I adjourned the House and dine on Thursday 24th, 2026, need has arisen because some committees are ready with their work and they are ready to report to the House, and we should be able to consider what is on the order paper. Honorable members, you will also note that we are now at the tail end of the 11th Parliament. As such, it is our best interest to ensure a smooth transition from the 11th Parliament to the 12th Parliament by leaving nothing behind. I want to request members to cooperate with us and we ensure that we finish what is pending. I should be able to give you the Last Supper on the 8th. On the 8th, we should be able to give the Last Supper. Thank you. Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I came here but left my heart out because of the unusual deployment. Outside, it's as if Parliament has become a barracks. Soldiers, including UPDF, who are always not here, they came here 8 in the morning. These UPDF listening posts. But there are also faces that are unusual that I have seen in Parliament. So I am raising this procedure, Madam Speaker, seeking assurance from you that what happened the day we processed the coffee amendment bill won't happen today. That day, lights were switched off and people we don't know entered the Parliament and kidnapped MPs. So can we get assurance, Madam Speaker? I even saw SCOI. We bought them to go and fight agents of foreign interests, but they are here fighting Parliament. So can we be assured, Madam Speaker, of our safety?
Honourable members, so long as you're in this house, you're all very safe. And unfortunately, I didn't see the deployment. Maybe because I came through the lift. They ran away from me. But they will not harm my people. Panadol is also here. You know, when there is a Last Supper, everybody has to come. Next item. I'm also happy to see Lop. My Lop. Next item.
Item 4.3 on the order paper, laying of papers, supplementary expenditure schedule number 5 for the financial year 2025-2026.
Honourable members, On 30th April 2026, the Office of the Clerk of Parliament received a supplementary expenditure schedule 5 of financial year 2025-2026. Can I have order? Honorable members, this supplementary schedule is of an agency. I remember Dr. Kefa raised an issue on the election of LOCs, and the schedule was there, but we did not have the minister then to come and present. We have issues like payment of arrears for local government staff. We have issues like preparation of AFCON. They are all in this supplementary schedule. And because of this urgency, I want to request the House that we consider this supplementary. And pursuant to Rule 161 of the Rules of Procedure, I will invite the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to move a motion to that effect. And then after moving a motion to that effect, we will now request someone to move a motion on suspension of this bill going to the committee. Yes, Honorable.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I was, and I am concerned that we're inviting somebody called the Minister of Finance. I have read the Twitter handle of my brother, the President of the Republic of Uganda. His Excellency Joel Kaguta Museveni says, "Today I chaired the final cabinet meeting of the outgoing government and later hosted members to a luncheon in appreciation of their dedicated service to the country. This is the cabinet that ushered in Uganda into middle income status. And I thank everyone who contributed to this achievement, including cabinet secretaries, for effectively managing." Now, these people, having had their final supper yesterday, actually last evening, and the president saw them off, wishing them well. And now, we are here, still claiming we have ministers. Do we have a cabinet? Guide me, Madam Speaker. The owner of the cabinet dissolved it.
First of all, that is not a treat from your brother. That treat is not from the President of the Republic of Uganda. And being one of the best lawyers in town, you know when cabinet stops. You're now talking about a treat. I didn't know that even a senior advocate would believe in a hearsay, because the law is very clear. Their term of office ends on the day the president is being sworn in. That is on 12th. That's when you can also be appointed as a Minister of Constitutional Affairs. No, that was just a treat. It is not from the president. Yes, Nathan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When you talk of a supplementary, we came in here during our campaigns. We passed a supplementary for Minister of Works, 1.6 trillion. When we met them, they had only got a pantry of 500 billion. The roads are in a bad state all over the country. So what does a supplementary mean? I thought it would be money directly to go into our roads. The money never reached them. So there is no use of passing a supplementary when the money cannot go to the beneficiaries. It's just like...
So we should not have election for LOC 1s, LOC 2.
No, how sure that the money will go there? We would want to be assurances. You would
Honorable
rather,
Nathan.
you would rather leave the elections but have roads repaired. That's why we pass, all of us.
Why didn't you say we would rather not have your elections as a member of parliament?
You could have even postponed, I wouldn't mind. What we are after is Uganda having roads
Nathan,
that pass.
Nathan,
I'm not.
Nathan, you're saying like that because you escaped narrowly. Otherwise, somebody was going to whip you. Next item. Next item. Next item.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I beg to lay on table the supplementary schedule number 5 for financial year 2025-2026 amounting to Uganda shillings 1,105,163,000,000. I beg to move. I beg to lay, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. That is under Rule 160, Sub-Rule 1 of the Rules of Procedure, seconded by Isaac, by Peter, by Buheshu, by Honorable Bahati, by Honorable Obua, Chweru, by the hollow side. Abe, Elinos, Ibanda, Kisa, Gabriel, Eric, Mariam, Mero, Elijah, Max, Akol, Aru, Okot, Sentai, Angura, Fox, Tom, Kinovere, by the majority. Honorable members, please enter in. Honorable members.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the supplementary schedule number 5 was administratively presented to the office of the Speaker on 29th of April 2006, and I have just also laid it on the table formally.
Correction on 30th.
Oh no.
It was on 30th.
Madam Speaker, I wish to correct the date as 30th April 2026. And Madam Speaker, I wish to present the details of this schedule as follows. Right Honorable Speaker,
Yes, there's a procedure matter.
Madam Speaker, the Minister, as per the order paper and rules, he has laid the schedule. But he's also going ahead to do something the rules don't provide. That he's explaining. I don't know under which rule. The Honorable Musasi has been here wrong. The Speaker suggested to you, but being NRM, you didn't even hear, that if you want to proceed to the next stage, you move Parliament. You don't just raise up as if you are herding cows. You have laid. Now you are justifying. What are you justifying under which rule?
Thank you. Okay. The supplementary has been laid. Yes, Honorable Fox.
Motion, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Rule 17 of the Rules of Procedure of the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, I beg to move that the House be pleased to suspend Rules 163, 4 and 5 of the Rules of Procedure to enable this Honorable House to consider supplementary expenditure number 5 for the financial year 2025-2026 without prior referral to the Budget Committee. I beg to move.
Seconded. Seconded by the Prime Minister of Republic of Uganda, the Government Chief Whip, Honorable Bahati, Honorable Musasisi, Honorable Insibambi Yusuf, Honorable Ichwero, by the hollow side. Thank you. Can you justify why you're moving that?
Right Honorable Speaker, supplementary expenditure number 5 for the financial year 2025-2026 makes provisions for critical areas of expenditure. Expenditure area number 1 is elections for local council 1. Our democratization processes require that we carry out elections all the way to the lowest units of our administration. It's imperative that we provide resources to enable the people of Uganda exercise their democratic rights to elect their local council 1. Number 2, it provides for AFCON. This is one of our flagship projects. We bidded for AFCON. We bidded to host AFCON with other East African states. We need to make provisions for that item. It also provides for the swearing-in ceremony of the President of the Republic of Uganda. This is a culmination of the hard-earned efforts of the people of Uganda who elected their president. We have to provide for the swearing-in ceremony. Lastly, it provides for salary arrears. The people who work for the Republic of Uganda have to be paid. And as a parliament, we have to make provisions for the payment of salary arrears. I request, honorable colleagues, that you support the supplementary expenditure number 5 of 2025-2026.
Yes. You can debate. It has no problem.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The reasons given by both the Minister and the Honorable Fox Odoi, on the face of it, sound reasonable. But let me question the commitment of our servants in government and those that make budgets. When we're enacting the Public Finance Management Act, we put conditions for supplementaries. There are certain things which are foreseeable. Number 1, Who in government did not know that we shall have a swearing-in ceremony for the president-elect, and that the functions surrounding that are funded from taxpayers' money, from the budget? Who did not know that the election of LCs are long overdue? For us to be here stampeded into making provision for monies over items we knew. Who did not know that there are servants serving the Republic of Uganda who are supposed to be paid from our coffers? How does someone, the minister, come here today to tell us that you want a supplementary to pay salaries less than a month to the next budget?
Thank you.
I oppose.
Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, before I present the details of the supplementary, I want to appreciate Honorable Segona for his concerns. For an item in the law, Section 24 of the Public Finance Management Act is very clear. For an item to qualify for supplementary, it must have been unforeseen at the time of budgeting or unavoidable. Madam Speaker, without wasting much time, I want to be specific. Looking at an item of swearing in, it is true we foresaw that there was going to be swearing in of the president on 12th of May, and we provided the funding to that effect. But what has arisen, what we provided and what is required is different. So what we are asking for is over and above what we provided at the time of budgeting, which is allowable. Madam
It is
Speaker,
basically 3 billion shillings.
it is only 3 billion shillings. Madam Speaker, how I wish the House...
Members,
would-
can we have order?
Madam Speaker, I now come to the details of this supplementary schedule.
No, let me hear from the shadow minister of finance. But
Madam-
in the meantime, we in the VIP gallery, we have the members elect 12th Parliament. We have Honorable Sumaya Nabawanuka from Obende. You're most welcome. Stop that no-go. Can you clap for my members? We have Honorable Karunji Annette Umane MP Kabarole. We have Honorable Tracy J. Anthony Isingiro West. We have Honorable Katoto Sylvia Umane MP Chibuku. We have Honorable Goire Moses Budaka County. We have Honorable Arinaitwe Sylvia Umane MP Ruchiga. We have Honorable Ntabasi Harriet from Bwamba County. You're almost welcome. In the VIP gallery also, we have the former Member of Parliament and the Secretary General of Uganda People's Congress, Honorable Bill Fred. They are all here to witness the proceedings. Yes, Honorable Semujo.
I think, Madam Speaker, people who are seated next to my brother, the Honorable Musasizi, you will need to apply a speed meter. Right now, we are still debating the motion to suspend the rules. for the second, third time is going to elaborate on what is in the schedule. And I want Madam Speaker to concentrate on the motion moved by the Honorable Fox Odoi. Appropriation is one of the key functions of Parliament. If you look at Section 12 of the Public Finance Management Act, we are required, before we authorize government to spend money, to look at their procurement plans, to look at work plan, and the cash flow. That is a matter of law that the Honorable Fox Odoi, you cannot suspend. Because that suspension means that you are also suspending the requirement under Section 12 of the Public Finance Management Act. And the reason is that you are going to spend people's money. Their representative must look at the work plan, procurement plan, and cash flow. I don't want to accuse you of also, Honorable Fox, of leading.
Honorable Semuju, Section 12 is on the annual budget. We are talking about a supplementary.
I agree, Madam Speaker, supplementary is part of the budget because we are supplementing the budget, not something else. So the point I make, Madam Speaker, there is absolutely no way this Parliament seated here will look at procurement plans, will look at work plan and cash flow, and then authorize government to go and spend money. The minister, and I want to thank him, he said you already have money for the swearing in ceremony, you want more. That's the very reason why the Public Finance Management Act was made, for us to look at the money that we gave you, if it's not enough, and we do that by looking at the procurement, we look at the work plan, and then authorize you. But for you to come here and blindfold all the MPs and say there is a swearing in ceremony, because being in hurry does not absolve you of the responsibility of following the law. Because you are in hurry, so you are absolved. You are not. So I want to hear the Honorable Fox Odoi, a lawyer, telling us whether you can also suspend the requirements of the Public Finance Management Act. If there is a provision in any law allowing you to suspend the law, then we can deal with the rules. So, right on, I'll ask you later to speak as the Shadow Finance Minister. I am now debating like any ordinary MP, and I am opposed to this motion of Fox Odoi that is taking our responsibility of Parliament from scrutinizing requests from government.
Honorable Fox Odoi is only seeking for the House to allow him suspend. And you know how this can be approved. We shall put a question. But meanwhile, the Prime Minister, Vice President, and Prime Minister, you're all welcome for this session, as we also prepare for our last supper. Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, I am putting a question that Rule 160, Sub-Rule 3, 4, and 5 be suspended to enable direct consideration of the supplementary expenditure schedule number 5 for financial year 2025-2026 by the House without referral to the Budget Committee and relevant sectoral committees. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put a question that the supplementary expenditure schedule number 5 for financial year 2025-2026 be approved by this House. Honorable members, we are approving the schedule, then we go to supply. Honorable members, just a minute. He moved the motion. Honorable Kema, Mr. Kema moved the motion. Mr. Kema moved the motion. I mean, he read, and then when he's going to justify it. So, Honorable Minister, after the suspension, you justify. Can we first get a justification? No. Can we have a justification? Okay, I read the item on moving the motion.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, 4 of the Public Finance Management Act states that the total supplementary expenditure that requires additional resources over and above what is approved by Parliament shall not exceed 3% of the total approved budget for that financial year without approval of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, you will recall that Parliament approved supplementary expenditure schedules number 1, 2, 3, and 4 for financial year 2025-2026 as follows. Schedule 1, under 3%, 1,652.29 billion. Schedule 2, still under 3. Schedule 2 for roads above 3%, 1,696 billion. 3, supplementary schedule 3 above 3%, 4,776.11 billion. 4, supplementary schedule 4, transfer to NFA budget following rationalization, 22 billion. Totaling to 8,126.4 billion. Madam Speaker, subsequently, Cabinet approved supplementary expenditure schedule number 5 as follows. Within 3%, 519.002 billion. Above 3%, 586.161 billion. Totaling to 1,105,163,000,000. Right Honorable Speaker, this supplementary will be financed as follows. 1, budgetary allocation 40.21 billion. Additional tax revenue stroke local revenue 6.25 billion. Additional external financing 72.90 billion. Reallocation efficiency in budget execution and cash management 985.80 billion. Madam Speaker, I now go into vote by vote. Madam Speaker, we will spend this supplementary under the following votes. Number 1,
honorable members, as you're near the switches, please don't switch off our light.
Number 1, vote 002, State House. Uganda shillings 300 billion to cater for classified expenditures. 2, vote 010, Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, Uganda shillings 3.8 billion to operationalize Kapeka Farm Service Center. 3. Vote 144, Uganda Police Force, Uganda shillings 110.41 billion to finance additional security interventions and emerging contractual obligations owing to the 2026 general elections. This ensured peaceful general elections, as you should have all witnessed. Vote 017, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, Uganda shillings 24.850 billion for partial payment for government acquisition of the Electromax 50 megawatt power plant in Tororo. This will enable government to commence the implementation of its energy policy mix that necessitates a 10% generation capacity from thermal power. Vote 126, National Information Technologies Authority, Uganda shillings 21.966 billion. This is additional financing for internet services under the National Information Technology Authority. This situation arose out of increase in internet usage during the financial year by MDAs and local governments following implementation of last mile connectivity. Vote 142, National Agricultural Research Organization, NARO, Uganda shillings 20 billion. This is to cover operational shortfalls realized during the ongoing rollout of the antique vaccine. The shortfalls are for purchase of reagents, packaging materials, and recruitment of additional staff. Vote 015, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Uganda shillings 37.90 billion for capitalization of Uganda Development Corporation as an additional investment in Achak Sugar Factory. The second category is self-financing and budget-neutral supplementary requests over and above 3% legal limit, which require prior approval by Cabinet and Parliament, of a total of 586.16 billion for supplementary expenditure Schedule 5 that is above 3% legal limit. A total of 123.03 billion is self-financing and thus budget neutral. The self-financing stroke budget neutral supplementary includes the following: reallocation of Uganda shillings 40.21 billion to cater for additional wage for recruitment of health workers under 19 referral hospitals. Honorable colleagues, there is a need to allocate wage of Uganda shillings 40.21 billion, currently budgeted for under Ministry of Health, to 19 referral hospitals. This is required to cater for recruitment and absorption of critical health workers that were previously being supported. Workers that were previously supporting these hospitals before suspension of USAID funding for essential health services. The beneficial referral hospitals are the following: Butabika Hospital, Arua Hospital, Fort Portal Hospital, Guru Hospital, Hoima Hospital, Jinja Hospital, Kawale Hospital, Masaka Hospital, Mbale Hospital, Soroti Hospital, Lira Hospital, Mbara Regional Referral Hospital, Mubende Regional Referral Hospital, Moroto Regional Referral Hospital, Naguru National Referral Hospital, Entebbe Regional Referral Hospital, Murago Specialized Women and Neonatal Hospital, Kayunga Referral Hospital, and Yumbe Referral Hospital. Number 2, Uganda shillings 9.92 billion for various local governments which are also detailed in the annex. Uganda shillings 1.44 billion as unspent balances under the Uganda Intergovernmental Fiscal Transfer Program UGIFT that were returned to the Uganda Consolidated Fund at the end of financial year 2024-2025. This funding is required to enable the local governments meet their outstanding contractual obligations under the program for this year. 2, Uganda shillings 2.22 billion for the Uganda support to municipal infrastructure development USMAID project as unspent balances that were returned to the Uganda Consolidated Fund at the end of financial year 2024-2025. This funding is required to enable the local governments meet their contractual obligations and avoid.
Right Honourable Speaker, when you began in your communication at the beginning of this session, you did say, and I applauded you, that even as we exit, we must leave this parliament and the nation clean. Having lost in our attempt to block this supplementary, and pure as a Ugandan, I concede that we lost on that. What I do not concede to is that we have also lost the duty to scrutinize the documents. With the background I have given and the need to do the job you have called upon us to do, may I move that you find pleasure in suspending the proceedings for at least 15 minutes for us to be able to access the documents and follow the proceedings properly so that we support what we know.
Members, don't you have the report?
We don't.
You have the
It's not
report? The document is online, it was uploaded.
No.
You know, I gave all of you iPads, and I know my dad here gave it to my little brother. So I actually gave my stepmother. So check what is on the iPad. Can you continue?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, Uganda shillings 6.25 billion.
Honourable members, let's listen to this. These monies are going to hospitals. We are the ones who have been complaining hospitals don't have workers. And we are here. You will see. By the way, let me tell you, if you think you're going to waste my time for us not to finish, we shall finish. We are here to finish. I know my sister is not used to finishing, but today she will finish. Yes. Go ahead.
This is too much. Madam Speaker.
Order.
Madam Speaker, under this category, we have 6.25 billion to cater for the additional local revenue collected by local government votes over and above their respective appropriated budget.
By the way, I was joking on my sister. Yes.
And Madam Speaker, the local governments are the following: Arua City, Jinja City.
Can you hear on your local governments?
Madam Speaker, the local governments with additional local revenue are the following: Arua City, Jinja City, Lira City, Mbale City, Apache Municipal Council, Agago District, Budaka District, Bujiri District, Buweju District, Burambuli District, Bushenye District, Dokoro District, Jinja District, Kaliro District, Kasese District, Chikube District, Koboko District, Chejegwa District, Chenjojo District, Chotera District, Mbarara District, Mitoma District, Moroto District, Nakapiripiriti District, Nakasongora District, Namisindwa District, Obonge District, Palisa District, Rwanda District, Rubirizi District, Ruchiga District, Sirongo District, Tororo District, among others. I can finish all. Madam Speaker, we have also provided for Uganda shillings 72.9 billion as additional disbursement by the World Bank for generating growth opportunities and productivity for women enterprises GROW project. The World Bank approved and disbursed additional funds for generating growth opportunities and productivity for women enterprises project. These funds have to be utilized, or else the grant will be cancelled at the end of this financial year. Madam Speaker, I now come to the supplemental expenditures, which are above 3% legal limit that require additional financing. And the total is 463.15 billion, and the particulars are as follows. Uganda shillings, Madam Speaker, Uganda shillings 56.95 billion for LC1, LC2, and Women Council Committee elections countrywide as directed by Cabinet. These funds are required to support the Electoral Commission to fully implement the electoral roadmap as already approved by Cabinet. Number 2, Uganda shillings 29.57 billion for AFCON 2027 preparatory activities. Honorable members, Cabinet directed that we fully fund AFCON 2027, beginning with immediate requirement in this financial year 2025-2026. These funds are required to implement the urgent preparatory works, reduce implementation risk, and keep the overall AFCON 2027 preparation program on schedule. The activities include the following. 1, Uganda shillings 14.1 billion for preliminary works at Kabalega International Airport. This one will go to Ministry of Works. 2, Uganda shillings 8.03 billion for priority road works and associated support activities in Chira Municipal Council. 3, Uganda shillings 3.06 billion for pitch improvement at Kadiba Football Stadium. 4, Uganda shillings 0.31 billion for branding of host cities and content production for the Destination Uganda documentary. 5, Uganda shillings 1.17 billion for Hoima City and Masindi Municipality to finance sanitation and road safety interventions. 6, Uganda shillings 1.02 billion for meteorological and aviation safety support system. 7, Uganda shillings 1.8 billion for water utility preparatory works for the Hoima cluster. Madam Speaker, we also require Uganda shillings 132.9 billion for outstanding obligations under Uganda Police Force. These obligations resulted from outstanding allowances and feeding expenses for special police constables hired during the general elections and contractual obligations for procurement of the 324 troop carriers. 2. Uganda shillings 23.21 billion as counterpart funding for wage to operationalize the newly constructed seed schools under the World Bank Uganda Intergovernmental Fiscal Transfer UGIFT program. And the details are provided in the annex. 5. Uganda shillings 107.52 billion for wage, pension, and gratuity shortfalls resulting from in-year salary enhancement undertaken by the Ministry of Public Service. 6. Uganda shillings 110 billion to cater for classified expenditures under Vote 002 State House. And 7. Uganda shillings 3 billion to cater for budget shortfalls for the swearing in and inaugural ceremony of the President-elect 2026, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, under Vote 001, Office of the President. Madam Speaker, I had already earlier mentioned how this supplementary will be financed. I now conclude as follows. Honorable colleagues, given the critical nature of these expenditures requirements, I pray that you consider and pass this supplementary to enable government meet these requirements as we come to close of the financial year, and all of them cannot wait for the new financial year. I beg to move for the House's consideration.
Thank you,
Right,
thank you,
Honorable
Honorable Musasize. Also in the VIP gallery, we have Honorable Kitty Peter from Tow County, Boko. We have Honorable Aduhairaire Arthur Kazora from Ruhinda. You're most welcome. Thank you for coming. Yes, you've heard the supplementary that a shadow.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, from what the Minister has read, in my opinion, nothing qualifies to be an emergency. But I want to begin by thanking NRM Whip for the good mobilization. There are colleagues I have not seen for more than a year. I want to thank them.
Honorable members, all these members of parliament have been coming here. Unless you're telling me you've been half blind. Leave my members of parliament, they have been coming to the house.
Madam Speaker, I agree. When we are processing the budget, all these seats were empty. But I want to thank them. I am only fearing, because last time when SFC invaded us, they were standing like many of those NRM MPs in the corners.
Honorable.
So can I now move
Honorable.
to the motion? Yes.
Honorable, I have told you the members of parliament are elected to be in this house. So when you say that you've not been seeing these members of parliament, that is an insult to yourselves.
And I am sorry, Madam Speaker, I didn't mean to offend anyone. But if there are colleagues who have come for voting, Madam, you can ask them to excuse themselves. We need some air. These ones who are standing everywhere, they will be notified that voting has started.
Can you bring? There is an order. There is an order.
Right Honorable Speaker, is my senior friend and brother, Semuju, in order to begin calling us SFC like you do not know us. You have been seeing us in this house. And then you are there saying you want fresh air. So you are going to get out, I sit where you are seated. Because I'm respecting you to sit while you talk, and I'm here. So the order is Semuju in order to begin calling us SFCs when he knows that we are members of parliament, really. And then you want fresh air. You go out, we sit where you sit.
But Honorable Semuju, for me, I have enough fresh air. If you're squeezed there, just bring your seat next to me. Come and sit next to me. Because to the best of my knowledge, this place is very high. The hair here is good enough for everybody. And nobody who is standing here is an SFC. Why do you
Madam
talk
Speaker,
about SFC?
I was just sympathetic. If they don't care, they can continue standing and I withdraw. I was just sympathetic to them. But the motion, Madam Speaker, we have just considered the budget. In the budget, Madam Speaker, this government did not provide 4 billion for the National Curriculum Development Center to complete the new syllabus, especially for our children in senior 6 who are going to sit for exams. They never had 4 billion in the budget we have just finished. They also denied UNEB 80 billion to train teachers who are going to mark senior 6, the first group that is going to sit under a new curriculum. And in their mind, they have money to organize a ceremony. Because the president can be sworn in. When he captured the power, he was sworn in here at the staircases of parliament. And the sun rose and said, but you have children, 100,000. They are going to sit for exams. You did not find 2 billion for National Curriculum Development Center to complete their 34 subjects. You never gave UNEB 80 billion for them to train teachers to go and mark these children. And you have brought here money that we are going to have a ceremony, just eating. I don't know what's wrong with NRM people. So that you can deny our children an opportunity to study, and then you bring money here for eating. You should be ashamed of yourself. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Semuju now wants to go beyond his appropriation role to now budget execution. Madam Speaker, in the budget we passed, all those votes he's mentioning were appropriated money for. Yes. And what is...
Honourable members, why are you shouting like we're in National
They were
Theatre?
appropriated for, but Madam Speaker, the common practice, which all colleagues know, that every vote comes to this House with unfunded priorities. So he's just taking us to the list of unfunded priorities, which is a wish list. There is what you want and what we can provide. And we were satisfied that what we provided is sufficient to make the votes run through the year. If there is anything along the way that we didn't provide for, if something occurs during implementation of the budget, we shall now come back here and ask for the money.
Honourable members, it is this same government that brought the new curriculum. And it is to the best interest of government to ensure that the new curriculum is implemented. Can I hear from the Prime Minister? Let me hear from Lob first before.
Madam Speaker, you see, there is a reason why our laws
to a great extent, very clear. The Public Finance Management Act provides for supplementaries. They are within the law. But there's a coding, there is a justification for supplementary budget. Unforeseeables. I am struggling, really struggling, to understand how unforeseeable some of these things are, in all honesty. That we have got to do it in a haste. You said this is our last supper, our last sitting, you said. So
I did not say that.
You used the words last supper, Madam Speaker. I don't know what you meant. But you used it twice. Anyhow, Madam Speaker, we are closing down as Parliament, and we seem to be in a haste to appropriate money for what we are saying is unforeseeable. I am struggling to understand how unforeseeable some of these things are. We've talked about the inaugural ceremony. There is money for ATIAC. Right, Honorable Speaker, 37.9 billion. We have been here and we have screamed our voices hoarse about projects like ATIAC. There is another one, Day by a Farmer.
Honorable Musasi, I want you to listen on ATIAC.
Madam Prime Minister, don't interrupt Honorable Musasi. He needs to listen to these critical issues. We have talked about Day by a Farmer, which was given free money, 778 billion. Money was given to Inspire Africa Coffee Factory in Tungamo, 180 billion plus. Rocco, 260 billion shillings plus. Of course, there's Lubowa Specialized Hospital, which has become a white elephant. We then talked about ATIAC Sugar Factory. So far, 668 billion shillings over the years to ATIAC Sugar Factory. It's a factory I went to visit with colleagues. And there is no sugar coming out of there for the last couple of years. But every year we keep appropriating money. Now we're even bringing money through a supplementary for ATIAC Sugar Factory. Help me understand. Who is this ATIAC person that we have got to keep giving them money, billions of shillings on an annual basis, that now it even has to come through a supplementary, that it is an emergency? Right, Honorable Speaker, to the taxpayers who are watching us, we could be seen as conduits of fraud. Fraud is when you are paid for a service and you don't deliver it. You have given 668 billion shillings so far to ATIAC. No sugar is coming out of there, and this is free money. You want to add them money. For what? I don't understand.
Thank you.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the classified that's indicated here, within the 3% legal limit, 300 billion. Outside the 3%, 110 billion. That's a total of 410 billion shillings. Look, every country will have a classified budget. But you see, your classified budget has got to be tethered to your revenue. You cannot be a heavily indebted poor country and you keep having trillions of classified budget. Now you have a supplementary for classified 410 billion shillings. A few days to the closure of government. What are you going to do in these few days for this classified of 410 billion shillings? Honorable Speaker, yes, our rules can be suspended and all of that, but these things should make sense to the taxpayer. They should make sense. Now, the taxpayer might try and understand you on the hospitals and so on, and hopefully that money will go to the hospitals. Because many times we pass money for some of these things and it is fired. When you read the accountability reports, you see money was transferred from this and taken to something else. So hopefully for the hospital money, it gets to do that. But help the taxpayer to understand this 410 classified budget billion. For a few days, government is closing down. Billions to ATIAC Sugar Factory that you've been giving money. Nothing is happening there. I want to understand, Right, Honorable Speaker. I genuinely want to understand from Prime Minister and her team. Help me and the taxpayer whom you're going to squeeze a lot more. You recently passed here more money, higher taxes on fuel and so on. So the taxpayer is paying for these things. Help the taxpayer to understand.
Thank you.
We are waiting.
Thank you. Honorable Musasizi.
Madam Speaker, I wish to clarify on the issue of on the issue of 3% and above 3%. Madam Speaker, this schedule, I have justified it in 3 categories. We have expenditures which are within the 3% legal limit, amounting to 519 billion. And here, Madam Speaker, we have already spent, we have come here to seek for retrospective approval of the schedule. And this is where Ajax Sugar falls, in the 3% which we have already spent. Then we have a schedule that is budget neutral. Then we have this one, which requires additional financing, where we need authority of parliament to spend, amounting to 586.16 billion. Madam Speaker, in as far as the details of what we are doing under Ajax Sugar is concerned, in the interest of synergy, I want to, with your indulgence, the Ministry of Trade can respond to the specific activities which...
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and colleagues. As all of you know, Ajax Sugar Factory is a project that is supported by government to transform the economy of northern Uganda. Many of you who come from northern Uganda know how important that project will be. Madam Speaker, we have funded Ajax Sugar Factory to do a number of activities. One is irrigation, and Ajax Sugar Factory is finishing up the irrigation system to help guard the changing weather so that there is proper production of the sugar cane. As we speak, Madam Speaker, I know members are very much concerned with when will the sugar from Ajax Sugar Factory be put on the market. I have good news for you. Ajax Sugar Factory will start producing sugar in the month of September this year. The irrigation has ended. 2026 will have sugar. So we should be able to support this sugar factory so that we have the factory running in September 2026.
Let's hear from the chairman of Acholi Parliamentary Group.
Right, Honorable Speaker. As a matter of truth, the people of Uganda, including myself, has been complaining a lot about Ajax Sugar Works. What Ugandans want to see is the sugar. But unfortunately, the production started in Ajax Sugar Works. But the sugar cane that was planted got finished within a very short period. And therefore, from that point, Honorable Speaker, can I get protection, please?
Members, can you listen to Honorable Akol? Honorable Akol.
Right, Honorable Speaker, from that point, production stopped. And what was resumed in the place was that at the time when we got the equipment for working on the garden, there is a lot of plantation that has been taking place, including irrigation. It is fortunate that some people among us here have reached the place. I personally visited Ajax. What I want us, including myself, who is also complaining, we need to be patient now and wait for the production to start. I am I am happy that as a Ministry of Trade, they have taken more steps to make sure that the money which is given in tax sugar, some of the money will be paid back to the government, including taking some of the property of Atiak Sugar Works. And I must thank the minister for doing that. Very soon, I think some of the property will become the property of offices of the members of parliament, even here. So for that matter, what I can assure you, Right Honorable Speaker, is that there is a lot of progress and production is going to start. That is all I can say. Thank you.
There is a procedure from Jonah.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I'm raising a point of procedure. The motion by Honorable Fox Odoi was carried in this House to the extent that instead of the minister being referred to the relevant committee, now the committee of the whole House is proceeding, not debating, is proceeding to interrogate the minister. And my question, where I require you to guide, at what point do you anticipate members of parliament to ask of the minister documents? At what point, for example, does the minister report to us that a resolution of this House, where you, Madam Speaker, you were presiding, had identified loopholes in corporate governance in Atiak? Government, which is a majority shareholder there, has put way more money than what the company should have done. At what point are we going to satisfy ourselves that the figures attached and are being requested of us to approve has been answered by the minister? Even on the LC1 elections and LC2, it is not enough to come and say I need 66 billion for LC1, LC2. We need to see the list of all the villages attached, so that every member here can be sure that in my village I will not go back and they are going to ask me questions why village A is missing from the national list, and even 2. On the issue of the police, there is a figure here, Madam Speaker, of 56 billion. And the request is for reimbursement of police, special police constables. I can tell you, in Lira, and I think in many parts of the country, the special police constables have not been paid for the services they gave. And here the figure is saying reimbursement. Reimbursement presupposes that you had picked money from somewhere and paid them, but they were not paid for the work they offered. So at what point do we satisfy ourselves that actually this ministry had paid? So in terms of procedure, I'm asking you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Dur. One, we are at the budgeting processing stage for us to approve this money to go to be approved as a supplementary. On the issues of accountability, we have accountability committees that verify what this man has gone to do. For instance, this goes to Kosase, that has been managed by Honorable Segona. So it is Honorable Segona to tell us in his report that is going to bring whether the money is being used in a proper way or not. Yes, Lob.
Honorable Speaker, I seek your procedural indulgence. We were here a couple of months ago, and I was giving a report to this House about Atiak Sugar Factory, which we give billions, no sugar coming out of there, Day by a Farmer, Inspire Africa Coffee, Rocco, and so on. The response by government was that we have acquired stake in a number of these entities. I then asked, where are the share certificates? Where are the valuation reports? Government conceded that for some of these, valuation had not happened. Honorable Speaker, I remember when money was being passed for Day by a Farmer, 723 billion at the time. We asked government, they said they had not carried out valuation. So we said, what stake are you buying if you don't know the value? You guided, Right Honorable Speaker, and you remember I disagreed with you. You said, let's pass the money. Then government will hold that money before dispatching it to the entity, to the private company, until they do valuation. And you said they will bring the valuation report here before the money is dispatched. They have never brought that report. And I told you, once we have appropriated that money, we become functus official. The Attorney General of Uganda, the Honorable Chiriowa Chiwanuka Nsumikambi Mugambe, promised on this floor, on the Hansard, that he will come to this house and table share certificates and table valuation reports for this company. That has never happened. But government keeps coming back for more money. What are we funding? Because when you say we have got stake, we are shareholders as government in each of these companies, where is the evidence? But also, before you acquire stake, you first do valuation. Good business people know that. That before you inject your money in a business to say, I'm buying, let's say 30%, what is that 30% worth? That's when you do valuation, and then you know, I am buying this much stake. These people lied to us because they have never produced those certificates. They've never produced the valuation report. So they told us a lie. Why then do you keep coming back for more money? You don't want to be transparent. Because what we want to know, you are asking us to appropriate money to what? We want that accountability. By the way, it's not even enough, Right Honorable Speaker, that sugar begins to come out of Atiak in September. As sure as day follows night, it's not going to happen. Because every year they keep promising us. But let's even say it comes out. The taxpayer is asking, what is my stake? Forget that sugar will come out of that private entity. What is the stake? Why don't you want to respond to these questions? But you want to keep coming, asking us for more money and all of that. No, we should not proceed this way, Right Honorable Speaker, in my view.
AJ.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the leader of opposition for his very loud submission. I'm a first time here. Loud, I heard him clearly. That's what loud means. I am a first time member of parliament like him, and I've since learned how things are brought to parliament. Normally, entities of government, where government has invested, there is an audit act. So we send the Auditor General who reports to Parliament on what has been found. I was advised that we don't just drop documents on the floor of yes, and I'm telling you, I was advised. So, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, I would want to imagine that all the money that was audited, the Auditor General can give a report on that.
He has finished. You're putting order on him.
Madam Speaker.
He has finished.
Madam Speaker, under the Constitution.
He finished.
No, he gave. He's my good friend. He's my good friend.
He finished.
Under
Honorable members.
This is the chief advisor to government.
Honorable members. Honorable members. I now put a question that the supplementary expenditure schedule number 5 for financial year 2025-2026 be and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The Committee of Supply.
Honorable members, kindly sit. My son, Francis.
Total recurrent expenditure under supplementary expenditure schedule number 5 for the financial year 2025-2026.
Honorable members, I propose a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 894 548,183,558 shillings be approved as a total recurrent expenditure under the supplementary expenditure schedule number 5 for financial year 2025-2026. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put a question that the total sum of Uganda shillings 894 billion 548 million 183,558 shillings be approved as a total recurrent expenditure under the supplementary expenditure number 5 for financial year 2025-2026. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Total development expenditure under supplementary expenditure schedule number 5 for the financial year 2025-2026.
Can I have order? Can I have order? Honorable members, I propose a question that the total sum of Uganda shillings 210 billion 614 million 540,809 shillings be approved as a total development expenditure and a supplementary expenditure schedule number 5 for financial year 2025-2026. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 210 billion 614 million 540,809 shillings be approved as a total development expenditure under the supplementary expenditure budget schedule number 5 for financial year 2025-2026. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Grand total supplementary expenditure under supplementary expenditure schedule number 5 for the financial year 2025-2026.
Honorable members, I am going to miss some of you so much in the 12th Parliament. You're such amazing guys, eh? Honorable members, I propose a question that a grand total sum of Uganda shillings 1,105 billion 162 million 724,367 shillings be approved as a grand total under supplementary expenditure schedule number 5 for 2025-2026 under the various votes that were deliberated or mentioned by the Minister of Finance and under the votes that are in the schedule. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put a question that a grand total sum of Uganda shillings 1,105 billion 162 million 724,367 shillings be approved as a grand total supplementary expenditure and a supplementary expenditure schedule for number 5 for financial year 2025-2026 for the various votes that are in the schedule. Those in favor say the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for the House to resume.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Chair, I beg to move a motion for the House to resume and the Committee of Supply reports thereto.
I put a question that the House resumes and the Committee of Supply reports thereto. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Stand up. Please sit. Please sit.
Report of the Committee of Supply.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, I beg to report that the Committee of Supply has considered the supplementary schedule number 5 for financial year 2025-2026 amounting to Uganda shillings 1,005,724,367 shillings and passed it without amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of Supply.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the report from the Committee of Supply for schedule number 5 of financial year 2025-2026 be adopted.
I put a question that the report of the Committee of Supply be adopted by this House. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Honorable member, thank you. I will instruct the clerk to capture the details and supply it to finance. Next item.
Item 12 on the order paper. Bill second reading. The Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, you recall that on Wednesday 15th, 2026, the Minister of Internal Affairs tabled the Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026 for the first reading. Pursuant to Rule 135 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, the bill was referred to a joint committee of Defense and Internal Affairs and Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. The committee has concluded the consideration of the bill and is ready to report. And pursuant to Rule 136(1) of the Rules of Procedure, I will invite the minister to move his motion for the second reading before I will give you to bring your issue. Please. Honorable, let him first move, then I will give you to bring your issue. Okay?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the bill you have invited this House to consider is a government bill. I saw a tweet by the head of government and a letter signed by retired General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni Tibuhaburwa.
Sabalwanyi.
That's not part of the names. So, in his letter, Right Honorable Speaker, he actually disowned.
Is it in his letter?
Yes.
Can I
Let
have
me
a
submit, Right Honorable.
No, I want us to talk with evidence. Can we lay the letter on table?
I came prepared, Madam Speaker. Here is a copy of the letter. I am tabling it.
I have never seen a letter from State House in white.
Madam Speaker, this is a copy of the letter, and I am tabling it. Normally we table documents, then they can be processed and authenticated and so on. But let me raise the point I was raising, Madam Speaker. In this letter, he disowned the bill that was tabled by the Minister of State for Internal Affairs. In fact, he was appalled, wondering what it is that we were debating. Also, what bothered me, Madam Speaker, in his letter he said he called the two chairpersons of committees regarding this bill. I don't know how procedurally that gets to be correct, that now the executive gets to meddle directly, because it should be you, Madam Speaker, to call chairpersons of committees, guide them and so on. But if they are getting guidance from the executive, it's a problematic issue. Madam Speaker, the Attorney General and the Minister of State for Internal Affairs went back to the Joint Committee and they made amendments to majority of the clauses in the bill. Please note, for those who have been following, amendments to majority of the clauses in the bill. For all intents and purposes, Madam Speaker and colleagues, this was now a new bill. For all intents and purposes. And by the way, there's precedents that have been set by this House, even in the previous Parliament, where...
Honourable members, I want you to listen to Lope. Lope is saying, after...
Let me actually say what I am saying. I'm glad you are protecting me from some noisy colleagues.
This becomes a new bill. What I would only ask, did the new bill change the objective of the old bill? You continue.
Madam Speaker, and I'm glad you're asking that question, because the entire foundation of the bill was torn apart, and no wonder the initiator...
There's a procedure.
But I rose procedurally, Madam Speaker.
No, I gave
procedure
you,
cannot counter procedure.
No, I gave you space to speak. Not
but I raised...
Is a yes and order.
An order cannot... Honorable, you've been around for some time. You know that procedure takes precedence. You're going to mislead the new MPs who are coming in the 12th Parliament. They need to know and learn from people. Let me proceed in earnest, Madam Speaker.
But Honorable Lope, I want to put this on record that we do not have a new bill. We only have one bill. I am the custodian of the law in Parliament. If the President wanted to make a change in that, in the law, in the bill, the President ought to have informed me. I am not aware of that. It has not come to my attention. I am the one processing the bills here. So if he sent it for public, and if he called the chairpersons, he's one of the Ugandans whom we should consult.
Madam Speaker, I'm glad you're saying you were not informed, and that's part of the problem I'm raising. Why was this House not informed? Especially because majority of the clauses were amended. Madam Speaker, please protect me from noisy colleagues. You always tell us that this is not a market.
Colleagues, please let the Honorable Loeb finish. Let Honorable Loeb finish his submission. No. Honorable members, let's be calm. I am the custodian of the law here. I don't have a new law. I don't have a new bill. So after Honorable has finished, I will ask the minister to move his bill. You finish.
Thank you. So as I was saying, this is me saying, and you will rule and guide. For all intents and purposes, as far as I am concerned, this then became a new bill because majority of the clauses in the bill were changed. And there is precedents where ministers have been told, no, those so many amendments, just withdraw the bill and reintroduce it perhaps. What the Minister for Internal Affairs and Attorney General should have done was to withdraw this bill.
Honorable Loeb,
But Madam Speaker, you're not even allowing me to submit.
Honorable
Let me
Loeb.
submit. You're the one going to rule.
Please, Honorable Loeb, my brother. Honorable Loeb. Honorable Loeb. Honorable Loeb. Can I have order? Can I have order? We have now started debating in anticipation. We don't know what the bill is. When the minister moves his bill, that's when we can reject. Huh? Please make my work easy. No, you leave Honorable Loeb to finish. Switch on.
Madam Speaker, actually I am seeking to make your work easier. Really, if you capture what it is that I'm saying. Because they are moving it for the second time. And for me, what I was saying is you should have been moving to withdraw the bill. That's my opinion. And you're going to give your ruling, Madam Speaker. So no, but they called for reading of the bill for second and third reading.
Okay.
So let me finish the issue that for me I am raising.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, also, stakeholders...
What is the procedural matter that you are raising now?
So, the procedural matter I'm raising is, shouldn't the Minister of Internal Affairs be withdrawing his bill, and then he goes back for consultation?
Can I answer that first? Can I answer that first? Maybe it will form your second question. That the Minister of Internal Affairs should be moving his motion for the second reading. Because as far as I know, I have not been given another motion. I only have one motion. So you will move your second motion for the second reading.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm glad on record you have said you were not notified of a second one. That's something we are going to interrogate because, like I'm saying, as far as some of us are concerned, it's a second one. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee report to this bill here leaked and it is in the public domain. It was first shared on our Parliament platforms. Media houses have shared it. It is all over. Honorable Speaker, on 18th of January 2023, you were seated in the chair you're seated in, and I was standing on this very microphone. I was chairperson of COSASE. I rose to present a committee report for COSASE on Uganda Airlines. And you said, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to quote you verbatim what was on the Hansard. You said, there was a leakage of the Uganda Airlines report A property of this parliament cannot leak and we continue debating on it. Those were your exact words captured on the Hansard. Honorable Speaker, this report has leaked. So, given that precedent which you said, are we going to go ahead and debate this leaked report?
Thank you.
Because the precedent was set by yourself. We hope to be ready.
First of all, honorable members, in the VIP gallery, I want to introduce Honorable Namlondo Sara, MP-elect from Buyende. You're most welcome. Honorable Naku Fiona, the elect for workers. Most welcome, Fiona Naku. And then we have Honorable Sewagude Robert, representing people with disability, national. You're also most welcome. I have Honorable Matembe, Miriam, and Honorable Emily Otekat. Honorable members, I want to refer you to Rule 14. The report of the Committee on Bills shall, and I'm saying shall, be uploaded on the Parliamentary Information System for the information of members before the report is laid on table. That is 214.14a. This report that was uploaded had my signature. I even said, please place it on the order paper with my very able signature. The report of airlines that got out did not have my signature. I am the only one who can sanction a document to be uploaded, which I did, so the report was not leaked out. Can you move your motion?
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, in keeping with Rule 130 of the Rules of Procedure of this Parliament, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026 be read the second time.
Seconded by the Vice President of Republic of Uganda, Honorable Jessica Alupo, retired. Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Nabanja Robina, Honorable Second Hajat, third Government Chief Whip, Minister of Defense, Minister of Security, Minister of ICT, Minister of Finance, Minister of Works, Minister of Sports, and the Hollow House on this side. And part of that house, part of the other side, including Chemongesi, Rogomayo. Thank you. Would you want to speak to your motion?
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members,
can I first have a justification before you bring the procedure?
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the object of this bill is that the country faces a number of challenges which threaten our ability to self-govern in the absence of a sovereignty-specific law which this law seeks to address. And these include preventing undue external influence,
regulating foreign funding, safeguarding national security, filling legal gaps, and managing digital misinformation. I beg to move, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable members, I want to provide some guidance in this. Honourable members, the chairpersons of the committees have prepared the report, and I wish to guide as follows. From the time the bill was tabled for the first reading, there has been a very remarkable public interest in it. A review of the committee report reveals that more than 60 witnesses were accorded opportunity to present their views on the bill, including persons and institutions. These answers and questions on whether there was sufficient public consultation or not, I commend the committee for upholding our cardinal principle of public participation. 2, there was a considerable debate on the content of the bill, notably the definition of the word foreigner, the scope of application of this bill, the regulatory prudence envisaged in administration and functions, the proposed penalties, the criminal offenses, regulations of foreign policies, registration of agents of foreigners, declaration of foreign funding, and ministerial powers, among others. I have reviewed the report. The committee has established that the contentious matters have been exhaustively handled and addressed as per the public interest. The definition of a foreigner, for instance, was initially brought in a way that was not appealing to the people, but the committee has handled. Now I want members, there's no procedure, I'm giving you guidance. I know I'm touching on your minorities. Honorable members, I am giving 30 minutes for the major report to be presented, and I am saying 30 minutes. Where is the chair? And I will also give, I am aware that is a minority report. It doesn't matter whether minorities or minority. I am also giving the minority or minorities 30 minutes. If you have 10 minorities, you'll divide 30 minutes by 10 and you'll have 3. Honorable Chair, unanswered, I want timing. Let him read his report. Then you will bring process. I don't want you to waste his time. Tebandeke, I know you want to exercise your law that you're learning now. You first wait. First wait. First wait. First wait. I have given you 30 minutes.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, for the record, my name is Wilson Kajenje, Member of Parliament, Nyabusho's constituency, and Chairperson of Defense and Internal Affairs Committee. I'll be assisted by my colleague, the Honorable Baka Stephen Mugabi, Chairperson, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. May I take the honor to lay on the table the minutes of the committee, the joint committees, while processing and considering this report.
Thank
Right
you,
Honorable
President.
Speaker, indeed, I'll take the 30 minutes. Right Honorable Speaker, on Wednesday, 15th April 2026, the Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026 was read for the first time under Rule 135(1) of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. You referred to the joint committee made up of Committees of Defense and Internal Affairs and the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs for scrutiny, and we are now reporting under the same rule of procedure. Right Honorable Speaker, the joint committee here referred to as the committee has examined the bill, taking into account submissions from stakeholders, and now presents this report. This report sets the committee's analysis of the bill's objectives, the key provisions, likely effects, together with the synthesis of stakeholder views and committee's recommendations to Parliament. The object of the bill. The object of the bill is to enact a law that seeks to provide for the protection of the sovereignty of the people of Uganda. 2, to designate the department responsible for peace and security and the responsible entity for the registration and regulation of agents of foreigners. 3, to provide for the protection of the sovereignty of Uganda and provide for the registration of agents of foreigners, and to regulate the funding and any other assistance to agents of foreigners and for the related matters. Defects in the existing law. The bill identifies principal defect in the existing law framework, legal framework, as the absence of a specific law operationalizing the protection of Uganda's sovereignty, which has allowed continued external interference in the government policies and programs. In particular, it points out the increasing influence of foreign actors and their agents in shaping policy and development priorities, often through conditional grant, conditional funding, and parallel programs that conflict with national objectives. It further highlights inadequate regulation of civil society organizations, especially those receiving foreign funding, leading to concerns about transparency and alignment with the national objectives. Additionally, the bill notes the growing use of digital platforms by foreign actors to spread misinformation and incite social discord, collectively undermining Uganda's ability to self-govern independently and safeguard its political, economic, and social stability. Right Honorable Speaker, what method did we use? Methodology. In considering the Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026, the committee undertook an extensive and transparent stakeholder engagement process to ensure broad participation. Public notices were published in the dailies, Vision and Monitor, on 17th April. We invited memoranda and views from all interested parties. This was to facilitate meaningful input. The committee suspended the sittings for 1 week to allow stakeholders adequate time to prepare and submit written memoranda. Upon resumption on 24th of April, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, stakeholders who had expressed interest were accorded opportunity to present their views. The committee engaged them directly, seeking clarifications where necessary. In total, and this is unprecedented, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, in total, the committee interfaced with 224 stakeholders, clustered under 60 groups, drawn from diverse sectors. In the diaspora, the Global Forum Uganda Diaspora Council, whose memoranda included views of Ugandans drawn from 32 countries across all regions that gave their perspectives on the bill. In addition to the hearing from stakeholders who appeared before the committee also took into account the perspectives shared by His Excellency the President in his guidance to the nation through his letter, particularly that was addressed to the Bazuku regarding the bill. Following these engagements, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee held further sittings during which the learned Attorney General responded to the stakeholder concerns and proposed refinements to the bill. The interactive process ensured that the review incorporated both legal scrutiny and practical implementation considerations. This structured approach, characterized by open invitations, dedicated submission time, inclusive hearings, responsible dialogue, demonstrates that the committee's work was informed by a wide participatory and national representative consultation process. The stakeholders the committee interfaced with include the following. It is important, Right Honorable Speaker, that this goes on record. We have clustered them like this. We had stakeholders under government and public institutions. These are actors with statutory mandates that include Bank of Uganda, Financial Intelligence Authority, National Planning Authority, Uganda Human Rights Commission, the parliamentary committees. We also had another cluster of legal and professional bodies and organizations that focused on the law, like Uganda Law Society, like East African Law Society, the Law Development Center, Center for Constitutional Governance, that had in their entourage former members and former ministers of government. Independent legal and legal practitioners who forwarded multiple submissions. We had political actors and movements, political parties, or politically affiliated formations. These include Alliance for National Transformation, Forum for Democratic Change, National Unity Platform, the People's Front for Freedom, and for the record, the Hansard must capture this, Right Honorable Speaker, that Uganda People's Congress appeared and gave their views, and that the leader of opposition also appeared and gave his views. I'm mentioning it for the capture of the Hansard. We also entertained private sector and business associations that include the Chamber of Commerce, Kampala Arcade Traders Association, Kampala City Traders Association, Uganda Small Scale Industries Association, Uganda National Traders Association, the Gen Z's Business Owners Association, Innovation Village, the startup ecosystem, and the independent private sector consultants. We did not stop there. We entertained financial, insurance, economic sector actors. These include the sector-specific institutional stakeholders that include Uganda Bankers Association, supervised financial institutions like banks, mobile money operators, via sector submissions. We also entertained Payment Service Providers Association. We also entertained Uganda Forex Bureau and Money Remittances Association. They too appeared and gave their views. We also considered digital, telecom, media actors in communication, broadcasting, and digital economy, include communication sector operators, National Association of Broadcasters, media practitioners, journalists, and journalism practitioners. We also entertained civil society and non-government organizations, both domestic and international civic actors that include Anti-Corruption Coalition of Uganda, Foundation for Human Rights Initiative, Legal Aid Service Providers Association, the Rotary of Uganda, Women Pro Bono Initiative, Country Directors of International Network, and various national NGOs also submitted. We also entertained international organizations and development actors under these multinational organizations and international cooperation actors. These include United Nations Country Team, international NGO community, collectively represented. We did not stop there, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. We entertained the labor, religious, and social institutions that include NOTU, that include Interreligious Council of Uganda, that include Muslim Organizations Coalition, and other faith-based organizations. We entertained health, scientific community, and public health research institutions, e.g., Uganda Medical Association, Uganda Virus Research Institute, Peoples Living with HIV advocacy groups. We also entertained education and academic sector that include Makerere University Academic Staff Association, universities and academic researchers, student groups, and members of the guild also submitted. National Union of Disabled Persons of Uganda, Uganda Lawyers' Voice on Climate Change, Gender Rights and Advocacy, Climate Advocacy groups. We also entertained diaspora, transnational communities, Ugandan actors, the Global Forum. This is an organization that groups all Ugandans in the diaspora. The Cheyo Association, NUP, NUP Diaspora Chapter, individual diaspora submissions. We went further and entertained professional and individual submissions. These are unaffiliated and cross-cutting. Independent consultants, individual citizens, business professionals, researchers. Right Honorable Speaker, we consulted documents. Consequently, the committee recommendations reflect a balanced synthesis of stakeholder perspectives in the key findings and salient observations. Right Honorable Speaker, permit me to present key findings and salient observations on the Sovereignty Protection Bill of 2026. Introductory consideration, looking at the scope and interpretation of Clause 2. Before presenting its findings, the committee found it prudent to clarify the key interpretive issue of Clause 2, which is application of the bill. Clause 2 sits at the core of the legislative framework, and it defines the reach of the law and it determines who is regulated and what circumstances and for what conduct. The committee reviewed the Honorable Attorney General's comments, noting that Clause 2 limits the bill to specific activities tied to foreign influence. According to the learned Attorney General interpretation, the bill does not apply to persons generally, to all persons generally, that it applies only to persons acting as agents of foreign actors, and that even then, only where such a person is engaged in specific conduct, including influencing government policy, political processes, or public decision-making for the interest of foreigners. The Attorney General clarified that Clause 2 is meant to limit the bill, not to expand it. He guided that it applies only to agents of foreign actors and only when they engage in specific influence-related activities, e.g., affecting government policies or public decision-making. In addition, the learned Attorney General noted that the bill is activity-based, not identity-based. So ordinary transactions like remittances, businesses, family support are excluded unless tied to regulated influence. On this reading, the bill presented a targeted regulatory instrument aimed at structured foreign influence operations rather than legitimate international engagement. However, the committee observes that this interpretation, while persuasive as a matter of policy intent, is not shared by the majority of stakeholders. There is a gap between the AG's intended narrow scope and how the bill is actually drafted. When Clause 2 is read together with broad definitions in Clause 1 and the expansive list of activities, including concepts such as influencing public opinion and activities that the minister may prescribe, stakeholders interpreted the bill as having a much wider practical effect. The East African Law Society, for example, in their submission, warned that the term agent of a foreigner in Clause 2 could apply to regular economic, professional, and family connections, such as employees of foreign businesses, traders, and those receiving support from relatives abroad. The Law Development Center noted that that Clause 2 does not distinguish harmful actions from lawful ones. So the people could be held liable simply because of their associations, not because they caused any actual harm. This divergence, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, reveals a fundamental issue. The intended limitations of Clause 2 are not sufficiently clear on the face of the law. creating uncertainty as to the boundary between harmful foreign influence and legitimate activity. While the Attorney General maintains that Clause 2 limits application to specific regulated activities, stakeholders consistently note that this limitation is not clearly reflected in drafting. Therefore, the committee found that the line between harmful foreign interference and legitimate activities is unclear. Clause 2 is meant as a safeguard, but not effectively to limit the bill. This gap policy and the law shapes all the committee's subsequent findings. 5.2, understanding sovereignty. We looked at what the 1995 Constitution says versus what the bill proposes. Sovereignty under the 1995 Constitution as amended. This committee discussed sovereignty referencing the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. Herein, the learned Attorney General noted that the bill is activity-based, not identity-based. So ordinary transactions like remittances, businesses, family support are excluded unless tied to regulated influence. On this reading, the bill presented a targeted regulatory instrument aimed at structured foreign influence operations rather than legitimate international under the 1995 Constitution as amended. This committee discussed sovereignty referencing the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. Herein, Forum. This is an organization that groups all Ugandans in the diaspora. The Cheyo Association, NUP, NUP Diaspora Chapter, individual diaspora submissions. We went further and entertained professional and individual submissions. These are unaffiliated and cross-cutting. Independent consultants, individual citizens, business professionals, researchers. Right Honorable Speaker, we consulted documents. Consequently, the committee recommendations reflect a balanced synthesis of stakeholder perspectives in the key findings and salient observations. Right Honorable Speaker, permit me to present key findings and salient observations on the Sovereignty Protection Bill of 2026. Introductory consideration, looking at the scope and interpretation of Clause 2. Before presenting its findings, restricting non-state actors from performing government functions, which is Clause 6, criminalizing interference in elections and government operations, which is Clause 1 to 13, and regulating foreign funding and civil society activities, and restricting interference.
Is it 1 or 11 to 13?
11, I beg your pardon. 11 to 13. Restricting interference of government policy. The committee, therefore, found that the Constitution grants ultimate authority to the people, with the government acting as a trustee. The Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026 regards the state as primary guardian of sovereignty and adopts a cautious approach to foreign-linked actors. Whereas the Constitution vests sovereignty in the people of Uganda, the bill focuses on the protection of sovereignty through state action, reframing sovereignty in the security terms and promoting stricter regulation of foreign influence. We looked at broad definitions and the scope. The committee found that the bill definition of foreigner and the agent of a foreigner are overly broad. And as defined in the bill, it wrongly includes Ugandans living abroad. It wrongly includes students. It wrongly includes researchers. It wrongly includes professionals working in international partners. It wrongly includes government ministries, departments and agencies exercising regulatory authority under any act of parliament, and organizations and companies that simply have foreign investors or cross-border businesses. Instead of targeting harmful foreign interference, the bill inadvertently ends up covering normal economic, academic, and community activities. This, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, blurs the line between harmful foreign interference and ordinary lawful activities. It making everyday economic, academic, and civic engagements legally risky. Clause 1 and 2 are specifically powerful in determining who is regulated and punished, and even raising constitutional questions about citizenship by classifying Ugandans abroad as foreigners. Stakeholders warned that this could criminalize normal cooperation, such as research, education, and diaspora support. In fact, the Law Development Center has termed it as regulatory contamination, where indirect foreign links extend liability across entire economic and social chains. The committee therefore recommends, 1, that to restore legal precision, to ensure proportionality, and to align the bill with constitutional principles and practical realities, the committee recommends the following. Amend the definition of a foreigner to limit it to non-citizens and foreign registered companies. Amend the definition of agent of a foreigner to only include people who formally and knowingly act on behalf of a foreigner to influence public policy, elections, or national security. Insert new definitions of words and phrases used in the bill to improve clarity. Insert an intent requirement, which the land colleagues call mens rea, so liability only arises with deliberate influence. 5, insert a clause explicitly protecting legitimate economic, academic, humanitarian, developmental, and civic activities to prevent misinterpretation and ensure lawful activities are not captured by the bill. 5.4, creation of a parallel regulatory regime. The committee observed that the bill creates a new approval and monitoring system under the Ministry of Internal Affairs. However, many sectors in Uganda are already tightly supervised by strong regulators, these include Bank of Uganda, Financial Intelligence Authority, the Uganda Communications Commission, Insurance Regulatory Authority, and university councils. Stakeholders argued that the bill repeats work already done by these regulators and may create conflicting rules instead of improving oversight. This duplication can lead to confusion about which rules apply, multiple reporting requirements, and uncertainty for businesses and institutions. For example, both telecommunications and banking sectors already operate under strict regulatory systems. Adding another regulator with similar powers could disrupt systems that are currently functioning well. The committee notes that these sectors are already governed by detailed laws and licensing frameworks. Stakeholders also warn that the bill could create a parallel system, quote unquote, run by a security-linked department that may not have technical expertise of existing regulators. Media organizations, too, pointed out that the issues such as foreign funding, transparency, external influence are already addressed under current laws, including anti-money laundering legislation and the NGO regulation. The private sector representatives highlight the economic impact of the bill, more uncertainty, more regulators to certify, and higher costs of doing business. Stakeholders caution that the bill risks creating duplication, institutional conflict, and opportunities for forum shopping. The committee recommends, therefore, that in light of these concerns, the committee recommends that all institutions and individuals already supervised by a regulator established under an Act of Parliament should be exempted from the bill. Concentration of executive power in the minister. The bill gives the minister responsible for internal affairs wide and layered powers. These include authority to 1. Define the key terms used in the law. 2. Approve or reject the foreign funding. 3. Register or cancel organizations and determine how the law will operate through regulations. The committee notes that while each of these powers may be common in isolation, their combination in a single office creates a system where participation in economic, civic, or institutional activities depends heavily on the minister's approval. This raises a deeper constitutional concern, not just about administrative efficiency, but about the overall design of governance. The committee elaborates these issues under 3 major themes, from regulatory oversight to discretionary control, where stakeholders observed that the minister's power and the role goes beyond implementing the law. The minister effectively controls access to the law itself, and the minister can decide who falls under the law, who controls access to funding, grant or withdraw legal status, and shape how the law functions in practice. This, we noted, it risks turning the framework into permission-based system where individuals and organizations must seek approval to operate instead of following clear, predictable rules. It also has constitutional implications. This concentration of authority raises significant constitutional concerns. It weakens the separation of powers by placing too much control in one office. It reduces checks and balances from independent institutions. It increases the risk of unfair or arbitrary decisions, especially where the bill lacks clear procedures, timelines, or appeal mechanisms. A system that relies on discretion rather than clear rules undermines legal authority, undermines legal certainty and public trust. We also looked at reframing sovereignty. The committee notes that many legal and governance submissions view this more than an administrative matter. They see it as a shift in how sovereignty is exercised. Instead of power flowing through established institutions and the people, it risks being concentrated in one single office. From human rights perspectives, any limitation on rights must meet 3 tests. 1, legality, necessity, proportionality. The bill does not clearly demonstrate how these standards are satisfied. We therefore recommend, the committee recommends that to preserve the bill's objective, Can I conclude? Thank you. Let me read. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
How many minutes do you want to conclude?
Yeah. I need 5 minutes and I conclude.
5 minutes. I'll add the other side also 5.
Okay. The committee recommendations. To preserve the bill's objective while restoring institutional balance and constitutional compliance, the committee recommends the following amendments. 1, limit the application of the bill to honorary agents of a foreigner. Exclude the application of the bill to Ugandan citizens residing outside Uganda. Remove the power of the minister to declare any person a foreigner. Remove the restriction on recruitment and employment of a person who are abroad from disruptive activities. Provide for the elements of an offense. Avoid unnecessary bureaucracy in the implementation of the policy. Replace ministerial approvals with the declaration of funds to the relevant regulator. We looked at disruption of financial and economic systems. We also have recommendations. On that one, to safeguard national interests without disrupting financial systems, the committee recommends shifting from broad approval-based controls to a targeted risk-based approach by, 1, protect everyday financial flows by exempting personal remittances, routine banking transactions, and legitimate business financing. Replace blanket approvals with disclosure requirements, reserving prior approval only for high-risk activities such as funding linked to political influence. Adopting a flexible risk-based declaration system developed with financial regulators and aligned with existing anti-money laundering frameworks. We looked at the vagueness and criminalization of risks. Right Honorable Speaker, we recommend that we align to align the bill with constitutional requirements of legality and certainty. The committee recommends the following amendments under vagueness and criminalization risks. The committee recommends clearly define all criminal offenses, specifying prohibited conduct and the required intent and the harm addressed. Reduce the penalty of 20 years to 10 years and a fine in the case of legal entity for 200,000 currency points to 1,000 currency points. Limit offenses to conduct that poses a real and a demonstrable threat to national interests, avoiding broad terms that may capture lawful activities. Include measurable thresholds or criteria such as scale or impact to guide enforcement and reduce subjective judgment. Insert a saving clause to protect legitimate activities such as business operations, research, journalism, advocacy, and civic engagement. Introduce procedural safeguards, including enforcement guidelines, written reasons for decisions, and access to administrative or judicial review. We looked at the impact on academia, health, and innovation systems. And we recommend that the academic institutions, research bodies, health and medical facilities legally operating in Uganda be exempted from the bill. We examined the certificate of financial implications because this is a requirement of Public Finance Management Act. We looked at the cost. Right Honorable Speaker, we interrogated it actually. The details are there. We concluded that, therefore, since in conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, the committee undertook extensive consultations, and the views received reveal a shared concern. Across all submissions, there is broad agreement on 4 key points. The bill's objective is legitimate, but the definitions and applications are overly broad. The regulatory approach duplicates existing legal institutional frameworks. Excess power is concentrated in the minister, and the bill's impact could extend across entire economy. In response to the above and the concerns, we interacted with the learned Attorney General again. And now we conclude that the committee, therefore, recommends that the bill proceed to second reading subject to proposed amendments attached thereto and any further improvements this August House may consider appropriate.
Honorable.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
I want this part where you interacted with the Governor of Bank of Uganda. Read.
Okay. In response to the concerns, the Attorney General proposed the areas for review which were supported by the Bank of Uganda. The committee has carefully considered these proposals. We have also incorporated these amendments where applicable in the bill. I want to report that yes, we interacted with the Governor Bank of Uganda actually twice. After we had gotten proposals, we flashed to him, and the Governor Bank of Uganda also agreed with the committee and sent us more amendments, which we incorporated.
Thank you.
I need to report.
Thank you.
I need to report, however, that this majority report that was signed by more than 3/4 membership also has minority reports. In fact, because it's my duty as the reader of the majority report to report the House that we have 5 minority reports. 5 minority reports.
Are they 5?
I beg to report,
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Can I have now the minority report? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, I present this minority report, and we have agreed with our colleagues who also dissented that this will be the order of presentation. I will present first, followed by Honorable Wilfred Niwagaba, to be followed by Honorable Gilbert Olanya, to be followed by Honorable Abdallah Kiwanuka, to be followed by Honorable Betty Namboze, and lastly, the Honorable Medad Segona Lubega. And we have different
And the rules of the time still apply.
Before I begin to present, if you may allow, I can address you on that. When a member of a committee dissents singularly, the weight of the report demands that we be accorded the same time frame, Madam Speaker.
Which rule is that?
Each
Which rule is that?
Under Rule 215, Sub-Rule 3, it says that a member dissenting or members. And the reasons are in this report, Madam Speaker, you'll see. If I may address you briefly, in the committee,
I am giving you 35 minutes.
This is a
all of you. Honorable members, before we continue, we have Honorable Tim Bernard from Maruzi. Welcome, Honorable Tim. And then Honorable Tibiase Peace from Jinja. Welcome. And here, join me in welcoming our new members. Yes.
This is a minority report, Madam Speaker, in substantial dissent of the majority report of the Committee of Defense and Internal Affairs.
Honorable members, can we listen to the report?
And the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs on the Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026. This minority report is brought under Rule 215 of our Rules of Procedure of Parliament. In the opening remarks, Madam Speaker, it is critical that today, when a draconian bill is presented to this Parliament for enactment into law, the minority is persuaded by some of the most memorable speeches in the political history of Uganda. Honorable members of Parliament, please pay attention to the contents of this speech attributed to President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni in the early 1990s. This is what he said. I open the quote. Depending on the nature of the state, in a given society, law can be an instrument of oppression and exploitation, or of social justice and progress. Law is not synonymous with justice. It is not always synonymous with justice. It can be, but it may not be. What is legal is not necessarily what is just. Law can be used by the strong against the weak, by the rich against the poor, by the minority against the majority. Historically, law has been used by the oppressor against the oppressed. During the slave trade period, enslaved people were owned and disposed of like chattels, and it was perfectly legal to own a slave. The NRM government is strongly opposed to having laws on our statute books which serve the interest of the minority against the majority of the people, or in which any way promote to serve the injustice or advance backward interest in our society. We close the quote. The minority shall, where necessary, refer to the speech above for the purpose of reminding ourselves as legislators and fellow Ugandans. And 4,
Right Honourable Speaker. But we want to benefit from the citation. When you're citing, you're quoting somebody, you've stated the date, you could also tell us where that speech was
You
made.
can find the source.
Right Honourable Speaker, I am well conversant with the rules of procedure of this House. That's why I've confined myself to this report. I will be available to clarify if necessary. Members can listen, I will respond to you. Thank you. The minority report, where necessary, shall refer to the speech above for the purpose of reminding ourselves as legislators and fellow Ugandans.
Can I have a copy? Yeah. Me, I don't. Me, I'm analog.
And fellow Ugandans, for we have come from the far, we have come, and the apparent U-turns and reversals that are being made for whatever reasons being advanced, which reasons have no place in shaping the sovereignty of the people of Uganda. Areas of dissent and statement of reasons for dissent. Area 3.1, violations of the rules of procedure of Parliament. Madam Speaker, during the consideration of the Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026, the co-chairpersons violated several provisions of the rules of procedure of Parliament of Uganda. Rule 135 of the rules of procedure is instructive on reference of a bill to the committee as follows. Sub-rule 1, whenever the bill is read for the first time in the House, the bill shall be referred to the appropriate committee appointed under these rules. Sub-rule 2, the committee shall examine the bill in detail and make all such inquiries in relation to the bill as the committee considers expedient or necessary, and report to the House within 45 days from the date the bill is referred. 3, except in the cases of very minor amendments and subject to Rule 138, all proposed amendments to a bill referred to the committee shall be presented to the committee by the person proposing the amendment, and the committee shall scrutinize the amendment together with the bill. 4, the committee may propose and accept proposed amendments in the bill as the committee considers necessary, if the amendments, including new clauses and new schedule, are relevant to the bill. The minority observes that the committee violated sub-rules 2 and 3 in as far as it did not examine the bill in detail and further did not make all such inquiries in relation to the bill. In the view of the minority, the decision of the committee through a vote on a motion by Honorable Fox, Odoi, or Yelowo for an omnibus adoption of all clauses of the bill and the amendment by the learned Attorney General without examination and inquiry violated Rule 135. The minority, Madam Speaker, also observed that the Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026 was proposed by the Minister of Internal Affairs, Major General Retired Kahinda Utafire. Sub-Rule 3 restricts the latitude to propose substantial amendment to only the mover of the bill, which is the Minister of Internal Affairs. Only minor amendments may be proposed by any other person who is not the proposer to the bill. With all due respect, the learned Attorney General proposed 18 amendments, all quite substantial in nature, which amendments the majority unilaterally adopted and relied on to pass the bill in the committee. The committee sought to have rejected the committee ought to have rejected the substantial amendment proposed by the learned Attorney General outrightly. To even make it worse, Madam Speaker, the new amendments were laid before the committee in form of a new bill. Rule 135, Sub-Rule 1, confines the committee to a bill read for the first time in the House and referred to the committee. The committee is stopped from directly receiving bills not read in the House and referred to it by fraudulently bypassing this House and smuggling an amended version of the bill to the committee, an illegality that goes to the root of parliamentary procedure and practice was committed and cannot be cured by any explanation at all. Madam Speaker, the minority further observes that no sooner had the learned Attorney General purported to present the amended Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026 to the committee at about 12 noon on Thursday, 30th April 2026, than His Excellency the President, through his address to Ugandans at about 4 p.m. on the same day, withdrew instructions from the learned Attorney General. Instead, President publicly assigned Honorable Dennis Amson Obua to ensure that the bill concentrates on what he calls sovereignty of policy decision-making. In the practice of law, there is nothing professional as humiliating as a client withdrawing instructions from you and sharing it out with the public outright. No wonder, since then, neither the Attorney General nor the Minister of Internal Affairs ever attempted to appear before the committee or the House. The House must therefore not entertain the two on anything to do with the Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026, since the President withdrew the vote of confidence in them. The minority, Madam Speaker, formed the view that Honorable Obua Hamson, having been given fresh instructions as per the written expression of the President, ought to have immediately sought audience with the committee to present the instructions given to him. Was it an instruction to withdraw the bill, or was it, what was it? Despite the insistence of the minority to invite the Honorable Hamson Obua under Rule 135, Sub-Rule 2, to make all such inquiries in relation to the bill, as this was the most expedient, the co-chairpersons, Honorable Kajwenje Wilson.
Honorable Jana, sorry for interruption. My presumption is that when you bring a minority, you bring your points of departure, not procedure. Flavia, points of departure, not a debate on the procedural ways.
Madam Speaker, respectfully, this is one of the points of departure that I had.
Which one? Which one?
Under subheading 3.1, I said areas of dissent and statement for reasons of dissent as provided in the rules. The first was violations of the rules of procedure of Parliament. And I am explaining under Rule 135 that the committee ought to have examined and on its own move to go and inquire, to make inquiries. And my point is, having come to the attention of the committee that Honorable Obua Hampson was assigned, the committee ought to have moved itself to request Honorable Obua to come and substantiate. It goes to the root of my dissent, Madam Speaker.
So the committee instead went to Honorable Obua. Oh, they should have.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The co-chairpersons were evident. Madam Speaker, this is important. The co-chairpersons, Honorable Kajwenje Wilson and Honorable Baka Mugabe Stephen, were evidently partial, hostile, and continuously switched off the microphone of members in the committee they perceived to be against the bill. Contrary to the established practices of availing physical copies of submissions of stakeholders to members of Parliament at the retreat, members of Parliament were instead told to physically get copies to members of Parliament. Instead, were told that physical copies could not be availed since Parliament was on a weekend. The views of, Madam Speaker, views of selected stakeholders were instead sent to members on WhatsApp to read on their phones. Members who were not on WhatsApp or whose phones could not open the WhatsApp were effectively denied critical document. Madam Speaker, the privileges of a member of Parliament were violated to the extent that some of the members of the committee had to jump on border to travel to Nassau Road to print the stakeholders' document for their own reference. A passionate plea for the committee to adjourn until Monday, when Parliament is open, for purpose of printing or photocopying the document was turned down. But Right Honourable Speaker, this gross...
I am rising on a point of procedure. I am rising on a point of procedure, Madam Speaker. A minority report, as per our rules, envisages that a member participates in the proceedings of a committee and then disagrees with some of the decisions taken by the majority. You read. But not to come here and tell us stories, how the committee... So, no. Read the rules. This Parliament, while debating reports, is not for storytelling, how members were seated, how they were reading, going on border. What we expect, Madam Speaker, from the minority report is where the member disagrees with the decisions of the majority report, not to waste time of Parliament talking as if he's just reading a story. So is the honorable friend of mine proceeding correctly by wasting our time as Parliament instead of being straight?
Honorable Dur, Jonah, I am actually enjoying your story. You continue with the story. Please. Let's continue. Let's listen to the story.
Thank you. Right Honourable Speaker, this gross abuse of authority with utmost impunity, laced with shameless sycophancy, is highly condemned. Presiding officers in committees and indeed plenary must be impartial, patient, and respectful of the constitutional rights of an MP to represent their constituencies without undue partiality and interruption. I must also add that the co-chairpersons of the committee appeared not to have addressed their minds to the rules of procedure of Parliament which guided us, and opted for personal whims to decide substantive points of law as well as procedural matters that arose in the committee. The finding. My finding number 1 is that the proceedings of the committee were held in complete violations of Rule 135 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. 2, the co-chairpersons exhibited gross incompetence, lack of tolerance for divergent views, and stifled all avenues of debate during consideration of the bill.
Honorable Dur, incompetence. By the time you come and be a member of parliament in this house, let's tone down our language. Let it be parliamentary. Even when I'm enjoying your story, at least let's be parliamentary. These gentlemen are competent.
Speaker, I don't want to go into the debate, but I could have addressed you on the around competencies. But let me continue. Recommendation. And it's in writing here.
And I will remove it on the issues of competence.
You are such a powerful person. Please, Madam Speaker, I respect. Please proceed and remove.
Please, you go ahead.
The minority recommends to Parliament to reject the majority committee report and instead refer the bill to the executive, or in the alternative, but without prejudice, be pleased to appoint another committee to examine the bill in detail and make such inquiries in relation to the bill in full confidence. Dissent number 2, defective certificate of financial implication. The minority observed that the certificate of financial implications issued by the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development does not comply with Section 76 of the PFMA and Rule 124 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. Section 76 of the PFMA and Rule 124 are at par on the certificate of financial implication of a bill as follows. 1. Every bill introduced in Parliament shall be accompanied by a certificate of financial implications issued by the Minister. The certificate of financial implication issued under Sub-Rule 10 Sub-Rule 1 shall indicate the estimates of revenue and expenditure over a period not less than 2 years after coming into effect of the bill when passed. In addition to the requirements under Sub-Rule Subsection 2, the certificate of financial implication shall indicate the impact of the bill on the economy. Notwithstanding subsections 1, 2, and 3, a certificate of financial implication shall be deemed to have been issued after 60 days. The minority examined the certificate of financial implication issued on 15 April 2026 by the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, signed by Amos Lugolobi, MP, Minister of State for Finance, Planning and Economic Development. In the certificate, under paragraph 5 on impact of the economy, the Honorable Lugolobi states as follows: the proposed bill is expected to strengthen Uganda's policy autonomy and national security architecture, improve coherence in the management of foreign aid and foreign funded activities, and support stability in governance and public order. These outcomes are expected to contribute to a more secure environment and implementation of government programs and long-term national development. The minority draws the attention of honorable members to the sad realities that has befallen this country, that the entire ministry responsible for finance, planning and economic development does not know what constitutes an economy of a country called Uganda, and therefore are unable to articulate the impact of the bill to the economy of Uganda. The minority observes that instead of assessing the impact of the bill against well-known parameters such as GDP, sovereign debt, debt to GDP ratio, balance of payments, central bank reserves, interest rates, inflation, exchange rates, rate of growth, etc. Alien parameters form the basis of the assessment. The observation by the majority report that the certificate of financial implication met the statutory standard.
Honourable members.
Let me just put on record.
Yes.
This minority, which I wrote, is actually...
Let's capture all the... all what has been in all the minority.
This is what exactly
so how
happened
much,
in the committee.
let me
that we
give
were
you
not
2
heard.
minutes. Let's give you 2 minutes.
This report I have is 40 pages.
Let me give you 3 minutes to summarize.
And in the committee, the same treatment, Madam Speaker, we were not heard. That's why I'm bringing this issue. I'm appealing to the House.
I have actually given you the same amount of time, 2 minutes. You conclude.
Madam Speaker, I want to put on the record that I cannot conclude in the 3 minutes you have given me, but I appreciate it. If it is your ruling that this report stops at this level, I have no problem. I respectfully submit, and then I can leave, because there is no way I can. And I wanted just to finally, because as you also know, this may be possibly the last time some of us may be in this parliament. So I wanted you to protect that constitutional right, that little window that the people gave me to be in this house, to represent them. I just plead of you. I may not come back ever, but that constitutional right for me to present, I wanted to ask that you give me.
Jonah, because you've actually spent the 35 minutes. Now, Jonah, I have always told you you're one of the people I will miss in this house. I am giving you an additional 5 minutes, and all the other minority reports, we will capture what is in your minority report, because the time has been taken.
Yes. You merge your reports. They merge their reports.
Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to now go back to the report, but let the record capture that when I appeared in the committee, and you have designated me, Madam Speaker, as a member of Parliament to sit in the Committee of the Legal. In the joint committee, I was not given the opportunity. The same treatment, and that's why I thought this House would allow me to present. So with that, let me just put on the record that that the 5 minutes that you have given to me is not enough for me to present this. And I thank you, and probably take the opportunity to conclude by wishing members who are going to return to the 12th Parliament good luck in their deliberation and representations. I know next week people are going to swear in. I want to wish you all the best. But without prejudice, if the committee proceeds to committee stage, there are amendments that are also attached here.
Yes.
I beg that I will be given time to move those amendments, Madam Speaker.
So you're putting a motion for committee stage so that we do the amendment?
Let the record capture that I did not. I just put your note because I'd written it here.
No problem, no problem. We shall consider
If you had been patient and read, it was going to come in the last page.
No, I am not impatient. Honourable members, I gave each side 35 minutes.
Right Honourable Speaker, I believe you will give me my right as a member who prepared a minority report that was co-signed by 2 other members, Honorable Adeke Ann Ebaju for FDC, District Woman Representative for Soroti, and Honorable Asumani Basalirwa, the MP for Bujiri Municipality. And my Right Honorable Speaker, our points of dissent are in the following areas. 1, the provisions in the bill that tend to infringe the freedom of expression, contrary to Article 29 of the Constitution. 2, the inconsistent mens rea, since several offenses of comparable severity, particularly clauses 8. Incidentally, this particular microphone seems to have been tampered with, and mine has, so, yes. clauses 8, 10, and 12, and 22 that remain strict liability while others require intentional knowledge and creating an internal inconsistency contrary to Article 28(3) of the Constitution. I hope the answer will capture me.
You.
Yes? At statutory number 3, statutory definitions in respect of foreigner and agent of foreigner, which cross-refer to clause 2, which in itself raises legal certainty
Wilfred,
problems.
that we will discuss that at committee stage. I will allow you to bring your issues.
Number 4, Right Honorable Speaker, is on criminalization of free speech. Number 5, and most importantly, Madam Speaker, this particular bill tends to infringe Article 1 of the Constitution by 1, trying to invert the sovereignty of the people into the sovereignty of the state. Article 1 of the Constitution refers to the people of Uganda being sovereign. What the state has is the authority to administer. So the title of the bill itself tells the lie about itself. And when you go through the bill, Right Honorable Speaker, apart from clause 5, which talks about the sovereignty of the people of Uganda, the rest of the clauses are in respect of the sovereignty of the state.
Okay.
And when we go to committee stage, Madam Right Honorable Speaker,
so we
have many amendments to make.
No problem.
Since we were never given an opportunity in the committee stage,
thank you.
We have amendments to make on almost all clauses in the bill.
Thank you.
May I invite my other colleagues who have minority reports to make their presentations.
Members.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I have something to tell you. Madam Speaker, in my capacity as the Shadow Minister for Internal Affairs, I went to the committee with a request to make a presentation. Madam Speaker, I happened to arrive before the Attorney General. The chairman of the day, Honorable Baka, requested me to wait for the Attorney General to present so that I could also be given time. After the Attorney General had made his presentation of amendments, Honorable Baka ruled that I will make my presentation while at Munyonyo. When we reached Munyonyo, Madam Speaker, Honorable Kajenje ruled that my request had been overtaken by events. Madam Speaker, I chose to write a minority report because the issues I was going to raise had not been raised by anybody else. So I wrote a minority report, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you are now ruling that there is no time. Madam Speaker, as a member of the committee, I'm not supposed to debate. Madam Speaker, there was a memorandum that came from Buganda Kingdom. Madam Speaker, when we reached Munyonyo, the memorandum went missing. Madam Speaker, they have told you here. Let me tell the Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, give Betty time. Some order.
Madam Speaker, I've heard the chairman telling you that when we were at Munyonyo, we heard from the Governor Bank of Uganda. And you know, Madam Speaker, I was so surprised because while the rest of us were in Munyonyo, We were never informed that even the governor of Bank of Uganda had gotten back to us. Madam Speaker, because of those many issues, we are also told that 700 people sent memorandums to the committee, but only 47 of them were accounted for. I feel so silenced. Is it your ruling that the people from Mukono should not be heard on this?
Honorable Betty. Honorable Betty, my sister. The people of Mukono have been heard. You've spoken for over 5 minutes. You've raised your issues, and we are going to address all of those issues. Honorable members, we have all these supplementaries, and not supplementary, but minorities. We are going to go committee by committee, and all of you are saying you have issues on each clause. Why don't we look at clause by clause? Honorable Odur has raised pertinent issues. Let's look at.
Madam Speaker, let
Yes,
the record be clear.
Honorable
You denied me opportunity to present. Don't use my name. Don't use my name. No, don't.
Honorable Dul, you took all the 35 minutes. Honorable. Honorable Lanya.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Lanya, let me give you 5 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'll go straight to the point of dissent. Right Honorable Speaker, the minority, following Rule of Procedure 105 of Parliament, Right Honorable Speaker, the bill establishes an extensive regulatory and criminal framework governing individuals and entities classified as agents of foreigners, imposing control and funding policies, policy engagement, and civic participations. The minority observes the several provisions, raise several concerns, including the vagueness and inconsistency of definitions, an extreme and disproportionate penalty regime, infringements on freedom of expressions and civic space, duplication of existing legal framework, and the absence of commencement and the transitional provisions and duplications of the existing legal framework. Right Honorable Speaker, when the committee engaged with many entities, you recall we engaged with about 53 entities. Out of the 53 entities, 52 were in support of this bill. 51, including Bank of Uganda, religious leaders, among others, were telling Ugandans that this bill, when passed, it will create economic instability in Uganda. That was the word from the governor of Bank of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, this bill, it creates extreme and disproportionate penalty regime. The bill establishes a uniform and severe penalty structures, imposing custodial sentences of up to 20 years in prisons across wide range of offenses. Notably, the same maximum penalty applies to promotion of interest of foreigner. If you look at clause 5. Right Honourable Speaker, participation in activities deemed to promote foreign policy. That is in clause 10. Publication of information characterized
Gilbert,
as
we have
economic
now
supplement.
gone. We have gone to clauses.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, because of time, let me go straight to the recommendation. Right Honourable Speaker, this minority came out with the following recommendations. Having engaged and got many views from Ugandans, the minority recommends that the House does not pass the bill in its present form. 2, the bill be withdrawn and remitted for comprehensive redrafting. 3, a revised bill should provide clear and precise definitions, established a proportionate penalty regime aligned with existing legal frameworks, be supported by a credible economic and fiscal analysis, and finally, be subjected to broad stakeholders' consultation. Right Honourable Speaker, the view of the minority is that the bill should be withdrawn. I beg to move.
Honourable Betty. Betty, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the points of my dissent are as follows. 1, Right Honourable Speaker.
Switch on. Switch on.
Right Honourable Speaker, it is my opinion that there hasn't been enough public hearing according to this bill. Right Honourable Speaker, you have been told that 57 memorandums were reviewed. But the fact of the matter, Right Honourable Speaker, is that the committee received over 700 memorandums. One of them, Right Honourable Speaker, as I've put it, being from the Buganda Kingdom. Right Honourable Speaker, when we went to Munyonyo, we are given time to go and study these memorandums on WhatsApps, but when we returned to the committee, Right Honourable Speaker, the committee did not give us time to make a presentation, as I've told you before. Right Honourable Speaker, it's not about allowing people to come to the committee. The purpose of the people coming to the committee is to give their opinion space that the people should be heard. But we are handling, my point of dissent is that the committee ruled in favor of only 2 people out of the 700 who opposed the bill, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, we are here fidgeting with time. This is not legislation. The committee is always given up to 245 days, according to our rule of procedure 135.
Not 200.
45
days. But if you get a committee which is efficient like yours, it can even do it in 1 day.
It wasn't efficient, Madam Speaker. Even the problem of time can even be seen while we are here, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, my request is that the 11th Parliament stops behaving as if it is the last Parliament Uganda will ever have. There will be other parliaments that will come after this Parliament, Right Honourable Speaker. And Right Honourable Speaker, we are so honored that you will also be in that next Parliament, Right Honourable Speaker.
No, I can
My
choose,
recommendation, Right Honorable Speaker.
I can choose not to be because I have
You
other
already
jobs.
there because we have been talking to Mau.
How has Mao come here? Order. There's an order here. There is an order.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we are discussing a very important bill. And I'm wondering how Honorable Member is talking about their discussion out of this House. Is it in order to bring the name of somebody on sovereignty bill that we are discussing? Is it really in order?
Do you want to tell us is that he's an agent of foreigners? No, the person they mentioned the name. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Betty, finish.
Right Honorable Speaker, the other point of dissent is on the issue of interpretation, Right Honorable Speaker. The law refers to the interest of Uganda. However, when you go into the interpretation, the interest of Uganda has not been defined. It also talks about the interest of the foreigner, which is also undefined. It also talks about government policy.
That is on the interpretation clause.
On interpretation, Right
so
Honorable
you will
Speaker.
bring your idea when we are in that clause.
I thought, Right Honorable Speaker, you had allowed me to present my report.
No, what I'm saying, we will expect your idea on that clause, what you think, the amendment you want.
Madam Speaker, first of all, I'm a member of the committee who is not supposed to contribute to debate.
No.
Two, Right Honorable
No.
Speaker, you gave me an opportunity to make a presentation.
Honorable
And
Betty,
I was so thankful that you
Honorable
gave me
Betty,
the
I am only advising you that when we reach that clause, I will still give you chance to bring in. So you read your report, but I will still give you chance to bring your proposal.
My recommendation, Right
Are we
Honorable
speaking
Speaker.
the same English?
Madam Speaker, I'm reading the report and you are giving me advice. I take your advice, Madam Speaker, but I continue to read my report.
You read. Yes.
I seek for your protection.
You finish. You continue with the report. Continue.
I seek for your protection.
Members, yes, there is an order from WOPA. Order from WOPA.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to request. Right Honorable Speaker, there is a lot of noise, and yet the microphones that they are using is not as loud. So, the point of order that I'm raising is that, is it in order for members to make noise when a member is submitting? Is it it's okay to laugh, but let us laugh and allow the member to read her report? We now can't hear what she's actually reading. So, Madam Speaker, is it in order for members to continue shouting when a member is actually reading her report?
You are the one who was shouting. Honorable Betty, can you? Let's hear Honorable Betty. Members, can we listen to Honorable Betty? It is on. Switch on.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I don't know why this particular microphone is low.
Please, please go ahead. At least I can hear you.
Right Honorable Speaker, my suggestion, my recommendation is that this bill is withdrawn by the movers to give Ugandans time to make meaningful contribution to the debate and to accord the Parliament enough time to handle a bill of this nature. Right Honorable Speaker, the Commonwealth practice is that parliaments which are about to retire don't handle controversial business. It's a practice, Right Honorable Speaker, and we are part of the Commonwealth, Right Honorable Speaker. The fact of the matter, Right Honorable Speaker, why that is required.
Which page are you in?
I'm reading page 3, Madam Speaker.
I'm not, and I'm following your report.
Madam Speaker, I move that this House finds that this bill violates the Constitution, rules of procedure, and the Parliamentary Convention, and that this House declares that the denial of the main report offends Rule 245 and 215.
214 and 215.
214 and 215. That it also declares that clause 2, 3, 5, 8, 11, 12, 24, 25, 30 are void for vagueness and the unlawful delegation of powers. That this Parliament rejects the joint committee report by the majority. I therefore also recommend that the movers of the bill withdraw the bill under Rule 141, defer the subject to the 12th Parliament with proper consultation, direct that any future bill must affirm the sovereignty in the people under Article 1, define all key terms.
First of all, Rule 141 is on procedure
141. Rule 140.
Sub-Rule 1.
Sub-Rule 1. That directs that any future bill must affirm that the sovereignty belongs to the people under Article 1 and that key terms in the bill are properly defined, that is, the interest of government, the government policy, what constitutes the actions that make one an agent of a foreigner, and that the minister is not given powers to alter the offenses under the bill as it is in the bill, the law as it is in the bill. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, it is my prayer that the protection of the Sovereignty Bill 2026 fails the test of the constitutionality, legality, and procedure. The 11th Parliamentary Final Act should be to affirm the supremacy of the Constitution, not to legislate excessively. I so pray.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, there is procedure matter from
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity that you have given to those with the minority reports to present. It is in the interest of this country that all the voices of Ugandans are heard in this House. And those who have spoken represent those voices. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Jonathan Odur did say he wanted to make a presentation in the Munyonyo, but he didn't have enough time. Or he was not given the opportunity. And now that he has very, very, very many issues that he would love to present, together with the rest of his colleagues, and those who may feel there are procedural matters that were not handled well, but now we have the opportunity to look at this bill in a proper detail, provision by provision. I beg to move procedurally.
So what have you spoken?
I therefore want to.
I am asking, what have you spoken?
Right
Kiwanuka. Kiwanuka.
I'm raising a procedure matter.
Kiwanuka.
I was raising a procedure.
Kiwanuka. Honorable Kiwanuka, Honorable Kiwanuka, just raise the issues of dissent 5 minutes, like what Honorable Nwagaba did.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I have 7 points of dissent, and they are on page 2. Some of them have been highlighted briefly, but my approach was different. The point which has been left hanging is, Right Honorable Speaker, is starting from page 20. And that is where I am.
Let's have order.
Right Honorable Speaker, the minority have the opportunity to look at the amendments proposed by the committee, notwithstanding the matter in which those amendments were adopted during the meeting in Munyonyo. And I find that the amendments are excessive and affront to the past precedents of the House in regard to the amount of amendments allowed to bills. The minority are aware that the movers of the bill proposed additional amendments to their own bill, and the committee has adopted the same with additional amendments, resulting in an amendment totaling to 24 out of 30 clauses in the bill. That is 87% of the amendments in the bill were made. The nature and amount of amendments that are being proposed to this House are about 87%, and that is beyond the permissible amount of amendments that can be allowed. The minority wish to refer the House to the past ruling of the presiding officers of this very House on the amount of acceptable amendments to the bill, especially the precedent set during the consideration of the Public Service Pension Fund Bill 2022, as reported in the Hansard of 23rd May 2023. On that day, Right Honorable Speaker, the Deputy Speaker then directed the withdrawal of the Public Service Pension Fund Bill 2022 due to the amendments which were over 60% of the bill, and noted as follows. Right Honorable Speaker, I have studied various precedents, including the Hansard of 19th February 2019, where the presiding officer then, Right Honorable Jacob Olanya, guided on the magnitude of proposals for amendments to a bill. In reference to the Sexual Offences Bill 2019, which had been substantially amended, the Right Honorable Jacob Olanya guided as follows. Any amendments to this magnitude would require the minister to withdraw the bill and incorporate the proposals in the bill and reintroduce it for first reading again. In view of the fact that there are numerous proposed amendments to the Public Service Pension Bill 2023, I guide that if the minister agrees with the majority of these amendments, then the minister should move under Rule 140 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament to withdraw the bill, incorporate the proposed amendments, and have the bill reintroduced for the first reading. The Attorney General can act on behalf of the minister on such a matter. If he agrees with such, so that they withdraw the bill, go and incorporate the proposed changes, gazette it, bring it for first reading, and reintroduce it to the public for consultation. I have read it and noted that there are very critical amendments made in regard to this bill. The rationale for the above directive, Right Honorable Speaker, was to shield the bill from being amended in a manner that substantially affects the subject matter of the bill. The minority wish to note that the amendments proposed to the bill go to the root of the subject matter of the bill, and the minister should be asked to withdraw the bill, study the bill and the amendments, and if agreeable, amend the bill and reintroduce it in the House. The withdrawal of the bill also affords government to benefit from the views of the stakeholders, both in support and against the report of the minority. Indeed, the Right Honourable Deputy Speaker, while directing for the withdrawal of the Public Service Pension Funds Bill, noted that therefore, once we allow the minister, they will go back and incorporate both issues in the minority report and those in the majority report, and you again subject them to the public. The biggest legislators are members of the public because we take their views and incorporate them into the clauses. In light of the above, Right Honourable Speaker, in light of the above ruling, the minority calls upon the presiding officer to comply with the earlier precedents of the House, which by virtue of Rule 8.2 I'm winding up, honourable members.
So, wind up.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In light of the above, the minority calls upon the presiding officer to comply with the earlier precedents of the House, which by virtue of Rule 8.2 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, which directs that the Speaker's ruling form part of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament until such a time when substantive amendments to these rules is made in respect of the ruling.
Honorable, I don't want you to misquote the ruling of the former Deputy Speaker then. The former Deputy Speaker said, he quoted Rule 135.2, which says the committee shall examine the bill in detail and make all such inquiries in relation to the bill as the committee considers expedient or necessary to report to the House within 45 days, working days from the date of the bill is referred. The alteration is in regard to the object of the bill. I asked the first question, do we have an alteration on the object of the bill? And the question was no. And what the Right Honourable Jacob Olanya, rest in peace, meant was an alteration in the objective, which is the law. You can conclude.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I'll invite the honourable colleagues to have a chance and look for that record as well. Not me to mislead you as in one way or the other. Right Honourable Speaker, as I'm winding up, of course, the issue that the bill was rejected by the President and the majority of the stakeholders, that has been highlighted. The President of the Republic of Uganda, in the letter he wrote.
Which letter? Does the President just write to the public, or he's supposed to write to Parliament? Because it's Parliament who is holding the bill.
Right Honourable Speaker, the President wrote to the Bazukulu. And
Are you a Musukulu?
Yes. The minority, Right Honourable Speaker, as I'm concluding, let me conclude, honourable members. Let me conclude in just 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes. The minority notes that 224 stakeholders the committee interacted with, only 2 stakeholders, being Asimwe John, the resident of Fort Portal, and the Honourable from Mawokota, Honourable Sibambi, supported the bill. In addition, the minority also notes that His Excellency the President gave directives in his letter over his, which was posted on X, in respect of this matter. And I call upon, in my final statement, I call upon this House, this House, and I recommend as follows. The Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026 that was read for the first time and referred to the Joint Committee on Wednesday 15th be rejected for the reasons listed above. Among others, I have only read one, but there are 6. others which have been left behind. The report is very clear, uploaded. The Protection of Sovereignty Bill be withdrawn since it serves no purpose. The government is encouraged to consider providing remedies for matters affecting real societies, and the government undertakes to take practical steps to protect the sovereignty of the people from direct and indirect attacks to the sovereignty. And finally, Right Honourable Speaker, the rules of procedure be amended to ensure that no legislation can be proposed by the President or processed by Parliament after the general elections. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
You mean after the general election you cease to be MPs? This country does not stop there. Procedure.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, this Parliament considers all our kingdoms very important, and they are great partners when it comes to making our laws when they present their views. In the presentation of the minority report by our honourable colleague Namboze, she mentioned twice that the views of Buganda Kingdom got lost.
I have not opened the debate yet. First wait.
I was just saying.
First wait.
No, we wanted to be withdrawn from the Hansard. It is bad. Yes, we wanted to be withdrawn.
Honorable Daddy, you have only 2 minutes.
Right Honourable Speaker, in the law that I studied, and that I taught some people, some of whom are in this house, there is room for accepting under protest. I want to accept some of your directions because you are the Speaker, but under protest. Number one is lumping me up with people I have opted to disagree with, and therefore saying all of you minority, you are lumped up together and you are given the same time. That's number one. Number two, that even where you, Right Honourable Speaker, and with immense respect, do not contain your members. You allow them to present for more than the time you had originally apportioned for all of us. Then when I come, you say 2 minutes. I know that in my wisdom, collected by age, among other things, I am able to present this in those 2 minutes or 5. But I also know that the country will not benefit. With that said, Right Honourable Speaker, let me thank my colleagues that have presented before, both majority and minority. Let me also associate with the bulk of the minority presentations to avoid repetitions. Why I opted to disagree with some of them, including the minority, is that I did not read any amendment purportedly presented by the Honorable Attorney General. My construction and understanding of the presentation by the Attorney General, I read it, I know he skillfully wrote in small words views of the Honorable Attorney General, and then in big letters on the Sovereignty Protection Bill. But I treat them not as an amendment. However, I treat them as views of a stakeholder. Yes. Reasons or points of dissent. I have summarized at page 1 the reasons for my dissent. Insufficient consultation on the bill by government and the committee. The bill inverts the constitutional concept of sovereignty in favor of the state in contravention of Article 1. The bill is accompanied with an incurably defective certificate of financial implication. The bill infringes various principles and articles of the Constitution. The bill does not cure any mischief and is therefore misconceived. The bill is redundant as there exists sufficient legal framework to cure any mischief. At page 2, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, 3.1 on insufficient consultation by the government and the committee. I have stated what you're able to read, but with emphasis on Article 1. I also emphasize that the consultations were conducted here and we've never moved anywhere outside Parliament, as if the rest of Ugandans have no views to contribute on such an important subject. Sadly, influencing government policy is sought to be criminalized in this bill. See clause 7.4 of the bill. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, at page 4, I traverse the reasons that I have given, and I cite the case of Malema Bilis and others versus Attorney General, Constitutional Petition number 2 of 2018, and the decision of court to the effect, in summary, that consultation is not cosmetic, but goes to the root of our constitutional governance. In 3.2, that the bill inverts constitutional concept of sovereignty in favor of the state and contraventions of Article 1 of the Constitution, I associate with the elaborated submissions of my colleagues to avoid wasting time and eating much into my 2 minutes. 3.3, Madam Speaker and colleagues, the bill does not cure any mischief and is therefore misconceived. And the summary of this, one is that there exists sufficient legal framework. But if you look at page 6 of my submission, it is sought or to be understood that interference with the development and implementation of government policies and programs, which interference is funded by foreigners and agents, is the mischief. That foreign aid to civil society that comes along with conditions and parallel programs which conflict with government programs. This has given external donors, I understand, significant influence over the Uganda's political, social, and economic landscape, which has resulted into erosion of our values. See that the use of online platforms by foreigners and agents of foreigners to disseminate information facilitates social discord. The minority, and that is me now because it is a single man's minority report, note that the bill is misconceived since it is based on the wrong premise, that Uganda has no specific law upholding sovereignty of the country, which has resulted into continuous interference in the government's policies and programs by foreign countries and agents of foreigners. That no laws exist on the book to regulate activities of civil society, and that the law regulates the use of online platforms. I note that 1, the Constitution only guarantees sovereignty of the people as against the state. No wonder the laws of Uganda are silent on this matter. There exist laws which include, among others, the NGO Act, the Money Laundering Act, and the Penal Code, which are sufficient to guarantee our security and sovereignty. In addition, I note that the bill further is misconceived because it restricts funds procured from abroad, thereby indirectly affecting the operations of financial institutions and the Bank of Uganda. Let me note that the majority report was uploaded yesterday at 4, so this one is taken care of. And for that matter, I will proceed to the next. It creates a regulatory arbitrage by extending the bill to persons and institutions already regulated by other acts of Parliament. For emphasis, honorable colleagues, each and every sector we are talking about is regulated, including the political sector, which is so to be the target of this. And you are able to read for yourselves A up to K at page 9. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, although the bill seeks to safeguard the sovereignty of Uganda from external influence, it grants agents of foreigners, once registered, the right to interfere with sovereignty. For instance, an agent of a foreigner who registers with the minister can implement government policy or government services under Clause 6, strangely. Can influence development of policy under Clause 7. Can implement government policy under Clause 8. Can interfere with the electoral process under Clause 11, simply because of registration. All the activities that are allowed for an agent of a foreigner under the bill will affront Article 1 of the Constitution, whichever way you look at it, even when the minister allows. It is an affront. And the bill assumes that what is offensive to the Constitution becomes lawful simply by allowing it under an act of Parliament, insofar as they will infringe the sovereignty of the citizens of Uganda by subjecting it to the influence of foreigners. The so-called acts allowed under the proposed law will still be offensive by their nature, being an affront to sovereignty. The minority note, therefore, that the bill, had the bill been conceptualized properly, indeed by being overly vague and ambiguous in relation to its application and the activities it seeks to regulate, it may be declared void for vagueness and the stretching beyond the parameters of the Constitution. At page 9, the bill infringes several articles. My colleagues have mentioned quite a number, specifically Article 1. I also opine that it offends Article 259 to the extent that it seeks to amend the Constitution by infection. This was canvassed in Paul Semogerere Zakalo Luma and Juliet Reina Kafire versus Attorney General, Constitutional Appeal number 1 of 2002, in which the Supreme Court declared Section 5 of the Constitution Amendment Act 2000 as unconstitutional since it had the effect of amending Article 28, Article 41(1), and Article 44(c). Right Honorable Speaker, in that case, it was declared unconstitutional for having been passed without following the procedure under Chapter 8 of our Constitution. Court also discussed the effect of Section 5 of the Constitution Amendment Act, which proposed to introduce new clauses 2 and 3 of Article 97 with the intention of restricting citizens' unhampered access to information in the possession of the state. You may read for yourselves, and I'll proceed to page 12. The bill infringes on the following articles of the Constitution, making it grossly unconstitutional in form and effect. Number 1, unconstitutional deprivation of citizenship. Right Honorable Speaker, citizenship is not granted by statute. By seeking to reintroduce the foreign element against Ugandans, the bill offends Articles 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 of the Constitution. Freedom of expression under attack. Article 29, 1A and B, which provide that every person shall have the right to freedom of speech and expression, freedom of thought, conscience and belief. Now clauses 5, 7, 8, 9, 7, 8, 10, 12, and 13, and the definitions of disruptive activities in Clause 1 directly criminalize expression and association, including influencing the public to oppose the policy of government. Clause 2(2)(g), engaging or participating in a riot or unlawful demonstration or assembly. The definition of disruptive activities is offensive, and publishing information said to weaken the economic system. Clause 13. These restrictions are neither demonstrably justifiable in a free and democratic society as provided for under Article 43(2)(c), which provides that public interest shall not permit any limitation of the enjoyment of the right and freedoms prescribed under the Constitution beyond what is acceptable and demonstrably justifiable in a free and democratic society. 3. Freedom of association and assembly threatened. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Article 38(2) of the Constitution guarantees every citizen's right to participate in peaceful activities to influence the policies through civic organization. Now listen to this. Clause 7.3, Clause 8.3, Clause 8.4, and 12 substantially burden and in some places extinguish that right by criminalizing conduct that constitutes its core exercise. 4. Right of equality invaded. Under Article 21.1, all persons are equal. Now, when it comes to the definition of foreigner, a Ugandan citizen residing outside, that has been sorted, and I accede to that. Then the foreigners in their own country, and converts persons into those who deal with them. Intrusion of privacy, where the minister, the right to privacy of a person and property, and no person is subjected to unlawful search or unlawful entry into the premises. Clause 28 confers the person appointed by the minister to inspect the premises on an agent of a foreigner. Void for vagueness. I think the Honorable Betty Namboze has hinted on it, on the wide and arbitrary provision. Authorities to look at are Andrew Kalamaji versus Attorney General Constitutional Petition number 5 of 2016, which struck down Section 25 of the Computer Misuse Act, Charles Onyango and another versus Attorney General Constitutional Appeal number 2. The bill departs from the legality principle under Article 28. Interests of Uganda, I think Honorable Namboze has hinted on it, they are not defined. Agent of a foreigner, Clause 1. The definition is extraordinarily broad and captures any person who acts at the order, requests, under the direction, and control. I have specifically highlighted the threats that I consider legitimate in those bullet points at page 14. Now, the foreigner clause, I think, has also been canvassed together with disruptive activities and economic sabotage. At page 16, Right Honorable Speaker, I have highlighted the threat against the freedom from cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment in the attendant authorities. The bill is accompanied with a defective certificate that has been canvassed by the Honorable Odul Jonathan, and I want to associate with him, but point out or be specific on the following areas. 1, that the estimates of revenue and expenditure over the period of not less than 2 years after the coming into effect of the bill, when passed, the impact of the bill on the economy are not canvassed in the certificate. The certificate simply laid down the principle of what we may achieve in broad terms without telling us what we are likely to spend on implementing and whether government is prepared to spend that money. To that extent, the certificate is incurably defective and cannot support this bill. The bill has also the potential to destabilize Uganda's balance of payments. I think reference has been made to the submissions of the Governor Bank of Uganda, and I associate in the same terms. The financial sector and de-risking the operational paralysis, the capital requirements and the funding gap, the policy framework inconsistency and the voluntary shocks have all been canvassed. And then the second last is the amendments proposed by the committee, good as they sound, are equally excessive and disregard the precedents of the House. They also disregard the procedure that ought to have been adopted as elaborated by my colleagues earlier. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, for my reasons, this is where I'm going to refer to the letter written by my brother, the President. And here nobody will ask me whether he wrote it or not, because having said he's my brother, I think I know him better than anyone. The bill was rejected by the President and majority of the stakeholders in the committee that the committee engaged with. Right Honorable Speaker, the statistics have been given. Of all the persons that appeared, I think only 3 people supported, 3 stakeholders. The Honorable Yusuf Nsibambi, the Honorable Chiriowa Chiwanuka Attorney General, I treat him as a stakeholder because he was not the mover, and the gentleman from Fort Portal, Mr. Asimwe, that has been referred to. The President himself did state that this is not the bill that he initiated in Cabinet. But it does not stop there. Even General Severino Kahindo Tafire, who was stated to be the mover of the bill, evaded the committee proceedings, yet is the one who must have received the President's instructions, only to be misconstrued with immense respect by my son, General David Muhoozi, who appeared, and not the minister.
Honorable David Muhoozi is a son-in-law because he marries from him.
So yes, he's my son. In Africa, we don't say that. He's my son. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the general conclusion is that the minority, and that is me now, wish to remind colleagues that Uganda is here to stay. And therefore, there is no need for firefighting. The country must not be stampeded into criminalizing politics, because politics seems to be left as the only target in the name and behind the curtain of sovereignty and security. The existing laws were not enacted in vain. They must be allowed to serve their purpose. The bill as proposed is inimical to democratic tenets, constitutional commands, and injurious to good conscience, which principles we must be jealously guarded and protected with utmost tenacity by all Ugandans of goodwill. The minority therefore recommend as follows. 1, the Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026 that was read for the first time and referred to the Joint Committee on Wednesday, 15th April 2026, be rejected in its entirety for the reasons stated above. That the government undertakes to take practical steps to protect the sovereignty of the people from direct and indirect attacks, including by those claiming to fight for us. Medad Lubega Segona, MB. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Medad, for that report. The opposition, yes, motion. Is a motion.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, having heard from the substance of the majority report and the substance of the minority reports, I rise pursuant to Rule 17, Sub-Rule 1 of our Rules of Procedure, which states, a member may, with the consent of the Speaker, move that a rule be suspended in its application to a particular motion before the House. I therefore move, Right Honorable Speaker, that the application of Rule 214, Sub-Rule 14, and 214, Sub-Rule 15, be suspended to waive the requirement of a 3-day period between the presentation of a report on the bill and the debate. I beg to move.
Seconded. Okwalinga, Namilyango, Echweru, Balamu, Odoi, Kabanda, Honorable Acheni, Silas, Charity, Nekesa, Rakajara, Lanyo, Abe, Akelo, General, Esther, Sanoni, Apoloto, Abeja, Ibanda, Omara, Chut, Water, Mariamu, Eric, Gabriel, Toroma, Amuria, Phyllis, Nyakato, my brother from Bugisu, Maxi, by the whole side, and 3/4 of the other side, the vice president, the prime minister, the government chief whip, Honorable Yusuf Sibambi, the yellow boy, and then Mama Wabana, yellow girl, and then the Honorable Musinje, Honorable, all the elders, and all the disabilities. Honorable Nabakova is also there. Just 5.
Right Honorable Speaker, the justification of my motion are basically in threefold. One is that Rule 214 and Rule 215 are not falling under the confines of rules under Rule 17, Sub-Rule 4 that are entrenched, implying literally the two rules can be suspended. Reason number 2 is that this particular report on the bill was uploaded on our parliamentary information system. Members here present have perused through the report, and I believe with the turn-up you have in the House, we are ready to proceed just like we have proceeded with the main report and the minority reports. Reason number 3 is that the members who are required to discuss and debate this report as presented are here present and gathered in big numbers. Basing on the 3 reasons, I justify that my motion for suspension of the rule, if it pleases you, do carry the day. I beg to move, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. Wilfred?
Right Honorable Speaker, I do strongly oppose the motion to suspend the rules on account of 3 grounds. 1, it is apparently clear that the speed at which this bill has been moved, majority of the members are yet to access the records, the minutes of the committee meetings, and even the reports for them to internalize and appreciate the essence of this particular bill. 2,
how many members have reported to you that they have not had access to the information?
Right Honorable Speaker, speaking as the alternative Attorney General, we had 6 minority reports. Of course, you know the presentation has not been to its logical conclusion, and the majority of the people have remained seated here who did not stand up to support the motion, have not had time to look at the reports, read them, internalize, and even the minutes. Incidentally, even the minutes of the committee were not read by the mover of the motion.
They are there.
So 3, most importantly, Right Honorable Speaker, this particular bill touches fundamental rights of the people of Uganda, both within and without the territorial jurisdiction of this country. So it is important that members be given time to debate the reports. Those who do not intend to debate can, yes, keep quiet, but give members opportunity to debate. So I do strongly oppose the motion to suspend the rules on debate of this particular important matter.
Attorney General.
Right Honorable Speaker, I think the question has been put more to the members Because
I only want you to respond to what the shadow has said.
yes, the honorable member seems to doubt the member's capacity to read quickly, which I strongly oppose, because I think these members have the capacity to read and understand these things. So it's not, so of course, this law is not about Ugandan, it's about agents of foreigners. So I think, Right Honorable, the question should be put to the members to decide whether they are ready to deal with the issues in the bill or not. I beg to submit.
Honorable members, I put a question that Rule 2014, Sub-Rule 14 and 15 be suspended to enable the House to deliberate upon the report of the Committee of Protection of Sovereignty Bill without having to wait for the 3 days as per the rules. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Right, Honorable
members,
Speaker.
can you sit?
Honorable Speaker, the rules allow them to stand, and I wanted to quote for you the rule. Right, Honorable Speaker. Rule 107 of our rules of procedure provides for division. 1B. So a division may be ordered by the Speaker or Chairperson where B, the Speaker has announced the results of the voice voting, and immediately 40 or more members stand in their places, signifying their disapproval of the outcome of the vote. Honorable Speaker, from what we had, the noes had it. But you announced that the ayes have it. So these are more than 40 members who are standing up to say, put this to a division so that we count per head. It is the rules of procedure. Some of you don't read the rules. You need to start reading the rules. So, Madam Speaker, the rules allow for voting by division when 40 members stand up. These here are more than 40 members. So I would like to implore you that we do the casting by division so that we ascertain. Because as it stands now, we don't believe the announcement you made, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I will not speak before you sit.
Madam Speaker, you have to kindly rule on the 40 members standing up.
Okay, you sit.
Right Honorable Speaker, the rule says you've got to first ascertain that these are 40 plus.
Honorable members, I don't need to ascertain. Even if you're 50, I am going to allow division. I am going to allow it. And then we see. And one thing I can tell you, whether we do what tactics of delay, we shall finish. Honorable members, Lope appoint a teller for the nays, and then Honorable Bua appoint for ayes. The ayes can move this side, and the nays move this side. Yes. Go to the lobby. Go to the lobby, and yes. Ayes, but Majegere. And the ones abstaining can remain with me here.
Alright, abakyali ku Uganda y'encholi nange muzukulu wa Gahunga Moses Wamala. Well, tukyagenda maaso ne Parliament. Kakati akaseera ke tuliko oba ke baliko kakugenda maaso kubala omu kw'omu baani abakkiriziganya n'abakkaanya n'ekiteeso kya Hamson Obua ye government chief whip ali ku ludda lwa NRM. Azze n'ateesa nti oba ataddewo ekiteeso before the members of Parliament nti bagende maaso okubeera nga balonda oba bagenda maaso okugenda ku stage eddako nga tewali kubaganya birowoozo ku tteeka lino. Kaakati kyekyo Hamson Obua kyaleese. Wabula akubiriza oba akumaakuma era akiikira oludda oluvuganya mu Parliament ye Joe Ssennyonyi ateeseza n'agamba nti bwe kibeera nga kiri kityo obuuzizza Right Honourable Speaker nti abakkaanya n'abatakkiriza abakkaanya n'abatakkaanya babalibwe kuba oyinza okubeera ng'olabye bubi okukkiriza nti ekiteeso kya Hamson Obua kiyitewo tugende bugenzi mu maaso nga alipoota zonna tezikubiddwako oba tezikubaganyiziddwako birowoozo. So Hamson Obua oba NRM eteesa nti bo bagende mu maaso report baleme zikubaganyako birowoozo zonna ebbiri oba omukaaga kuba report eya majority eya abangi eriemu report z'aba minority abatakkaanya n'ebyo byasaliddwawo bali bataano. Kwabo kubaddeko omubaka Medard Lubega Sseggona, Betty Namboze Bakireke, Abdallah Kiwanuka, Jonathan Odul, omulala n'erinnya linvudde mu mutwe. Kaakati ababaka ab'opposition bagamba nti kino tekisoboka kukolebwa, tulina okubaganya ebirowoozo ku za lipoota zonna. Tulina okubaganya ebirowoozo ku majority report, tulina okubaganya ebirowoozo ku minority reports. NRM egamba alipoota zino tezandikubaganyiziddwako birowoozo olw'ensonga mwenna mwasomye mwabitegedde. Ate bino biri mu rules of procedure oba akazanyo rule of the game nga Parliament bw'erina okubeera nga etambula. Nti Parliament bw'ebeera nga egenda mu maaso waliwo amateeka ge bagoberera mu 1 agasobola okugenderako oba butagenderako ne bagagenda mu maaso ne baga revokinga oba ne baga repairinga obuwaayiro obw'enjawulo. Nti osobola okugenda maaso n'okubiriza Parliament ng'ebimu tubikutteko ne tugamba nti kino tetujja genda maaso okubeera nga tukitunuulira. This is what's taking place right now. So mulina okubeera nga mubitegeera era mubimanye butereevu nnyo nti kiki ebitegeeza. So ye akubiriza oba awumbawumba ababaka aba NRM Hamson Obua ateesa nti alipoota zonna ebbiri mukaaga kale eya majority n'eya minority n'eza minority. Eza minority ziri 5, eza majority ziri 6, eya majority eri emu, making a total of 6. The majority report oba ey'abangi eri emu. Ezaabo abatakkaanyiza n'abo abangi the minority ziri 5. Emu ku zo ya Honourable Medard Lubega Sseggona, endala ya Honourable Betty Namboze Bakireke, endala ya Honourable Abdallah Kiwanuka, endala ya Jonathan Odul omubaka owokutaano omwerabidde naye abadde musajja naye. So kakati ekigenda mu maaso Parliament kwe kulaba nga ebala mu mateeka agagenda mu maaso okubeera nga gafuga Parliament gakkiriza kino ekigenda mu maaso nti bwe wabaawo okukubagana empawa nti abagambye ye oba aye oba yes nga batono okugamba kwabo abagambye no naye nga amaloboozi ye speaker asazeewo bulala. For instance, tuyinza okugamba does the pressure increase or decreases? Increases. Byonna bisembyayo increases. Byonna bisembyayo increases. Rhythm yemu. Kakati tuyinza okugamba tukuba akalulu kitumanye baani abangi baani abatono era nabwe ekityo akawaayiro ako speaker akakkiriza ekyo no kireeteddwa ab'oludda oluvuganya nga bakulembeddwamu Jose Nnyonyi. Jose Nnyonyi ateesa nti zineeyi oba no zibadde mpitirivu nnyo okusinga ku yes. Era rules of procedure ziragira nti singa wabawo okubagana empawa tusobola okukuba akalulu ne tumanya the vote nti the majority is this, either the yes or the no. That is what's going on right now. To my brothers and sisters who may not understand literally the local dialect, that's Luganda, I've just said that what's happening apparently in Parliament is the head count. Under the rules of procedure that govern the Parliament, actually that make a cornerstone or a pillar of leadership in Parliament, necessitates that in case of any misconceptions in a time of voting, that the yes or nays have it, or ayes have it, or whatever, there shall be a head count or a vote. That is what's happening apparently. What has caused this? The government chief whip, who happens to be Hamson Oboa, says that there shouldn't be a debate. It's not a matter of debate. It's not a matter subject to debate, since all members of Parliament read both the minority and the majority reports. So instead of wasting time, because the rules of procedure necessitate that each report or the reports must be debated in 3 days or for 3 days. Now, Honorable Hamson Oboa, who happens to be the government chief whip, suggests that let this rule be evoked, let it be repealed, and members of Parliament move on without debating the reports. The Honorable Leader of Opposition retaliated, opposed to that. He said no. When the Right Honorable Speaker asked or put a question before the House, for those of us or for the entire House to vote either to move on without debating the reports or not, the nays had it. But the Right Honorable Speaker chose the ayes have it, which is contrary to the rules of procedure that, yes, we must have a head count. That is what's happening apparently right here, according to the live proceedings coming to you live from the plenary and the Parliament, where the contentious and what has been termed as evil, the protection of the sovereignty bill, is being debated. And as per the tactics and the strategies we've all seen the 40 years, indeed, this shall come to pass. It's going to pass at whatever cost. That's what the Speaker, Right Honorable Anita Monk, has just confirmed and asserted aggressively to the House that this shall pass. Even though you waste time, this shall come to pass. And today. That's what she says. Now, this comes back to the so many bills that have passed in the House, including the age limit bill of 2017, the coffee bill of 2025, the UPDF Amendment Act of 2025, the term limits. All these bills have passed despite the condemnation, the criticism, and rejection from the public or from the members of Parliament. Now, as we speak, the head count is ongoing, is underway, and in no time we shall be able to understand whether the ayes had it or the nays had it. It is a contestation, oppression versus the oppressed, or the oppressed versus the oppressors. So far, battle lines have been drawn, matters have been discussed before the floor of the Parliament, in the committee stage or on the committee stage, during committee stages, and in public space. And yes, indeed, all voices reject this dangerous bill to the sovereignty of the people. According to the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda that was promulgated in 1995, under Article 1 of that Constitution, all power belongs to the people. and the rejection, the condemnation, and the criticism for at least 3 or so weeks indeed confirm that Ugandans have rejected this bill under all circumstances and rejections and criticism and condemnations. So what we are yet to confirm in no time is the number for the majority and the minority. This is taking some time as the deliberations continue between, I see, the Attorney General, the Clerk to Parliament, Mr. Adolf Mwesge, of course the stewards of the House, or call them the, I'm forgetting their term, actually, their name, Sergeant at Arms, yes, very good, the security that's mandated, of course, to take over all the stewardship of the precincts of the Parliament, or more so the plenary. They are as well on guard and on standby. As per our reporters on ground, they confirmed to us that indeed security has been beefed up, because this bill may be the spirit in which it has come. Indeed, the state wants this to pass for the reasons we all know: suppression and curbing dissent to those who speak contrarily and say contrarily to this government. This bill criminalizes literally everyone, including you, the listener, in case you receive any monies from abroad without any affirmation or approval from the minister. Now, the majority report, of course, noted that, gave some recommendations. Yes, of course, they gave some recommendations which seek to at least minimize or reduce the sentence or the punishment. For instance, if the prison or jail or whatever, it should be, they suggest it should be 10 from the 20 years. That's what they suggest in the majority report. And now even the fines, the monetary fine, the majority report seeks to zero it down or make it halfway from the suggested. If it was 4 billion, they suggest that it be 2 billion for whoever, be it an agent or an individual, who goes further to go against any article or any section of that bill, or that will turn up to be a law after the president assents to his signature onto that he or she shall be criminalized for 20 years or paying a fine of 4 billion. In case one receives more than 400 millions from a foreign agent or from someone, and a foreign agent, we mean someone, a foreigner. And now the head count is underway as we speak. And according to what I receive, even if the House ends at midnight, as long as this bill passes today, because at dawn this morning or today, 9:30 a.m., we were told and informed that yes, indeed, the NRM Parliamentary Caucus convened a meeting in the conference hall at the office of the president, just behind the parliament. And they had unanimously decided to support the business, and the business is the sovereignty bill. So, at all costs, as I've told you, beyond, despite the condemnations, the criticism, and the rejection of this bill, it shall pass, as it has always been the case with other bills. For instance, the term limit, the age limit, the term limit, the UCDA, that is the Coffee Bill Amendment, the UPDF Amendment Bill. So that's history. It shall pass. Albeit citizens have rejected it. So I'll take it down to your comments now to understand what you have to say, what you're saying online. Thanks for subscribing. In case you did, in case you've not subscribed to us yet, please do consider subscribing to us for informative and analytical news and stories here as they happen. So I'll take your comments shortly. We pinned a poll actually, and there is an opinion poll in the comment section. Share just to vote. Either you're in support of the protection of the sovereignty bill 2026 or not. So you can just go right there and either you vote yes or no, or you're not sure. So far, 1,684 have voted in, and as the results tally keep coming, they keep coming, and 14% they say yes, they are in support of the protection of the sovereignty bill 2026. However, 74% they say no, they reject the bill, and 12% are not sure about whether to support it or not. So I'll go straight to your comments and pick some thoughts. Yes, Lolo, just pass the NRM bill and we move. Everyone shall test the dictatorship, either by force until Ugandans do the needful. Chigemuzi William Bamvika, we do not need that bill. Only one family is supporting it. Okay. Mariam Nsamba, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Wa alaikum salam. Mochiwi Abdara Swabul, thanks to Lop for his leadership. Mochiwi Abdara Swabul, the protection of the sovereignty bill 2026 is of no importance, and the present laws can work upon all of its concerns. That comes in from Mochiwi Abdul Swabul. Okay. Still picking more of your comments and insights right here. I'll pick yours. Ugandans, let's stand strong together for a change in our country and equal rights. To all Ugandans, be aware of scammers holding power positions. Chinene Yubu, has chosen to term them or take them as scammers in the name of leaders. Okay, Tumwesiji Lawrence says, but really, if we are to live in a good nation, why don't they leave this bill? Okay, Tumwesiji asks. Gerard Telekosi, they have gone to transact? Good question. Nampeo Rachel, much respect our Lop. Okay. Naye Mukama watuwa Lop Nampeo Rachel. Accept Jesus today. Some MPs are a disgrace. I deserve accept Jesus. Okay, I think that's not a name. It's just a pet name. Okay. Musmenta Dera says, guys, no, we're gonna face this as Ugandans. Whether you are here voting, but we are going to suffer together. Lwachi chiche nyoba nange chiche batya. Chigongo Martin says, actually asks. Chigongo Martin again says, I even wonder to see someone supporting this bill. Yeah, no wonder. We must condemn this bill at all times with the strongest terms, or in the strongest terms available. That's why we must rise up, because it criminalizes everyone. If this bill passes in its state the way it is, apparently it criminalizes everyone. However, the majority report made some recommendations that it should stick somewhere, not criminalizing everyone. it should focus. The center of focus must be on or against those, most of the foreigners. Yeah, the agents of foreigners. That's what the majority report managed to recommend. Now Kigongo Martin abakulembeze nedda leero kino kisusse newankubadde naye mugenda tutamya ensi Uganda. Okay, Lucky Mutwalibi. Okay, what happened to sound? Sound is on. Veteran, now NRM outgoing leaders, choose wisely, because you are joining us outside here as citizens, not as a leader. Okay, Ugandans, let's stand strong. So members of parliament are coming back. They are taking their seats yet again. And as I can see, a sigh of relief, and maybe to cut down the pressure, Right Honorable Speaker goes ahead to sip even, I don't know, whether coffee or milk or anything. But yeah, she grabs a moment even to have a time to share or to sip onto something. Now, House is about to resume in no time after a head count as per the rules of procedure. You know, where we are right now, it's a game of tactics and strategies and a game of numbers. Number one, the National Resistance Movement has always had the numbers, and politics is a game of numbers, ideas, and tactics and strategies. And as I speak, the NRM has the numbers, the opposition has the tactics, the strategies, and things to do with ideas. So we are yet to understand whether ideas and ideas will beat the numbers, because the rules of procedure necessitate that any vote that should be taken, either it's a number, a majority. No bill goes through parliament without a majority vote. So the members of parliament have had a head count to ascertain and to come to conclusion whether indeed the nays had it or the ayes have it. So either the no actually surpassed the yes. It's a matter of time. But to what, basing on history and according to how the parliament has been conducting themselves during this regime, this is going to pass. It's just a matter of time, and it's the business of the day. Yes, the House started by as well, passing some supplementary budgets for different agencies and ministries. Despite the condemnation still, I think let's go right ahead and listen in.
Rohama East. Honorable. We also have Honorable Ilukor Emmanuel from Bokora, Napak. Thank you. We have Honorable Achia Lokiru from GA County. Welcome. And then we have Honorable Etilu Margaret from Amoria. Most welcome and thank you for coming. Honorable members, can I receive my numbers from the clerks? Honorable members, the question was on suspension of Rule 214, Sub-Rule 14 and 15, and the Leader of Opposition raised an issue. He wanted to exercise his duty and his mandate by having a division and lobby, and I hereby announce the results. I want to congratulate opposition. You got 54 votes. $54 votes. And then NRM got 286. So the 286 against 54. The 286 have it. The ayes have it. So what I'd say that the ayes had it was correct. I had it very well. So the ayes had it. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Bua.
Madam Speaker, having ascertained the numbers in compliance with Rule 107 as raised by the Leader of Opposition, I beg to move under Rule 17.1 that in the consideration of the report on this bill, Rule 107 be suspended. I beg to move.
Aye.
Seconded? Aye. Yes. Seconded by the PM, by Honorable David, by Honorable Baka, Isibabi, by the whole 286. The ayes have it. Would you justify?
Right Honorable Speaker, my justification number one again is that Rule 107 is not entrenched, and as such, it can be suspended. Justification number two, it appears even when we have the numbers beyond their third required for passing a bill such as this, our good friends in the opposition would want to continue taking refuge under Rule 107 of the Rules of Procedure. And as such, I am justifying that that rule be suspended in the consideration of the report on this bill. You are taking refuge. You are not a refugee.
I put a question that Rule 107 be suspended to aid efficient consideration of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Right Honorable Speaker, again, in consonance with Rule 107, 40 members are standing up because we believe it is the nays that
the rule has already been suspended.
No. Right Honorable.
It has already been suspended.
Right Honorable, if you could listen to me for a minute. Actually, we are challenging the result you have declared, Right Honorable. So we should ascertain what you have declared, because you have declared that the ayes have it. We are saying no, the nays have it. So we still need to do a division to ascertain what you have declared. Right Honorable, it's very simple because it's the rules. So we need to ascertain what you have declared according to Rule 107.
You go. We are
doing a division again.
Yes. We will not get tired of it.
Thank you for not getting tired, Right Honorable. Even us, we shall not get tired. I hope our colleagues this side are not tired.
Prime Minister. This is the last one and we shall have it.
Honorable members,
Please.
Honorable Speaker,
please,
as a commander this side, I just want to use this microphone to tell my people that we shall not get tired. And it is going to be done today. Whatever play.
They told you to get out, not to come to the microphone.
So you go.
They told you to get out, not to come to the microphone and make noise. Prime.
Go. Go on your sides. All those, Gabriel, move this side. Gabriel, move your team this side. Amero, move your team. Honorable Ivan Remulicha, can you people move? Menya. Honorable Adoa, let's not, Honorable Lobo, let's not take time. Goretti, go away. Stop disturbing my age. Goretti, get out. Abeja. Honor open, get out.
It's just Katemba. This is just drama and comedy at play, playing at the gallery. If you can ably use your eyes or the third eye to see what's shaping the discourse here at the August House. They are out for a second head count, of course. Now the NRM proposes to, of course, repeal some of the rules of the procedure, the rules. They are avoiding debate. This is what's on record. The NRM is avoiding debate. Government is avoiding debate. They are saying, look, guys, however much you've rejected as the citizens, you've rejected the sovereignty, we've packed in quotes so well and tactfully and skillfully, you must be sovereign. Do you get that right? Now, the state says, yes, we agree you've all rejected the protection of your sovereignty through a bill under 2026. You've rejected it, you've condemned it, and you've criticized it. But as the state, we are saying you must be sovereign and it must be protected by force. That is the gesture. We are into a second head count as per the rules of procedure. As to those who love the good game of football, these are just delaying tactics because it's approaching to 7 p.m. East African time. But perhaps the opposition is skillfully trying to delay the NRM at least to get a draw today, and at least they take it to another day, that is tomorrow. But as per the head of the government business, that is the Right Honorable leader of government business, the Prime Minister, Robin Anabanja, says that it must all end today. You play your games, play whatever games you want, it all ends today. That is retaliating what the Right Honorable Speaker, Anita Among, just said, that it all ends today. So, the opposition knows that, yes, indeed, they do not have the numbers, but what they are doing, one, is to expose, two, is to put up a fight that at least, yes, however much the bill was passed, but it was passed after a fight. That is what they are trying to do in the game of football, that, yes, you scored 3 or 4 or 5 goals, but yes, indeed, we outclassed you in passes, in performance. The game was, we made the game entertaining. However, it doesn't take away the fact that, yes, indeed, you lost the game. But it goes on record that, yes, indeed, you tried your level best. You put up a very fighted spirit or a good fight. This is what's happening. And ladies and gentlemen, to what I gather, that is that this is coming to pass today. It all ends today at all costs. That's what I gather. So we must understand why the state needs this bill. Now, the state needs this bill, reason being that there is a transition debate, and behind the corridors of power, the successor or the son in waiting, the state or the first family thinks he shouldn't receive any criticism and any rejection. So they are doing this at all costs by force. So this is forced democracy, forced sovereignty. That's why you're seeing all sorts of bills and more to come. So this is what we are experiencing right now. Okay. We need to have more news here, as they do really come in. Okay, now rules 205 of the rules of procedure, the minority report. A member of parliament or members dissenting from the opinion of a majority of a committee may state in writing the reasons for his or her or their dissent, and the statements of reasons shall be appended to the report of the committee. Now, the member of all the members of dissenting views from the opinion of the majority of the committee shall be given time to present the minority report at the time of the consideration of the minority report. In preparing a minority report, a member shall be afforded reasonable assistance by the office of the clerk. The minority reports have all been read. Now, moments earlier, the Erute South MP, Jonathan Odul, revealed that the MPs opposed to the protection of the Sovereignty Bill 2026 faced fierce violation of their rights and were forced to jump onto borders to print documents after being denied photocopying services by the Joint Committee chairpersons. That's something that Member of Parliament of Erute County, that is Jonathan Odul, said while presenting his minority report. Now, members, now Parliament votes on motion to suspend Rule 14, subsection 14 of the Rules of Procedure. Now, Parliament is conducting a physical vote on a motion moved by the Government Chief Whip, that's to say Honorable Hamson Oboa, Ajuli County, to suspend Rule 214.14 of the Rules of Procedure. The motion seeks to allow members to proceed without delay to debate the report of Parliament, the report of the Committee of the Protection of the Sovereignty Bill. I think it's prudent as well to read this out for you to understand. But before that, I think I'll take you back to Parliament and you hear in, okay, as of course, the Speaker is making some proclamations or declarations. And okay, according to the rules of procedure. Now, the contestations is surrounding Rules 214. Rule 214 says, I want to take you there. Rule 214, what does it say? What does it state? Rule 214 says, okay, Rule 214. Rule 214, where are you? Okay, it's right here, I think. Oh, okay. I need to read you this rule so that you understand what it says, why they want it to be, okay, why they want it to be suspended. Very good. Now, Rule 214, subsection 4, section, now it says 214, they want to suspend 14. Yes. Rule 214 and Rule 14. That says that the report of a committee on a bill shall be uploaded on the Parliamentary Information System for the information of members of Parliament. Is laid before it's laid on table, and only be debated after the expiry of at least 3 days from the day the report was laid on table by the chairperson of the deputy chairperson or the member designated by the committee to read the report. Okay, now they are evading the debate. Notwithstanding sub rule 14, debate on the report may, in discretion of the Speaker, ensue if 3 or more days have elapsed. You understand? This is what they want to suspend. Notwithstanding sub rule 14, debate on the report may, in discretion of the Speaker, ensue if 3 or more days have elapsed since the report of the committee was uploaded on the Parliamentary Information System and a notification of the existence of the report sent out to all members of Parliament. After the report has been laid on table by the chairperson of the deputy, okay, let me take you back. Let me first take you back and listen into whatever is being said by the chair. That's the Speaker. Let's hear in.
Have you signed? You signed? Honorable members, can we settle down? The members who have signed, please enter. And don't squeeze yourself. Free sitting. Honorable Peace, there is a seat here. Solo. Where is the leader of opposition? No. I already have my book. Honorable members. Honorable members. Lop. Honorable members. The question is, honorable members, can I have order? The question is for suspension of Rule 107 that was moved by none other than Honorable Obua Hamson, the government chief whip. And those in favor are 292. And those against are 52, and the abstainees is 1. The ayes have it. I have your books. The books have been delivered. Me, I have not been involved. Yes, Honorable Sibambi. Switch on.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable members, can you listen to a senior counsel?
Right, Honorable Speaker. I move a motion that we move to committee stage. And I have only one reason. The bill has been discussed over and over. We have 7 reports before us, and we are ready to discuss clause by clause. So I pray that I move the House to go so that the question is put. 61. Yes, I beg to move that we go to committee stage.
Seconded. Seconded by Honorable Prosi, by the all front bench. Honorable Akol Menya, Honorable Mulimba, Honorable Vice President, Prime Minister, Government Chief Whip, Honorable Bahati, Honorable David, Honorable Baka, Honorable Yusuf, Honorable Mama Wabana, Honorable Amos, Honorable Abe, Honorable Gwang, Okasai, Elders, Dr. Cheng, Honorable Doug, Honorable Paul, Ibanda, Charity, Nekesa, Adoa, Rakajara, Olobo, Chemongesi, Werike, Panado, David, Muuma, Mulimba, Idi Sabirie, Apoloto, Sechindi, by the whole House on this side and the majority the other side. Honorable members, can I have some silence? I put a question that the Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026 be read a second time. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026, Bills Committee stage.
Honorable members, the quorum that we have on Zoom, we have 8 members, plus the ones we have in the House. That gives us 353 members. So we have the quorum.
Clause 1.
Clause 1 is interpretation. We could come back to the interpretation after.
Clause 2.
Madam Chair. Right, Honorable Chair. That chair, not you. Right, Honorable Chair. I want to give some feedback. You know, I like to give you feedback. And I'm sure you will take it in good faith. This feedback is not for you, It's for the chair. So you need to calm down. As I see there's a lot of excitement. I'm giving feedback to the chair. Not to you, yellow girl, or anyone else. So, right, Honorable, let me give you the feedback.
You know how we always... Honorable Lob, we know how we always get feedback. Me and you, we shall discuss. For now, for now, I am working for the whole House.
So allow me to raise my procedural matter, right? Madam Chair, I was raising a procedural issue.
Madam Chair, the committee proposes...
Madam Chair, you allowed my procedural issue. Madam Chair, you allowed my point of procedure.
Can I look at clause 2 first, then I'll give you space.
Madam Chair,
it's about clause 2 also.
No, let him first.
Madam Chair, please listen to the point of procedure and then rule. It is you going to rule. The point of procedure is even about the clause he wants to embark on.
You wait, and he gives us his... Switch on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That wasn't too hard. You see, Madam Chair, and this is the procedural matter that I want to raise. I have said here severally that the majority can have their way, but the minority must have their say. It's very important. Madam Chair, Rule 215, Sub-Rule 2. This is about dissent from decision of the majority. The member of the committee dissenting from a decision of the majority shall be given time to present the statement of reasons referred to. Honorable Chair, we were here battling literally for space. Honorable Dur hardly read his report. I think he had read a quarter way. A number of the others, you were saying 2 minutes. Madam Chair, this rule does not refer to two sides. It refers to a member of the committee with a dissenting opinion. There can be 10, there can be 20 dissenting opinions. Each of those members is accorded space in these rules. Madam Chair.
Yes.
And so I'm asking procedurally, Madam Chair, are you saying that the views on our end, you do not want to entertain them, you don't think we add value because of the way the haggling has been happening?
Honorable members.
Our colleagues, you were saying they're going to upload the minority reports. But our colleagues the other side used 40 minutes to present their report, majority report.
Thank you.
Each minority report is meant to be accorded similar space. And that's all we are asking for. You people have got the numbers to do anything. You can even choose that tomorrow the sun will not rise because you have the numbers after all. So I don't know why you panic too much.
Honorable.
Our end has always just been asking,
Okay.
Madam Chair, accord us space. And that's what we have been asking for.
Procedure?
But it's been a fight. So my procedural question to you, Madam Chair, are you saying our views on our...
No,
Are you saying, Madam Chair, that the views on our end are irrelevant, they don't add any value? We want to know because of the way we are being treated.
Okay.
In the committee, you've had the testimonies of our colleagues, Madam Chair.
Can I
They
respond?
told you they were not being... Let me finish in a minute, Madam Chair. You had our colleagues on the committee. Even in the committee, they were struggling to get space there. We thought that when we come here, our leader, who is the leader for all of us, you will be able to accord space to all of us. Because, Madam Chair, when you sit in that chair, you become a referee. You're not even supposed to descend into the arena to participate in debate. And we feel like you're not protecting us, Madam Chair, to air out our views. Are we irrelevant to you and to this House, Madam Chair? I would want to know.
Honorable members, Honorable Sanyonyi is a very good friend of mine. And Honorable Sanyonyi, I don't want and I don't love people who play double standards. When you came and told me thank you for giving my members time, as I asked, he thanked me. He thanked me for giving his members time. That's number one. Number two, I want you to listen to this. Number two, you know me, you don't whisper to me because I call a spade a spade. Number two, a member of the committee dissenting from the decision of the majority shall be given time. Time is not specified. I gave Honorable Nwagaba less than 5 minutes. He finished. He presented. Honorable Gilbert, he presented. No. I am the one speaking. I gave, Gilbert did not complain, everybody. And this time, we are past there. We are at committee stage. Can we go to committee stage? Two, you go to committee stage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam
No.
Chair, the committee proposes to amend clause 2 of the bill as follows. The first amendment in sub-clause 1 by deleting the words any person who acts as. The second one by substituting for sub-clause 2 the following.
Procedure.
For avoidance
Procedure.
of doubt, this act applies to an agent of a foreigner who engages in any
I've
of the
been
following
struggling
activities
throughout.
through any means, including the use of digital
Procedure.
platform.
I will give you after.
Engage in political activities in Uganda to further the interests of a foreigner.
I'll give you when it reaches
B.
that
Solicit,
clause.
collect, disperse, or dispense contributions, loans, money, or other things of value for the purpose of financing or sponsoring political activities to further the interests of a foreigner. C. Represent the interest of a foreigner before any agency or official of government of Uganda for the purpose
Madam
of
Chair.
engaging in political
Procedure.
activities in Uganda. D. Recruit, contract, engage, enter into a partnership or sponsor any person in Uganda to promote the interests of a foreigner for the
procedure.
purpose of engaging in political activities in Uganda. E. Agree,
Madam
consent, assume, or purport to act as, or who is or holds himself or herself out to promote the interest of a foreigner against the interests of Ugandans.
No, I have a procedural issue to raise.
F, without the approval of cabinet, influences the development of a policy of government or implements a policy of government. And G, influence the public to oppose the policy of government. Another amendment, Madam Chair, by inserting immediately after subclause 3 the following. For avoidance of doubt
Madam
and
Chair,
notwithstanding the
right to
provisions
fair
of this
hearing
section,
is
this
non-derogable.
act shall not apply to monies or funding received from a foreigner by a supervised institution or a person or institution regulated by a regulatory body and an act of parliament for purposes of meeting its regulatory requirements or for purposes of undertaking its commercial, licensed or permitted activity under an act of parliament. B, a health or medical facility for purposes of performing an activity permitted under the laws of Uganda to be undertaken by a health or medical facility. C, an academic or research institution for purposes of funding research and innovation or any other education activity permitted under the laws of Uganda to be undertaken by an academic or research institution. D, a person for commercial, domestic, or family use. E, faith-based organizations for activities that are connected with the mission of the faith-based organization. Another amendment under clause 5, nothing in this, not clause 5, clause 2, paragraph 5, nothing in this act shall be construed as prohibiting or requiring compliance with this act for lawful foreign direct investment, portfolio investment, diaspora remittances, export proceeds, trade finance, commercial loans, humanitarian assistance, technical assistance, grants, concessional financing, development assistance, or any other lawful foreign exchange inflow or outflow and related activities. Justification, Madam Chair, to harmonize the provision with the scope of the bill as provided in clause 2 and to clarify the scope of the bill to avoid the possibility of extending the bill to any person and activity beyond the scope of the bill. I beg to move.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, I concur.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we didn't have opportunity, but first of all, I wanted to be on record that the committee have done great work compared to the original bill. Because, Madam Chair, I engage a lot on international issues and finance. If we had, you have opted to leave it out. If we had handled the interpretation clause, it would have made the remaining clause for us to move smoothly.
but you have opted like that. It is now going to create for us, because interpretation means a lot. It's virtually 90%. Issues of foreign agent is what has disturbed us for all this time. So I wanted to request, Madam Chair, that after handling clause 2, we go back to clause 1, handle interpretation, because it sorts out the bill entirely and really closes the matter.
I agree with you.
Thank you.
I put a question that clause 2 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2 as amended.
I put a question that clause 2 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
Clause 1.
Madam Chair, the committee proposes to amend clause 1 as follows. The first one is by substituting for the definition of agent of a foreigner the following. Agent of a foreigner means a person who engages in any of the activities referred to in section 2 as an agent, representative, or employee of a foreigner on the order, request, supervision, or under the direction or control of a foreigner, or while being financed or subsidized by a foreigner. Another amendment in the definition of disruptive activities by deleting paragraph C. Another one.
E.
Oh, sorry, paragraph E. Another one is by substituting for the definition of foreigner the following. Foreigner includes a non-Ugandan citizen who engages, undertakes, supervises, controls, finances, or subsidizes the activities specified in section 2.2. B, a foreign government, consulate, high commission, embassy, or other diplomatic mission which engages, undertakes, supervises, controls, finances, or subsidizes the activities specified in section 2.2. And C, a corporation, non-government organization, or any legal entity, incorporated, unincorporated, or registered outside Uganda, which engages, undertakes, supervises, controls, finances, or subsidizes the activities specified in section 2.2. D, an international or multinational organization which engages, undertakes, supervises, controls, finances, or subsidizes the activities specified in section 2.2. Another amendment by deleting the definition of person. Another one by inserting the following definitions in their appropriate alphabetical order. F, activities means any activity aimed at influencing the enactment of legislation, the formulation of policy, or the decision making of government or the people of Uganda, and includes A, fundraising, sponsoring, registering, nominating, supporting, or campaigning for a candidate in an election. B, registering, funding, and campaigning for a political party in an election. C, fundraising, campaigning, canvassing for support, supporting or opposing a political party or a candidate in an election. D, any activities aimed at influencing the outcome of an election. E, any activities aimed at influencing the will and the consent of the people of Uganda to determine who shall govern them and how they should be governed. F, any activities aimed at influencing, imposing, or normalizing ideologies which are inconsistent with the Constitution or which conflict with any culture, customs, or norms of any of the communities listed in the third schedule of the Constitution. Another definition is interest of a foreigner, means interest of a foreigner that are aligned with the principles. I will come again. Interest of a foreigner means interest of a foreigner that are not aligned with the principles and laws adopted by Uganda. Another, I will come again. Interest of a foreigner means interests of a foreigner that are not aligned with the principles and laws adopted by government. Interests of Uganda means the national interests of Uganda based on the principles of national interest and common good enshrined in the national objectives and directive principles of state policy as provided for in the Constitution, laws of Uganda, and government policy. Foreign policy means a policy developed by foreigner. Government policy means a statement, decision, or actions of government on how a sector is regulated or governed, issued in accordance with the Constitution and laws of Uganda. Interest of Ugandans means the interests of Uganda. Justification: to limit the application of the bill to only agents of foreigners and not any other person. Second, the amendments are intended to harmonize the definitions with the scope of the bill as provided in Clause 2. The other one is under the definition of foreigner to exclude the application of the bill to Ugandan citizens residing outside Uganda. To remove the power of the minister to declare any person a foreigner under the definition of a foreigner. And under the definition of the phrase disruptive activities, to remove the restriction on the recruitment and employment of persons, which was broad. And finally, to define words and phrases which are used in the bill in order to enhance clarity. I beg to move, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Baka, where would you place the honorary councils? Like the Kirumiras, like the Wawamunos, who represent other countries in our country?
There are diplomatic missions, Madam Chair.
If they are diplomatic missions, then you're going to consider them foreigners.
Right, Honorable Chair. Naturally, a diplomatic mission has an interest of a foreign state. That's their interest here. So if I take up that job as a diplomat, as an honorary council here, I'm here to represent the interests of the other countries. So they will be covered by that. But only if they do the activities in 2.2. Only if they do the activities in 2.2. In Clause 2.2.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. We, in the definition, we have talked of foreign policy to refer to the policy of foreigners. Are we sure in the whole law we don't mention foreign policy of Uganda? Because there is, I believe there is where we say we are protecting also our interests like foreign policy. So now if we limit foreign policy to mean policies of the outside, what about our foreign policy?
Chair, the second one, it answers together.
Well, that one is qualified later on in the bill. It's clearly stated foreign policy of Uganda. Everywhere else where you have foreign policy, it means a foreign government. But foreign policy of Uganda is clearly settled.
Thank you, Chair. Can the Attorney General also help me? In the cases of situation where you have dual citizenship, in the cases of dual citizenship, because I know there are Ugandans who have acquired dual citizenship, how do we handle them regarding this issue of foreigner? Because I know even in this house.
Even those are citizens of Uganda, so they're excluded.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the issue of having political parties, because this clause basically, the purpose of this bill is to deny political parties and civil society to receive resources that are not declared. We have the NRM that have been receiving funding from partner parties like from China. Now with this, they are putting a rope on their neck. That is true. So I'm just telling you, are putting a rope on your neck.
Honorable, if I had it well, all those with the acts of parliament, we have the Political Parties Act. All those are entitled, including FDC. So you're not excluded. You can receive your money from wherever because you have an act of parliament that supports you.
Chair,
Huh? Yes?
Right Honorable Speaker and members, I want to agree with the chairperson, except I want to refer members to interest of a foreigner and edit out principles and replace them with policies and laws adopted by government. Policies, not principles.
Thank you. Madam Chair, as you consult, I would like the Attorney General to clarify on this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable Minister was making an amendment. Can you rephrase the amendment you're making?
I said we were on clause 2.
On the definition.
And I referred honorable members to interest of a foreigner to mean interests of a foreigner that are not aligned with the policies and laws adopted by government, not principles.
Okay. AG?
We agree with the principle that has been set out in the amendment. I think the issue is that government has policies, not principles, it has policies. So we want to amend that to read policies and laws developed and adopted by government of Uganda.
Thank you. I put a question that clause 1 be amended as proposed by the committee and further amended by the AG. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 1 as amended.
I put a question that clause 1 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Clause 3.
Madam Chair, the committee proposes to amend clause 3 as follows. Clause 3 of the bill is amended by inserting immediately before the word ministry, appearing in the third line, the word relevant. Justification: to require the department to consult the relevant ministry while implementing the act. I beg to move.
Chair. Minister.
No objection.
Yes.
You see, there's a bill we passed recently to make it vague, because you see, this bill is about financial flows. Now, when you say relevant ministry, why don't we say minister responsible for finance, so that it is very clear? Because when you leave it vague like this, we'll have a challenge.
AG.
Right Honorable Chair, this bill is not about financial flows. This bill is about influencing policy making in Uganda. So every different ministry has its own policy that it is entitled to handle. So it's not about money. This bill is not about money. It's about influencing policy making decisions in Uganda.
I put a question that clause 3 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3 as amended.
I put a question that clause 3 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Clause 4.
Madam Chair, the committee proposes to amend clause 4 as follows. Clause 4 of the bill is amended in subclause 1 in paragraph D by inserting the words "or foreign nationals," and in paragraph H by inserting the word "perform" immediately before the word "any." Justification: to restrict the bill to only agents of foreigners as prescribed in clause 2. I beg to move.
Honorable Minister.
No objection.
AG.
No objection.
I put a question that clause 4 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4 as amended.
I put a question that clause 4 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Clause 5, Chair.
Madam Chair, the committee proposes to amend Clause 5 as follows. Clause 5 of the bill is amended in sub-clauses 3 by substituting for the words a person, the words an agent of a foreigner. By substituting for sub-clause 4 the following: an agent of a foreigner who intentionally promotes the interests of a foreigner against the interests of Uganda commits an offense and is liable on conviction to, in the case of a legal entity, to a fine not exceeding 100,000 currency points, and in the case of an individual, to a fine not exceeding 50,000 currency points or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 10 years or both. Justification to restrict the bill to only agents of foreigners as prescribed in Clause 2. To make the penalty and fine proportionate to the offense. And finally, to provide for criminal intent in the commission of the offense. I beg to move, Madam Chair.
Right, Honorable Speaker and members, our original provisions were for deterrence, knowing that we have the safeguard of court discretion. They were just maximum, but middle ground is okay. We can have the amendments as done by the committee.
The person who what? Who intentionally promotes. How do you gauge intention? The burden of proof.
The burden of proof always lays on the state, which alleges. He who alleges must prove. So the state must prove that was done intentionally.
You okay with the wording?
Yes.
Yes.
I would request that we rephrase the interest of a foreigner, because if, for example, we promote the interest of Kenya that wants a road to pass the standard gauge railway, for example, to pass Tororo and head to the north, and the government wants the standard gauge to come to Kampala. Me coming from the east, I want it to go to the north to promote trade. And if it is being promoted by the government of Kenya, I will support that idea. And I might be criminalized.
Honorable Eki, you're reading this in isolation. It is saying of a foreigner against the interest of Uganda. SGR is not against the interest of Uganda. It is in favor of Uganda. Don't read in piecemeals.
Reading in piecemeal. In that case, the interest of Uganda will be SGR to come to Kampala. Kenya's interest is to come to the to go to the north.
I put
and
a question that clause 5 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5 as amended.
I put a question that clause 5 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have
Clause 6.
Chair.
Madam Chair, the committee proposes to amend Clause 6 as follows. Clause 6 of the bill is amended in subclause 2 by deleting the words a person. In subclause 3 by deleting the words any person or. By substituting for subclause 4 the following. An agent of a foreigner who intentionally performs the functions or offers services for which the government is responsible for without the approval of the relevant government agency commits an offense and is liable on conviction in the case of a legal entity to a fine not exceeding 100,000 currency points, and in the case of an individual to a fine not exceeding 50,000 currency points or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 10 years or both. In subclause 5, by substituting for the word a person, the words an agent of a foreigner. Justification to restrict the bill to only agents of foreigners as prescribed in clause 2 and to make intention an element of the offense. and to make the penalty proportionate to the offense. I beg to move.
Minister.
I concur, Right Honourable Speaker.
AG.
No objection, Right Honourable Speaker.
I put a question that clause 6 be amended as proposed. Those in favor stand the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6 as amended.
I put a question that clause 6 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor stand the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
Chair.
Clause 7, Madam Chair, is proposed to be amended as follows. Clause 7 of the bill is amended in subclause 3 by deleting the words a person or, by substituting for subclause 4 the following. An agent of a foreigner who knowingly develops a policy without the approval of cabinet commits an offense and is liable on conviction in the case of a legal entity to a fine not exceeding 100,000 currency points, and in case of an individual to a fine not exceeding 50,000 currency points, or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 10 years, or both. In subclause 5, by deleting the words and implementing. Justification: to restrict the bill to only agents of foreigners as prescribed in clause 2, to provide for criminal intent in the commission of the offense, to make the penalty proportionate to the offense, to harmonize clause 7, paragraph 5, relating to development of government policy, and clause 8, paragraph 8, relating to implementation of government policy. I beg to move.
Minister.
I want to draw the attention of members to subclause 4. An agent of a foreigner who knowingly develops, I want to add, and implements a policy without the approval of cabinet commits an offense and is liable on conviction, blah, blah, blah. So I want that we amend by adding and implements.
Implements.
I concur with the amendment given by the minister.
Have you looked at 5 from the committee's recommended from the report, where they say the minister may by regulation prescribe the procedure and the requirements for formulating and implementing the policy of government? So you're deleting that. By implementing.
We are adding to 4, where they say knowingly develops. An agent of a foreigner who knowingly develops. To develop, you may develop it and keep it in your mind, but we want to add and implements. So if you develop it in your mind and attempt to implement it here, that's when you commit an offense. So in 5, we are saying that if you want to implement a policy that you've come up with, you have a policy, you go and you tell government what policy you have, and they will tell you how to implement it in Uganda.
Yes. Yes,
Madam Chair.
Chair.
Christine.
Chair, I am of the view that knowingly developing a policy and implementing it, what will happen to institutions like Red Cross that come in disasters and they don't need that other approval? So we could do qualify it other than
Red Cross is not an agent of foreigners. They are funded by government.
It is a legal entity that sometimes represents foreigners. Yes.
No. Yes. Not unlawfully.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'm making a proposal that we amend and replace a word without approval of cabinet and say without approval of government. Because sometimes we debate here and the courts and the other government agencies. So when we restrict and tie ourselves only to cabinet, we are surrendering too much power and making cabinet to be. So I'm proposing that instead of cabinet, we say without approval of government. That is better definition. Government is broad. It has nothing. And include cabinet.
Cabinet
no,
is vague.
Government is not the policy
A
making
Christian,
organ. It's cabinet by
the
constitution.
Red Cross
By
is a
constitution,
creation.
cabinet.
Red Cross is a creation of the Geneva Convention, and we are bound to abide by it. So it is not a foreign. Yes, AJ. Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, a policy is a plan. It can be some frameworks, and some of these institutions may come up with these frameworks and run to implement them, especially in the local governments, without government approval. So I don't see any problem. Yes, I don't see any problem with maintaining what the committee has presented with the amendment of a foreigner developing and implementing a policy without the approval of cabinet. Government is too broad. Let's leave it as cabinet, because it's cabinet's responsibility to actually approve policies in this government. So let's leave it with the cabinet. The policy must be approved by cabinet.
Madam Chair, you had picked me. You had picked me, Madam Chair.
Honourable members, policy formulation is an executive role. So by the time it is put there that cabinet should do it, because when you put government, even us then, Parliament will also do the same, local government, even so the amendment, just a minute.
Right, Honorable Chair.
Just a minute.
The committee proposed to amend clause 7.4 to read an agent of a foreigner who knowingly develops a policy. We are proposing that we are saying an agent of a foreigner who knowingly develops and implements a policy. And we are proposing that in subclause 5, the minister may, they're proposing to delete and implementing, we are proposing that and implementing remains. That's the amendment.
That's what I said.
Yes.
That's what I said. That is 5. That is what? 7.
Clarification.
Can you give information?
I'm here as Lop. I'm here as Lop. Lop has appointed me.
Honourable members, I put a question that clause 7 be amended as proposed by the committee and further amended by the Attorney General. Those in favour say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7 as amended.
I put a question that clause 7 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favour say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
Clause 8.
Madam Chair, clause 8 is amended. It is proposed by the committee to amend as follows. By deleting subclause 1, and in subclause 3, by deleting the words a person or, by deleting the word implement. In subclause 4, by deleting the words a person or, the person, or wherever the words appear in the provision, by deleting subclause 5. In subclause 6, by deleting the words a person or, by substituting for the words the person or agent the words an agent of a foreigner. And in subclause 7, by substituting for the words a person the words an agent of a foreigner. Justification to restrict the bill to only agents of foreigners as prescribed in clause 2. Subclause 5 is deleted in order to remove unnecessary bureaucracy in implementation of policy and to harmonize clause 3 and 4 of the provision. I beg to move.
Honorable AG, after reinstating implementation, this becomes subsequential, so we cannot delete it. Yes.
Right Honorable Chair and members, if it is a policy of government that has been adopted by government, anyone can implement that policy in Uganda, so long as it is government policy. So if you write here, an agent of a foreigner shall not implement government policy, then that will be contradictory. Anyone can implement government policy, but it must be a policy of government. We have friends of ours who are in a humanitarian community. They come to assist us build schools, build boreholes. That is okay because it's government policy. But you cannot implement a policy which is not government policy. So I agree with the committee on their proposed amendment.
You agree with the committee on the division of implementation?
Chair, what happens where the government does not have a policy?
Again, Right Honourable Chair, that has been provided for as well. If government does not have a policy on a particular matter and a member feels, if government does not have a policy on that matter, then you should take that bright idea to cabinet to adopt the policy and then implement it.
Honourable members, I put a question that clause 8 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8 as amended.
I put a question that clause 8 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
Foreign policy.
Madam Chair, the committee proposes to amend clause 9 as follows. Clause 9 of the bill is amended by, in the head note, by inserting immediately after the word policy, the words of Uganda. In subclause 4, by deleting the words a person or. Justification to restrict the bill to only agents of foreigners as prescribed in clause 2, and to provide clarity on the head note.
Minister.
I agree, Chair, because we need to distinguish between Uganda's policy and the foreign policy of other countries.
No objection.
I put a question that clause 9 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 9 as amended.
I put a question that clause 9 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
10.
Madam Chair, the committee proposes to amend clause 10 as follows. In the head note, by deleting the words of another country. In subclause 1, by substituting for the words a person the words an agent of a foreigner. By substituting for subclause 2 the following. An agent of a foreigner who engages in any activity, solicits, receives, or obtains any assistance from a foreigner to sponsor or organize a meeting or any function with the aim of promoting foreign policy in Uganda that has not been adopted by cabinet as government policy, commits an offense and is liable on conviction in the case of a legal entity to a fine not exceeding 100,000 currency points, and in the case of an individual, to a fine not exceeding 50,000 currency points, or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 10 years, or both. By inserting immediately after subclause 2 the following: the minister may, in consultation with the cabinet, by regulations, prescribe the procedure for adopting foreign policy. Justification to restrict the bill to only agents of foreigners as prescribed in clause 2. To empower the minister to prescribe the procedure for adopting in Uganda the foreign policy of another country, and to make the penalty proportionate to the offense. I beg to move, Madam Chair.
Minister.
No objection, Chair.
AG.
No objection, Right Honourable Chair.
I put a question that clause 10 be amended as proposed. Those in favor sign the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 10 as amended.
I put a question that clause 10 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor sign the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
Clause 11.
Madam Chair, the committee proposes to amend clause 11 as follows. Clause 11 is amended by substituting for subclause 3 the following: an agent of a foreigner who intentionally influences the will and consent of any person to decide on how he or she shall be governed contrary to subsection 1 commits an offense and is liable on conviction in the case of a legal entity to a fine not exceeding 100,000 currency points, and in the case of an individual to a fine not exceeding 50,000 currency points, or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 10 years, or both. In subclause 4, by substituting for the words a person, the words an agent of a foreigner. Justification to restrict the bill to only agents of foreigners as prescribed in clause 2, and to make the penalty and fine proportionate to the offense. I beg to move, Madam Chair.
Minister.
No objection, Chair.
AG.
No objection.
Clarification. Clarification, Chair.
I put a question that clause 11 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 11 as amended.
I put a question that clause 11 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
Clause 12.
Madam Chair, clause 12 is proposed to be amended as follows. Clause 12 of the bill is amended in subclauses 1 by deleting the words a person or, by substituting for subclause 2 the following: an agent of a foreigner who engages in any activity or solicits, receives or obtains any assistance from a foreigner to sponsor, organize a meeting, or any function with the aim of interfering with the operations of government, commits an offense, and is liable on conviction in the case of a legal entity to a fine not exceeding 100,000 currency points, and in the case of an individual to a fine not exceeding 50,000 currency points, or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 10 years, or both. By inserting immediately after subclause 2 the following: for purposes of this section, an agent of a foreigner interferes with operations of government if the agent of a foreigner intentionally obstructs, impairs, hinders, or prevents a public officer or any other person occupying a public office from performing his or her functions. Justification to restrict the bill to only agents of foreigners as prescribed in clause 2, to define what amounts to interfering with the operations of government in order to comply with the legality principle enumerated under Article 28, Clause 12 of the Constitution, to make the penalty and fine proportionate to the offense. I beg to move, Madam Chair.
Minister.
No objection.
Okwalinga.
Have no objection.
Okwalinga.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the clarification I wanted to seek from our land Attorney General relates to the matter that concerns the sanctions that we give to, that we have mentioned in the law to somebody who has attempted to influence our policy, especially when it comes to an embassy. Because whereas a legal entity, we can follow up the directors. If it is a foreign individual, we can follow the individual. What about if it's an embassy, a government, a foreign government? Whom do we sanction when it's the foreign government who has actually sponsored or influenced our foreign policy? Do we put sanctions and dismiss them from Uganda? We need to clarify on that. Thank you.
Additional information. Madam Chair, on top of that one, in this very house, it is on record that the persons who attempted either to promote either the foreign policies, I wanted to know, because like homosexuality in this very house, they are citizens of this country. Okay, wait. Okay, maybe let me leave that one. Okay, I could leave that one. Let me have others. Madam Chair. Secondly, there are
Honorable.
Okay, I will withdraw that one. I withdraw.
Honorable, I said we needed a legitimate debate at a time of homosexuality. Honorable Fox Odo is married to 2 beautiful women. He's not a homosexual. He does not promote. And
he's not a foreign agent.
And he's withdraw.
Madam Chair,
not in this house.
I beg to withdraw that one on the basis that he's married to 2 women. But Madam Chair, the last one. This one is a bit very complicated because there are many churches in this country, many churches coming up in Uganda. Some of them in particular tell people not to go for formal treatment. Some of them instruct citizens not to go to hospital to get formal medication. People eventually stay and die in churches. And just a moment, I'm just saying because you don't know whether the Bible is foreign. We want to be sure whether the Bible, my land colleague Attorney General.
There is one called Kibwetere, you remember?
Yes. They block Uganda.
You mentioned the name.
They block Uganda through faith from going to seek medication.
You mentioned the name Kibwetere.
Like Kibwetere. They are blocking citizens of this country. My land Attorney General, my dear land colleague, my dear land Attorney General, I wanted to know, are these foreign interests, where does the Bible belong? So that we know whether they are agents of foreigners. I beg.
Yes,
Madam Chair, maybe Attorney General will clarify this too.
Moses.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to seek indulgence of the Attorney General. Instead of saying intentions, say knowingly influence. We use the word knowingly.
You knowingly that?
Yes, thank you.
And that is what I said at the beginning.
Chair, I needed some clarity from the Attorney General on this.
Yes, it is close to 12. Instead of saying intention or intended, you say unknowingly influenced. They are not the same, but can they be used interchangeably? That's what I'm seeking.
Eji, what is your comment on this?
Chair, Eji could respond at once.
Do we move by what?
Yes, we can use the knowingly. I agree. I have no objection to that.
Whatever intention.
Yeah, you can say knowingly or intentionally.
Yes.
Chair.
Knowingly. knowingly wherever intentionally appears.
Yes, I agree.
Yes.
Attorney General needs to clarify this. I'm a little bit lost on what amounts to disrupting government operations. For example, our policy is that citizens must be treated here. But we have a number of well-to-do government officials who choose to go for medication out of the country. It means they will be promoting the foreign interests of that country. So
Honorable members,
so
I put a question. I put a question that clause 12 be amended as proposed and knowingly replaces intentionally wherever it appears. Those in the favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 12 as amended.
I put a question that clause 12 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 13.
Prohibition of economic sabotage.
Madam Chair, the committee proposes to amend clause 13 as follows. Clause 13 is substituted with the following. Prohibition of economic sabotage is the head note. An agent of a foreigner who knowingly publishes false information or participates in any disruptive act or activity that weakens, undermines, or damages the economic system or viability of the country to cause economic disruption, insecurity, or instability commits an offense of economic sabotage and is liable on conviction in the case of a legal entity to a fine not exceeding 100,000 currency points, and in the case of an individual to a fine not exceeding 50,000 currency points, or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 10 years, or both. Justification: to restrict the bill to only agents of foreigners as prescribed in clause 2, to provide for criminal intent in the commission of the offense, and to make the penalty proportionate to the offense. I beg to move, Madam Chair.
Minister.
No objection.
AG.
No objection.
Kanya, I'm tired. I put a question that clause 13 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 13 as amended.
I put a question that clause 13 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
Clause 14. I put a question that clause 14 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 15.
I put a question that clause 15 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 16.
Clause 16.
Madam Chair, we propose to amend clause 16 as follows. Clause 16 of the bill is amended in subclause 1 by deleting all the words appearing after the word applicant, by inserting immediately after subclause 1 the following. The department shall within 14 days from the date the application is forwarded to the department under subsection 1 conduct inquiries to ascertain the suitability of the applicant and the application and the applicant and make a recommendation to the minister. In subclause 2, in paragraph A, by deleting the words mental and physical health, by substituting for paragraph B the following. In the case of an applicant who is an individual, whether the applicant has been convicted of an offense and sentenced to a term of imprisonment without the option of a fine. In the case of a company or any other legal entity, whether a director of the applicant has been convicted of an offense which renders him or her incapable of being appointed director in accordance with the applicable law, by inserting immediately after subclause 5 the following. The department shall, in considering an application under this section, comply with the rules of natural justice. Justification: to harmonize the requirement to conduct a mental health and physical health examination on a person applying to be an agent of a foreigner, since a person's mental and physical health have nothing to do with his or her ability to be an agent of a foreigner. Subjecting an applicant to mental and physical health examination when he or she is not suffering from a mental illness conflicts with the Mental Health Act, and to prescribe the time frame within which an application shall be determined by the department, and to ensure rules of natural justice are complied with during the application for a certificate. I beg to move.
Honorable Minister, where they say the department shall within 14 days from the date the application is forwarded by the department, why don't we say received by the department? Because if it is forwarded, say by email, it can take more time, and then you'll not have any evidence of receipt.
I agree, Chair.
So you amen as you.
So we shall substitute forwarding with receipt. Receiving.
Received by
the
the department. Yes. AJ. I mean,
thank you. Madam Chair, on 17.3, we seem to be limiting our inquiries, like the department in the process of conducting the inquiries after Section 2 will require any person, department or agency of government to furnish information. Why are we limiting this information to be given only within the country? For example, if a company, we are trying to register a company, and this company has also operated in other countries, why can't we expand our information? And we include that those countries can also give us information. Why are we limiting only? Because 17.3. Because
we have other laws that can be used to get that information. Yes, Moses.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In my opinion, that clause 16 seems to be an operational matter. This is what would come with instructions or guidelines that would operationalize this act. Because when you talk of the process, these are processes of carrying out a registration. It is more operational than making it appear in the act here. So I would request that this is done away with, and then when you get the guidelines that will operationalize this act, you include that operational activity. This is just so operational.
It is just for avoidance of doubt and limit discretionary powers. Yes. Let it be in the law. Yes. I hope I'm not responding for you.
Madam Chair, I just was concerned in the process of obtaining a registration. The government issues a certificate. Are there any fees for this person coming to register? Because I don't see
that is operational regulations.
It will come under that, okay.
Yes.
Because again, another concern is, if we try to prevent somebody from registering as a foreign agent, won't we be encouraging people to operate underground? We should open it and they should just all come and register. We should lure them to register so that we get all to know all these agents. Other than restricting.
That will still come under procedures. I mean.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. Actually, the law is asking them to register. That's what the law is doing. And I agree with the Minister's proposal that where we had forwarded, be deleted, forwarded to, and with the clause
received by
that the department shall within 14 days from the date the application is received by the department. I beg you to submit.
I put a question that clause 16 be amended as proposed by the committee and further amended by the minister. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 16 as amended.
I put a question that clause 16 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 17.
17, certificate of registration.
Madam Chair, the committee proposes to amend Clause 17 as follows. Clause 17 of the bill is amended by substituting for Clause 1 the following. The minister shall within 14 days from the date of receipt of the recommendation of the department consider the recommendation and may, if satisfied that the application and the applicant meet the requirements of Section 16, issue a certificate of registration to the applicant to act as an agent of a foreigner. And in subclause 2, by deleting all words appearing after the word necessary. Justification to harmonize clauses 16 and 17 in order to ensure that the minister only considers the recommendation of the department when making a decision to grant a certificate of registration rather than opening up the application afresh. The amendment of subclause 2 to bring finality to the application and the conditions applicable to the certificate. I beg to move.
Minister.
No objection.
AG.
No objection, Right Honorable Chair.
I put a question that Clause 17 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 17 as amended.
I put a question that Clause 17 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 18.
18.
Madam Chair, the committee proposes to amend Clause 18 by substituting for subclause 1 the following. The minister may refuse to issue a certificate of registration if the department recommends to the minister to deny the application, or the minister is not satisfied that the application or the applicant meets the requirements of Section 16. And by substituting for subclause 2 the following. Where the minister refuses to issue a certificate of registration under subsection 1, the minister shall within 14 days from the date of making the decision inform the applicant in writing stating the reasons for the refusal. Justification to harmonize the provision with clause 16 and 17 to remove additional grounds for refusal of a certificate of registration, which grounds are not considered at the time of application, and to require the minister to make a decision on the basis of the recommendation of the department, and also to provide for a time frame within which the minister has to act on a recommendation from the department. I beg to move.
Minister.
No objection.
AG.
No objection.
I put a question that Clause 18 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 18 as amended.
I put a question that Clause 18 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 19.
Madam Chair, Clause 19 is proposed to be amended as follows. Clause 19 of the bill is amended by inserting immediately after subclause 2 the following. The minister shall consider the application for renewal of a certificate of registration and make a decision within 14 days from the date of receipt of the application for renewal. The minister shall, in considering an application under this section, comply with the rules of natural justice. Justification to prescribe the time frame within which an application for renewal of a certificate of registration shall be made, and to ensure rules of natural justice are complied with during the renewal processes of a certificate. I beg to move.
Minister.
I concur.
AG.
No objection.
I put a question that Clause 19 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 19 as amended.
I put a question that Clause 19 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 20.
20.
Madam Chair, Clause 20 is proposed to be amended as follows. in subsection 2 by deleting paragraph C and by inserting immediately after subclause 2 the following. The minister shall, while exercising any powers in this section, comply with the rules of natural justice. Justification: a consequential amendment arising from the amendment in clause 18 and to assure compliance with the rules of natural justice during revocation and suspension of a certificate of registration. I beg to move.
Minister.
No objection.
AG.
No objection, right, Honorable Chair.
I put a question that clause 20 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 20 as amended.
I put a question that clause 20 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 21.
Clause 21.
Madam Chair, the committee proposes to amend clause 21 in subclause 1 by deleting the words for other, by deleting the words or other person receiving any funding from a foreigner, and by deleting subclause 2. And in subclause 3 by substituting for the words a person the words an agent of a foreigner. Justification: to restrict the bill to only agents of foreigners as prescribed in clause 2. And subclause 2 is proposed for deletion since it infringes on the right to privacy and data protection laws.
Minister.
No objection.
AG.
No objection, right, Honorable Chair.
I put a question that clause 21 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 21 as amended.
I put a question that clause 21 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 22.
I put a chair.
Madam Chair, the head note for clause 22 is restrictions on funding from foreigners. And it is proposed to be amended in subclause 1 by deleting the words a person or, deleting the word solicit, inserting immediately after the word without the words declaring the funds to, deleting the words the written approval of, by substituting for the subclause 2 the following. An agent of a foreigner who obtains or receives directly or indirectly the funds, financial support, donations, loans, or other assistance from a foreigner without declaring funds in accordance with subsection 1 commits an offense and is liable on conviction in the case of a legal entity to a fine not exceeding 100,000 currency points, and in the case of an individual to a fine not exceeding 50,000 currency points, or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 10 years, or both. And in subclause 3, by deleting the words the person or, and substituting for the words any person the word the agent of a foreigner. And in subclause 4, by substituting the words obtaining the written approval the words declaring the funds. Justification: to restrict the bill to only agents of foreigners as prescribed in clause 2, to substitute the requirement to seek for the approval of the minister every time an agent of a foreigner receives funds from abroad for more than 20,000 currency points, with the requirement to declare the funds to the minister, and provide for penalty and fine proportionate to the offense. I beg to move, Madam Chair.
Minister.
No objection.
AG.
No objection, right, Honorable Chair.
I put a question.
Madam Chair, under the current legal regime, the anti-money laundering, the BOU guideline instructions to commercial banks, every fund you receive, you have to submit all the documentation, and then the banks clear and they keep record. To now, for us, and this is a small amount of money, to seek approval of a minister really going to create and block investment and trade. It's a serious matter, Madam Chair.
First of all, it is not approval, and secondly, you must put the issue intent. What is the intention of this money coming? Is it for, yes, Moses?
Honorable Ekanya, we wanted to limit the discretion of the minister, which was talked about, by removing approval. You just have to declare.
Okay. Then.
Yeah, Madam Chair, mine is just for consistency's sake. Clause 22, restriction of funding from foreigners. This time you are calling them foreigners. In most other instances, you are calling them a foreigner. So we would still have to use the word a foreigner instead of using foreigners this time, for consistency.
For consistent. Yes, foreigner.
I agree.
I put a question that clause 22 be amended as proposed and further amended by Honorable Moses Alepel. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 22 as amended.
I put a question that clause 22 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 23.
Chair.
Madam Chair, clause 23 is amended as follows. In subclause 1, by deleting the words a person or, by substituting the word 100, the word 50, and by substituting the word 20, the word 10. In subclause 2, by substituting the word person, the words agent of a foreigner. Justification to restrict the bill to only agents of foreigners as prescribed in clause 2, and to provide for penalty and fine proportionate to the offense. I beg to move.
Minister.
No objection, Chair.
AG.
No objection.
I put a question that clause 23 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 23 as amended.
I put a question that clause 23 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 24.
24.
Madam Chair, the committee proposes to amend clause 24 as follows. Clause 24 is amended by deleting subclause 2. Justification: the disapplication of the Public Finance Management Act contravenes Section 28 of the Public Finance Management Act. I beg to move.
Minister.
I concur.
AG.
I concur.
I put a question that clause 24 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 24 as amended.
I put a question that clause 24 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 25.
Chair.
Madam Chair, the committee proposes to amend clause 25 as follows. By substituting for subclause 1 the following: a person, a supervised institution, shall not pay out any money to an agent of a foreigner without the agent of a foreigner, A, declaring the source of funds, and B, submitting proof of declaration of funds. And in subclause 2, by substituting for the word minister, the words relevant regulator. By substituting for subclause 3 the following: a supervised institution that contravenes subsection 1 commits an offense and liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 200,000 currency points. Justification: this is a consequential amendment arising from the amendments made to clause 22, and to make subclause 3 a penal provision, breach of which attracts a penalty. and to comply with the Public Finance Management Act in relation to payment of funds into the consolidated fund. I beg to move.
No objection.
AG,
No objection.
I put a question that clause 25 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 25 as amended.
I put a question that clause 25 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 26.
Madam Chair, the committee proposes to amend clause 26 by substituting for clause 2 the following. An agent of a foreigner who fails to submit returns to the minister as required in subsection 1 commits an offense and is liable on conviction in the case of a legal entity to a fine not exceeding 100,000 currency points, and in the case of an individual to a fine not exceeding 50,000 currency points, or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 10 years, or both. I beg to move. Unfortunately, we don't have the justification. It is, I think it is a consequential amendment as a result of our earlier amendments.
But it's clear from them, from the penal provisions, they want to make it prohibit.
Minister.
No objection.
AG.
No objection. Right,
Chair.
Honorable Chair.
It's a
Maybe
consequential amendment.
Just the reason that we were dealing with this was the committee reported that they were trying to reduce and rationalize the penalties. So that's what they've done.
I put a question that clause 26 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 26 as amended.
I put a question that clause 26 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 27.
I put a question that clause 27 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 28.
Chair.
Madam Chair, clause 28 is amended in subclause 1 by inserting immediately after the word may, the words upon obtaining a court order. And by deleting that, the word that appears to him or her. In subclause 2, by substituting for the words a person, the words an agent of a foreigner. Justification to restrict the bill to agents of foreigners as prescribed in clause 2, and to require an authorized person to obtain a court order before inspecting premises of an agent of a foreigner.
Minister.
Objection.
AG.
No objection, right, Honorable Chair.
I put a question that clause 28 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 28 as amended.
I put a question that clause 28 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 29.
29. Clause 29, I put a question that clause 29 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 30.
Chair.
Madam Chair, the committee proposes to amend clause 30 by inserting immediately after the word may, the words in consultation of the minister responsible for finance, and by numbering the existing provision as subclause 1 and inserting immediately after subclause 1 the following: the statutory instrument referred to in subsection 1 shall be laid before Parliament for approval. Justification to require the Minister of Finance to be consulted before amendment on the value of a currency point and require the SI statutory instrument to be approved by Parliament. I beg to move, Madam Chair.
Minister.
Right Honorable Chair and colleagues, we propose that Clause 30 stands part of the bill as it were to read,
yes.
The Minister may by statutory instrument with the approval of Cabinet amend the schedule to this Act. Right Honorable Chair and members, the currency points are not determined by a single minister.
True.
A currency point is a unit created for complete public consumption and use. So the moment Cabinet has approved it, it must be brought here, the currency point must be changed, and then the amendment of the schedule would be done. I beg to submit.
It actually has effect on so many laws. I put a question that Clause 30 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say under contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
The schedule?
Schedule. I put a question that the schedule stands part of the bill. Those in favor say under contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Title?
I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say under contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for the House to resume.
Honorable Minister.
Chair, I beg to move that the House do resume and the Committee of the whole House do report thereto.
I put a question that the House resumes and the Committee of the whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
What happened?
Report of the Committee of the whole House.
Please have a seat. Please have a seat.
Report of the Committee of the whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Chair and honorable members, I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House has considered the bill entitled The Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026 and passed clauses 14, 15, 27, 29 and 30, the schedule and title, passed with amendments clauses 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26 and 28.
Motion.
I beg to move.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the whole House.
Moses, what do you want?
Actually, clause 28, where you need a minister to get a court order to go and inspect. I just want to give you an example. We have agencies like NEMA. When they have to inspect premises of persons that they have a matter of concern, they don't need to seek a court order. This will bog down the operations of that particular activity. Thank you.
The minister will abuse those powers. You want, Honorable members, I want to be fair to everybody. Okay? I am putting a question as to whether we go for recommittal on clause 28. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The nays have it.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Chair and honorable members, I beg to move that the House adopts the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
I put a question that a report of the Committee of the Whole House be adopted by this August House. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Yes, honorable members, don't mind about that. Some members are doing accountability. So it's just prudent enough for one to do accountability by
Bill's third reading, the Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026.
Chair and honorable members, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026 be read the third time and do pass into law.
honorable members. My quorum still stands at 353. I now put a question that the Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the Protection of Sovereignty Act 2026.
The title has been settled and the bill is passed. Honorable members, I want to thank you for the good work you've done. But I also want to thank God for the patience that He gave me. That patience was World War. That was World War patience. But I want to thank all of you for being here to pass this bill. And you've stayed here up to this time. Madam Vice President, Prime Minister, the front row, we are forever grateful. AG, you've done a great job with the minister, together with the committee members. The committee members, we want to thank you and thank all the members of Parliament. Honorable Bua, you're an amazing person. Good job. I told you all I needed was a number. And you gave me the number. I have done your work.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. This has been a monumental achievement, to say the least. Some records, the record need to be put right. Right Honorable Speaker, we were accused unfairly. We gave sufficient time to every member. We were stretched to the limit. I am happy that finally the bill has passed.
Thank you. Honorable members.
We want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the guidance. We want to thank the lead of government business. We want to thank the government chief whip. We want to thank the Attorney General and the minister, the sponsor. But particularly, Right Honorable Speaker, your committees. The Committee of Defense and Internal Affairs, the Committee of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs, they have gone an extra mile. We put in a lot of time. it has.
This is an
Thank you.
historic bill because it is our last bill in the 11th Parliament. And because it is an historic bill, and that's why I am saying you're all wonderful people. And I thank you so much. And may the good Lord bless all of you. House adjourned Sandine.
To the following. Where the minister
Age, what? Age, what's your comment on this?
Chair, Age could respond at once.
Do we move by what?
Yes, we can use the knowingly. I agree. I have no objection to that.
Whatever intention.
Yeah, you can say knowingly or intentionally.
Yes.
Chair.
Knowingly. Knowingly, wherever intentionally appears.
Yes, I agree.
Yes.
Attorney General needs to clarify this. I'm a little bit lost on what amounts to disrupting government operations. For example, our policy is that the citizens must be treated here. But we have a number of well-to-do government officials who choose to go for
kale abakulu bayisizza parliament eyisizza the protection of the sovereignty bill as expected era bamaze okubeera nga bakirangirira bakyeteekako nga ya parliament ey'omulundi ogw'ekkumi n'ogumu bweyekomekkereza emirimu gyayo ng'eyisa ebbago lino the protection of the sovereignty bill. Kale oli nange muzzukulu wa Gamu nga Moses Wamala era ekyo kyo nga bwe kyabadde kisuubirwa as expected, of course, like I said that yes, this was seen coming, of course, nti ebbago lino lirina okuyita kati lirindiridde president lirindayo Kaguta Museveni okubeera nga alisaako omukono ate era okulaba nga ebbago lino ligenda maaso okubeera nga li criminalizinga omuntu owa bulijjo oba omuntu yenna agenda maaso okubeera nga abakulu bagenga akolera foreigner oba n'omuntu okubeera nga afuuse foreigner omuntu azaalibwa wano mu ggwanga Uganda. Kale kakati njagala nkuyiseemuuko ku ebyo bye tugenda okusuubira by'oba osuubira mu bbago lino kati eriyisiddwa lirinze president okufuuka etteeka. Abakulu gye buvuddeko bayita ba stakeholders ab'enjawulo era ne babasinkana ne bajja ne basaayo ne bawaayo ebiteeso byabwe mu parliament. Yes, kakati ba stakeholders abamu ku abo njagala nkusomere, of course, these bodies very good. Kakati the bodies, these MPs or the section of the committees, yes, obukiiko buno bwasisinkana abakulu okuva mu Bank of Uganda era governor wa Bank of Uganda yawa masterclass oba ebirowoozo bye ebitajja kwerabirwa ku bbago lino. Abakulu basisinkana ekitongole ekirungamya ku ngeri ssente gye zitambuzibwamu ekya Financial Intelligence Authority ne basinkana ekitongole ekiteekerateekera eggwanga National Planning Authority, ne basinkana akakiiko k'eddembe ly'obuntu Uganda Human Rights Commission, ne basinkana n'obukiiko obulala gamba nga akakola ku nsonga z'ebweru munda z'ebweru w'eggwanga. Kaakati ne basinkana legal and professional bodies, organizations focused on law governance and regulatory coherence. Basinkana ekitongole ekitaba bannamateeka munda mu ggwanga Uganda, ye Uganda Law Society. Ne basinkana ekibiina ekitaba bannamateeka bonna ku ludda olwa East African Law Society. Ne basinkana essomero lya eritendeka era n'eribangula bannamateeka munda mu ggwanga, Uganda Law Development Center. Ne basinkana Constitutional Governance Center, Independent Legal Practitioners, multiple submissions bawaayo endowooza zaabwe ez'enjawulo. Ne basinkana ebibiina by'ebyobufuzi omuli Alliance for National Transformation, Forum for Democratic Change, National Unity Platform, nga kwotadde ne diaspora chapter saako ne People's Front for Freedom. Nkyakusomera okumenyeramenyeramu ku ebyo ogenda obitegeere n'engeri bwe tutuuse wano olwaleero. Obukiiko buno obubiri akali ku nsonga akakola ku nsonga z'amateeka Parliamentary Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee saako n'akakiiko akakola ku nsonga z'omunda mu ggwanga n'ebyobutebenkevu baagenda maaso ne basinkana the Uganda National Chamber of Commerce, Chambers of Commerce, Kampala Arcade Traders Association kata ekibiina ekitaba abasuubuzi bonna mu kibuga Kampala abakola mu zaakedi okusingira ddala abakola mu zaakedi ba Kampala Arcade Traders Association abakulu ekibiina ekitaba bannyini arcade oba n'abasuubuzi abakolera mu arcade. Akati bagenda maaso ne basinkana Kampala City Traders Association kasiita ekibiina ekitaba abasuubuzi bonna mu kibuga Kampala. Uganda Small Scale Industries Association, Uganda National Teachers Association, Traders, Uganda National Traders Association, I beg your pardon, Gen Z Business Owners Association, Innovation Village, Startup Ecosystem, Independent Private Sector Consultants, nebagenda maaso ne basinkana the Uganda Insurers Association, Supervised Financial Institutions, Banks, Mobile Money Operators via Sector Submissions, ne basinkana Payment Service Providers, ne basinkana the Uganda Forex Bureau and Money Remittance Association, ne basinkana emikutu gy'amawulire saako ne egy'empuliziganya Digital Telecom and Media Sector Actors in Communications, Broadcasting and Digital Economy, Communications Sector Operators, National Association of Broadcasters, NAB, Media Practitioners, Journalist Submissions, ne basinkana Civil Society and Non-Governmental Organizations. Basinkana ekibiina ekirwanyisa obulyake n'obubbi Anti-Corruption Coalition Uganda, Foundation for Human Rights Initiative, Legal Aid Service Providers Network, ne basinkana Rotary Uganda, Women's Pro Bono Initiative, Ingo Country Directors Network, various national NGOs. Ne basinkana United Nations Country Team, UN, ne International NGO Community collectively represented. Ne basinkana ebibiina by'abakozi ab'enzikiriza saako n'ebibiina by'obwannakyewa ebirala. Kakati basinkana National Organization of Trade Unions, ekibiina ekitaba ebyo ebibiina byonna ebigatta ebibiina by'abakozi. Interreligious Council ke kakiiko akataba ebyenzikiriza mu ggwanga, the Muslim Organizations Coalition and other faith-based organization. Abakulu basinkana Uganda Medical Association of Uganda, that's UMA, Uganda Virus Research Institute, ne people living with HIV, abantu abalina ebibiina ebitaba, abantu abawangana akawuka ka mukenenya. Baasinkana n'amatendekero aga waggulu omuli Makerere University academic staff, Muwasa, universities and academic researchers, student groups, National Union of Disabled Persons of Uganda, Young Lawyers Voice on Climate Change, Gender Rights Advocates, Climate Advocacy Groups. Akulu bagenda maaso ne basinkana Uganda Global Forum Diaspora Council, Cheyeyo Association Uganda, NUP Diaspora Chapter, Individual Diaspora Submissions. Akulu bagenda maaso ne basinkana Independent Consultants, bakola ku bya IT, development n'ensonga endala. Ne basinkana Individual Citizens, Business Professionals ne Researchers. Kwegamba bayita mu bintu byonna okulaba nga bafuna ebirowoozo by'abantu. Ebirowoozo by'abantu bibadde kkiriya, abantu bonna baagaana nti ebbago lino lirinyirira eddembe lyabwe, kibeere ku record nti abantu bonna be baayita okuyita mu organization oba ne obuvunaanyizibwa bwabwe bonna baagaana ebbago lino nga bagamba nti mwana tuteriina makulu era teryegwanidde kubeera nga liteekebwa, bagamba lyali ligwanidde okubeera nga liteekebwa mu kasero. Ne wetwogerera bino nga Parliament tewulirizza birowoozo by'abantu n'esalawo egende maaso okubeera nga ate mwanattu eyisa ebbago lino okubeera nga ligenda maaso okukola ki. Kaakati awo ngenda okujja nkutegeeze butereevu nnyo otegeere ebbago lino kye litegeeza gy'oli nange abadde tannaba kuli wabudde ng'obadde tonnaba kubeera ng'oli wa nnyo attention. Kaakati njagala nsooke ndikuwe butereevu nnyo mala okuleeta akaivu yange ogirabe bulungi nnyo ate otegeere abakulu kiki kye baali baluubi, abakulu kye badde babuluubirira naki kye babadde bagoba na lwaki babadde badduka emisinde egyayiriyiri okutuuka byonna bino okubeera nga bibeerawo era kiki babadde bagoba naawe ojja kubeera nga ate okitegeera. Kaakati ebbago ndifunye. Kaakati abakulu baatutegeeza gye buvuddeko nti baali baluubirira bineeno wammanga. Kaakati byenjagala okukuwa otegeere bulungi nnyo ekiyisiddwa era obimanye era obitegeere. Kaakati abakulu baali batutegeeza the object of this bill is to enact a law that seeks to provide for the protection of the sovereignty of the people of Uganda. Now to designate the department responsible for peace and security as the responsible entity for the registration and regulation of agents of foreigners, to provide for the protection of the sovereignty of Uganda, to provide for the registration of agents of foreigners, to regulate the funding and any other assistance to agents of foreigners and for related matters. Kaakati defects in the existing law. Abakulu bakuba ebituli nti ebyaliwo mu teeka eribaddewo nga bagamba nti despite Uganda's efforts to uphold sovereign control, several problems continue to threaten the nation's ability to self-govern without undue external interference. Currently, Uganda is not specifically upholding the sovereignty of the country, which has resulted into continuous interference in the government's policies and programs by foreign countries and agents of foreigners. This threatens the nation's ability to self-govern without undue external interference. In the absence of the law to protect the nation's ability to self-govern, there has been an increase in 1. The interference with the government and implementation of government policies. Nti abakulu bagamba nti okubulawo etteeka erikakali erigenda maaso okubeera nga liteekesa ebyonna mu nkola obwetengereze bw'eggwanga. Mwanattu bagamba nti bagenda mu maaso okwetegereza ebintu bino nti wabaddewo the interference with the government, tuwaddewo abantu okuyingirira enkulaakulana saako n'okuteekesa mu nkola poliisi za government ne programs zaayo, which interference is funded ate era nga interference eno oba okuyingirirwa kuno kuzze kuwagirwa ba foreigners saako n'abo agenti baabwe abaabo aboogerwako ba foreigner. Now foreign aid to civil society that comes along with conditions and parallel programs which conflict with government programs. This has given external donors significant influence over Uganda's political, social, and economic landscape, which has resulted in the erosion of the values we hold sacred as a nation. It has also undermined our right to self-determination, and the use of online platforms by foreigners and agents of foreigners to disseminate misinformation which facilitates social discord. Kakati abakulu bagamba nti obuvujjirizi n'obuyambi okuyita mu bibiina eby'obwannakyewa ebino ebisusse okuyitirira mu ggwanga Uganda nga bijjirako n'obukwakkulizo ate ne programu ezikontana oba nezo ezikuubagana n'eza gavumenti ezigenda maaso okubeera nga ate zinyigiriza oba zi-interferinga ne programu za gavumenti. Kinene nno kigenze maaso okubeera nga kiwa abavujjiriza abava emitala w'amayanja amaanyi amayitirivu ennyo ku byobufuzi by'eggwanga Uganda, embeera z'abantu saako n'ebyenfuna munda mu ggwanga Uganda, ebigenze mu maaso ate okuttattana n'okuwozaayoza n'okusaanyaawo empisa abakulu ze bagamba ze tulina ng'eggwanga eddonde, eggwanga erijjuddemu eddiini. Ate era kigenze maaso okubeera nga obuvujjirizi buno bugenda maaso okubeera nga bwandamayininga eddembe oba butyo oba buyisa olugaayu mu ddembe ly'abannansi okwetengerera. Saako n'okozesa emikutu emigatta abantu, bagamba online platforms by foreigners, emikutu emigatta abantu nti gigenda maaso okubeera nga gikozesebwa abantu abayitibwa aba foreigners saako ne ba agent baba foreigner to disseminate oba okutambuza amawulire ag'obulimba n'amawulire agattattana ekifaananyi ky'eggwanga Uganda. Nkusomera abakulu bye bayisizza obitegeere bulungi nnyo. Kakati provisions of the bill eri mu biti bitaano oba empagi ttaano: preliminary, ekyokubi protection of the sovereignty, ekyokusatu the registration of agent of foreigners, ekyokuna regulating of funding of agent of foreigners, then ekisembayo the general. Kakati njagala nkuwe ku interpretation onnyonnyoke otegere bulungi nnyo. Interpretation tutandikire ku agent, ebigambo bye mbadde nsoma abatannaba kubeera nga babadde abatannafuna bintu bulungi nnyo kubitegeera bulungi. Waliwo commentary guy sounds like a real foreign agent because we've been following Parliament now and we had all the debates and it's just so weird you didn't follow yet you I think there are those who have a right to, they have just come here, so if you don't want it, please you can vacate this place because I know there are those who would love to get a glimpse of what really the bill entails. So if you have all the details, it doesn't mean that everyone has the details. So if you have them, you can please just visit another video on this channel so that you can make good use of your data. Let's go straight. Katwatugama interpretation. Agent of a foreigner means a person who acts as an agent, representative. Inti agent of a foreigner abakulu kye bategeeza abakulu kye baagala okutegeeza kye badde bategeeza nti ye muntu yenna akolera agent oba akolera oba akiikirira representative omukozi omukozesa, any person who acts in other capacity at the order, request or under the direction of control of a foreigner or of a person and of whose activities are directly, indirectly or indirectly supervised, directed, controlled, financed, subsidized by a foreigner. Okitegeera kakati ye agent wa foreigner. Kakati njagala nkolage disruptive activities ze boogerako nti ebintu omuntu byayinza okukola ebiyinza okubeera nga bitaataaganya. Any act or conduct that is prejudicial or threatens the security of Uganda. An act or ekikolwa kyonna or conduct threatening violence against any person. Threatening to cause bodily harm, whether to the person to whom the threat is made or to any other person. threatening destruction of property, employing, recruiting, engaging, sponsoring, or contracting any person to promote the interests of foreigners, engaging or participating unlawfully demonstration or assembly, or disrupting or interfering with the lawful activities, business operations, peace or human rights of any person. Kakati kye batugamba ku ensonga ya disruptive activities, ebikolwa kwegamba ebitabula ebitabangula. Kakati foreigner mugundi eno bakutegeeza mu draft a non-Ugandan citizen, omuntu nga si muna-Uganda. A Ugandan citizen residing outside muna-Uganda nga awangalira mitala w'amayanja obanga tali mu ggwanga Uganda naye nga ali bweru. Okitegeera? Kaakati ffenna ndowooza mukitegedde nti tuli ba foreigner. Ojja kulowooza nti ndowooza gwe toli foreigner naye buli omu kati foreigner olwaleero. Kaakati awo bitegeerera nti ffenna mwana tutuli ba foreigner we tutuukidde olwaleero. Okategedde? Kaakati njagala nga maliriza, njagala mbatwaleko ku of course ebintu ebimu ebiri mu bbiiru eno gye baakayisa budde butono nnyo. Obitegeere bulungi nnyo ebitonotono ku sipiidi eyayiriyiri. Agala otegeere nkutandikirewa. Akati bakugamba nti in accordance with Article 11 subsection or section 2 of the Constitution, Cabinet shall determine, formulate and implement the policy of government. Government policy shall be developed by the relevant ministry, department or agency of government and submitted to Cabinet for approval. A person or an agent of a foreigner who wishes to influence or propose amendments to the development of the policy. A person or an agent of a foreigner who develops a policy without the approval of a cabinet commits an offense and is liable on conviction. Inti omuntu yenna oba agent wa foreigner oba akolera omuntu yenna akolera omuntu ali emitala w'amayanja who develops a policy without approval of cabinet commits an offense and is liable on conviction. In the case wakuba bino bagenze bakolamu ennongosereza ebimu, kaakati ekyoleka nti nno mwana ffenna tufuuse ba foreigner just like that. Bago eno lirimu ebintu bingi ffenna bye tusobola okubeera nga ndowooza ngenda batera link mu buterevu nnyo mu description osobola okubeera nga ate osobola okubeera nga ogenda maaso okubeera nga olisomako in its entirety, olinnyonnyoke bulungi nnyo olitegeere lyonna lye bayisizza lye ngenda okubeera nga nkuteeramu. Kale
Munsi buli omwali akuwaguza kulafuubana n'okulemerako. Munsi buli omwali n'ekirooto kuba kuwaguza kulafuubana n'okulemerako okutuuka ku buwanguzi. Ddala wamma ggwe luba lunaku mulindwa okyasobeddwa eka ne mu kibira nga weebuuza omuntu omutuufu anaakutuusa ku makula g'ebirooto byo oba okooye kuferebwa. Kankwanjulire aba Brand Pro Property Services Limited abeegulidde erinnya mu kutuukiriza ebirooto by'abantu ebyekuusa ku ttaka. Bagula wamu n'okutunda ettaka n'amayumba ku buli luguudo lwa Uganda wamu n'okwetooloola ensi yonna mu mawanga agatali gamu nga USA, India wamu ne Bungereza. Tulina estates eziwedde okuzimbibwa. Gano makula bukula weegulire ennyumba ey'ekirooto kyo olwaleero ku bbeeyi esoboka. Naawe anoonyeza okupangisa tuzirina ng'ate tusobola n'okukulaakulanya ettaka, amayumba oba estates zo ne zeegombesa buli muntu. Oyagala saveya oba olina ekizibu kyonna nga kyekuusa ku ttaka, bitukwase ng'osirike. Tusangibwa ku MT House ku maliro ogusooka room 5 ewazana ku Entebbe Road okuliraana ekizimbe kya Muguluma Empire. Osobola okutukubira oba okutuweereza obubaka ku WhatsApp namba zaffe noti 773 206 588 oba noti 703 824 noti 79 ne ku website www.brandpro.co.ug. ate mwe bankuba kyeyo ebyammwe byateredde anti osobola okugula poloti oba okufuna ennyumba n'okomawo nga buli kimu kiri malidaadi saana. Sebatuka abafera olwaleero ng'okolagana ne Brand Pro Property Services Limited tutuukiriza birooto. Monsi buli omu alina ekirooto kuba kuwaguza, kulafuubana n'okulemerako okutuuka ku buwanguzi. Ddala wamma ggwe luba lunaku mulindwa okyasobeddwa ekane mu kibira nga weebuuza omuntu omutuufu anaakutuusa ku makula g'ebirooto byo oba okooye kuferebwa. Kankwanjulire aba Brand Pro Property Services Limited abeegulidde erinnya mu kutuukiriza ebirooto by'abantu ebyekuusa ku ttaka. Bagula wamu n'okutunda ettaka n'amayumba ku buli luguudo lwa Uganda wamu n'okwetooloola ensi yonna mu mawanga agatali gamu nga USA, India wamu ne Bungereza. Tulina estates eziwedde okuzimbibwa. Gano makula bukula weegulire ennyumba ey'ekirooto kyo olwaleero ku bbeeyi esoboka. Naawe anoonyeza okupangisa tuzirina ng'ate tusobola n'okukulaakulanya ettaka, amayumba oba estates zo ne zeegombesa buli muntu. Oyagala saveya oba olina ekizibu kyonna nga kyekuusa ku ttaka, bitukwase ng'osirike. Tusangibwa ku MT House ku maliro ogusooka room 5 ewazana ku Entebbe Road okuliraana ekizimbe kya Muguluma Empire. Osobola okutukubira oba okutuweereza obubaka ku WhatsApp namba zaffe noti 773 206 588 oba noti 703 824 noti 79 ne ku website www.brandpro.co.ug. ate mwe bankuba kyeyo ebyammwe byateredde anti osobola okugula poloti oba okufuna ennyumba n'okomawo nga buli kimu kiri malidaadi saana. Sebatuka abafera olwaleero ng'okolagana ne Brand Pro Property Services Limited tutuukiriza birooto.
Abalungi abatuwuliriza era abatulaba olunaku olwaleero tukyaddeko ewa Sheikh Asiraf Dembe.
Sebo nsanyusa okubalaba. Amannya agange nze Sheikh Asiraf Dembe akola ku bizibu by'enjawulo. Omuntu singa aba alina ebirwadde musomereddwa tunywa amazzi ga lukuya nga bw'obadde ogalaba, tugenda abantu ku kyoto ne twokya emizimu emibi egibabaamu n'okulomba edduwa. Abantu singa abeera ng'ali wano atuuse sobola okumulombera edduwa, ne waba atatuuse nga mpadde amannya ge naye ng'ali wala. Naneetaaze enamba yange yeeno eri 0707763711. Nammwe bannyinaffe abali ebweru oyagala okuba nti oyagala okulombera ku dduwa ng'olina ebizibu, viza zibuze, amaka gakolongotana, sente zikola zimpita mu ngalo, ojja kumpeereza ekifaananyi kyo n'amannya go, ebyo byokka bijja kummala. Nja kukulombera edduwa, ojja kutereera. Olunaku olusembayo mu mwezi mba n'edduwa ey'awamu ffenna n'abalwadde bange abakadde n'abapya. Salaamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Abalungi abatuwuliriza era abatulaba olunaku olwaleero tukyaddeko ewa Sheikh Asiraf Dembe.
Sebo nsanyusa okubalaba. Amannya agange nze Sheikh Asiraf Dembe akola ku bizibu by'enjawulo. Omuntu singa aba alina ebirwadde musomereddwa tunywa amazzi ga lukuya nga bw'obadde ogalaba, tugenda abantu ku kyoto ne twokya emizimu emibi egibabaamu n'okulomba edduwa. Abantu singa abeera ng'ali wano atuuse sobola okumulombera edduwa, ne waba atatuuse nga mpadde amannya ge naye ng'ali wala. Naneetaaze enamba yange yeeno eri 0707763711. Nammwe bannyinaffe abali ebweru oyagala okuba nti oyagala okulombera ku dduwa ng'olina ebizibu, viza zibuze, amaka gakolongotana, sente zikola zimpita mu ngalo, ojja kumpeereza ekifaananyi kyo n'amannya go, ebyo byokka bijja kummala. Nja kukulombera edduwa, ojja kutereera. Olunaku olusembayo mu mwezi mba n'edduwa ey'awamu ffenna n'abalwadde bange abakadde n'abapya. Salaamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Abalungi abatuuliriza era abatulaba olunaku olwaleero tuchaddeko ewa Sheikh Asiraf Dembe.
Sebo nsanyusa okubalaba. Amannya agange ye Sheikh Asiraf Dembe akola ku bizibu by'enjawulo. Omuntu singa aba alina ebirwadde musomereddwa tumuwa amazzi ga lukuya nga bw'obadde ogalaba tugenda abantu ku kyoto ne twokya emizimu emibi egibabaamu n'okulomba edduwa. Abantu singa abeera ng'ali wano atuuse sobola okumulombeera edduwa ne waba atatuuse nga